my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now. What I do right now for you, for you.
Do it
born, like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive.
I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night and never day. Even when I wash the floor, the dust still comes. Keep on hunting for the bread. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother.
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night, it's never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see Hold up your sign though, they ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that.
That sounds like a pop song.
Take a dive before you die, y'all. It's the only way to live. You can't be without it, baby. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Try before you sign off. Shit can kill the sick. Free all stars. It's the only way to live.
Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that.
Pick a panel to be right on. Yeah. Cause no one really gives. Don't look back or keep your eyes on. Long ago.
Doesn't matter what it gon' cost. Never gave a shit. Real soul. Let it take a hit. Hey.
Who's getting high on emotion?
Look around.
People fight all their life for some peace. Yeah.
Look around. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Take off. Rush at the rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Hot. Rush. Take off. Rush at the rush.
I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. Tell me everything's alright. Life is just a bunch of faces, and if it's not, we'll still be fine. I know we're going places. I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something
and I'll take it. Yeah, reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Oh, 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 shooting through the clouds. I know it's alright. It's alright. Heavens are the limit now. Let's fly just one more night. One more night. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Oh, oh,
That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide, and with the rhymes that make the dimes all close their eyes and fantasize. I'm divine, calling their phone number. No, you know I love it. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats on stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young, black, successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move.
3, 2,
bringing summer
1,
to
drop.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round again.
I don't want your empathy, I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out and I mean that. I'm under siege and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. Warm welcome to the war game.
Welcome to the war game.
You're no ally of mine. Your life is a kind of lie, and I know that I won't change your mind. We have no common ground, and we're never gonna figure it out. So don't get friendly, get angry. I'll bury you down by the bar. So don't reach out, and I'm being that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm out of fever, but you're at a leisurely pace. Unscathed and unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Alright everyone, welcome back to the second day of the ESL 1 Rio EU Open Qualifier number 2. Of course, we do have Nordavind versus Robin Hoodsie right now, the ex-VP boys. And unfortunately, we are hopping in a couple of rounds late. There was an issue with the GoTV for everyone, so none of the other casters were able to hop in either. But we are finally ready to go. And it's currently 3-1 to Nordavind. I believe they did pick up the pistol round?
Yes. Yes, they did. And, well, it seems like they're not going to be too afraid of Robin Hoodsie, as you said. And this is a solid start. Nordavind, they were seed number 1 yesterday, right, in the Open Qualifier. I mean, they still technically are the number 1 seed. So we'll see how our Polish boys are able to fare against them.
Yeah, going under Robin Hoodsie, not ex-VP. There was another team for some reason playing under ex-VP in the qualifier, so that was very confusing for people who are looking through the bracket. But right now, Outside Control is the goal for a couple of the Nordavind players just. The rest of them grouped up around lobby still. It does indicate that they probably will try and go for this A split at the moment. Camille, I believe, is the one that has already rotated down off the A-bomb site, so it might be hard for him to try and actually help from around the vent. Eventually going to be popping up. Snacks is the one who finds a quick kill from Heaven initially. Neil did get dropped coming up the vent after only finding one as well, so with that Nordavind, for the moment, will retain themselves the advantage.
Oh, and HS will catch himself PHR. A big kill because it allows side control and also forces Veggie now to pull the hell away into most likely a full eco or at least a full save. But in any case, Nordavind seemed to not be phased by the 1 round loss they took in the previous, right? I mean, it was the first gun round for Robin Hoodsie, but Nordavind seemingly, you know, no Fs given and all that. Yesterday against Fate, they had a few issues, but they were able to come out on top. And today, in this best of 1 again, I guess, you know, starting off strong is a good sign for the future for them. I guess we can both agree to the fact that they do have a few tendencies sometimes to perhaps tilt a little bit. And if they start off strong, that can kind of be mitigated or otherwise remedied.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we seen, as we said, Nordavind have a really good start. You said maybe tilt a little bit. I don't know if that was the case. I feel like Faith were also playing quite well.
Yeah.
But I think also they were relying a lot on a couple specific players yesterday. I mean, Rubino was an absolute monster for them. I don't know how consistent he's going to be with that. Croman, I think he's kind of the player you expect to be always up there towards the top. NATO Safix as well. I think on a map here like Nuke, he's going to have a lot more success with the op than we actually seen from him yesterday on Inferno. We pointed out he was like 0 to 5 in their game last night on Inferno before he actually started picking up any frags at all. But Nuke is a much better map for actually using the op in general. Maybe not on the D side quite as much, but bringing it towards outside, definitely an area he can work it. And it looks like all of Nordavind pretty much going to be going outside to kick this round off. No one here to really contest for at least a couple of seconds for Robin Hood. See, they've already rotated someone down to B for the vent again, just to instead spot that secret push.
Yeah, I love the fact they're not looking for a straight fight outside. They know they will be at a disadvantage, especially with the M4s and the auto shotgun, although that should never be in a position to fight outside. But Camel, okay. Camille will find himself the first headshot on towards, of course, Rubino. Gonna make an express entry for Robin Hoodsie, and that's actually really good. Shutting down the push into secret, and not just shutting it down, but denying any sort of early entries to Nordavind. Will now lock them in place, and Veggie peeks out from locker, and he gets himself one. That's HS to fall, unawares of his flank. As Nordavind is starting to fall apart a little bit, and I would just like to expand on the point I made about that tilt part. I think it's more of, you know, how the players perform. If they're having a tough time, we've seen in the past they kind of get stuck in a cycle where they just continuously look for entries and never really get anything done. Kamil, though, holding the line through short. He gets the one. It's still NATO to refrag. And, well, Nordavind, let's see if they can at least get the bomb plant. The money is actually decent enough to rebuy the next even without a bomb plant, I believe.
Yeah, it'd only be Croman who'd be lacking a little bit. They'll get the 1400, so he'll unfortunately be a bit short on money, so the bomb plant would be a nice little boost for them, but Veggie, he's not going to allow that to happen. 2 easy kills as they come up the vent, not really much that they can do, just sit in ducks at that point.
Yeah.
I like the, there's a weird little sticker on the ground that just says fart. I didn't know there was a... Why is that in the game?
I actually... okay, I didn't know that existed as well. I've never seen it before. Yeah. I saw Sorry, I saw GG Headshot, and all the, you know, the classics. Always fun to see that, but fart, that's a new one.
Well, fart cloud sticker. That's exactly what it was. I had no idea that was in the game.
I saw it. I now know what my goal is, to find those stickers and get all of them. Collect all the fart stickers.
I've picked a bunch of random stickers. I've never sprayed any in-game, apart from there was like a mission you had to spray a few in a casual game. That's all I've ever used.
Oh, dude, that casual mission where you had to spray in your opponent's spawn, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that was horrible, dude.
As we said though, Croman the only one here with a weaker weapon, so it's not a bad investment by any means for Nordavind. And when you have a look at what Robin Hoodsie had, rather, they had a good buy in the beginning, but they've already used a lot of that utility. PHR, the only one really on a weaker weapon, so it's even enough here between the two teams. But a minute and 10 seconds remaining, no damage as of yet, but Nordavind, they do want to move forward on towards that A-bomb site, and with the smoke down, that's when PHR can really find success on the shotgun. Fortunately for Nordavind, the Rapture main did at least allow the trade, but it's still just all going in favor of Robin Hoodsie. The Polish lads able to hold down that A-bomb site, keeping 2 players alive. Not too bad considering it was, of course, a full buy from Nordavind. And in this round, they should have an opportunity to actually take it a little bit cleaner, try and build up some money off the back of it. We could see maybe a few pistols being upgraded for Nordavind, but I wouldn't expect really much else at all. They're only going to get 2,400 in this next round, so...
Yeah, you know, Deagles, P250, sure, but anything beyond that would be an overextension for Nordavind, and their money, of course, right now at what, 2 rounds loss bonus, so they're receiving 2.4k with the loss right now, and it's not exact, 2.9 actually, and it's not going to be perfect, but
2.4.
they'll be able to buy the next. Oh no, 2.4, yeah, good point. 2 rounds loss bonus, yeah. So, you know, they have to conserve a little bit of economy. They're going to be reliant on utility. We pointed out well yesterday, or said it yesterday, on Nuke, it's always about utility. If as the T side you can conserve it, you can force your opponent to use those mollies early on. You can then do many things, from outside pushes into secret, from ramp control, from A splits. You know, you have a lot of options on your on the palette. But Robin Hoodsie, let's see if they're going to keep their cool going up against another buy round here of Nordavind.
Oh, I need to point out we actually have a bot today telling us who calls what pauses and stuff. That's really handy. So this is actually just a timeout from Nordavind, as we would have presumed. But we didn't have the bot yesterday, so when it was late in a game when it could really be either team pausing, we never knew who it was. But now we'll know, so that's good. We don't have to speculate as much. Nordavind, though, buying back in, as you said, the utility quite important. They do have the smokes on everyone, so if they want to go for the outside wall of smokes, that is a possibility. Some Molotovs, flashes, etc. So let's just see what way they go ahead and come back into this round right now. I mean, they've already got 4 on the T side of Nuke. If they can grind out another 3 or so rounds, they'll be feeling really comfortable going on to the second half. So it's all about the grind here for the rest of this T side. The more the merrier, though, always, of course. Let's see, I mean, they've broken the windows above the A-bomb site already. They've thrown in a bit of utility, but not really looking to commit off the back of it. I think they were trying to run down a bit of the CT's utility as well. But yeah, Robin Hoodsie didn't actually use all that much. They've still got plenty left to hold down these positions once the push does come in. Rubino, though, he's creeped his way all the way down into Secret, so that could be a little bit of a nuisance to them right now. I think with the rest of them either going over towards ramp, though, he's going to look to just try and wrap around and see if he can help towards this bomb site itself. The only thing is Veggie already rotated down in the dark. Oh, doesn't expect Rubino to be pushing out, gets himself to second. And this man was just fragging like an absolute madman yesterday, so if he can keep that up for Nordavind, that is not going to be a good look for Robin Hoodsie.
Indeed it ain't, and Rubino, we see the third is already on the board as well as he shuts down Camel coming through Secret. And I'm not even sure how the Polish boys aren't able to respond in time to it. They knew that somebody was down there. They saw the smokes outside, or at least they should have been predicting somebody to try and lurk his way through lower Secret, something that's very classic for pretty much all T play or all T-sided teams that usually want to post one player to get in the backs of you and try to break the defense from within effectively. And so far Nordavind, I mean, this is as successful as it gets for them. Robin Hoodsie, you pointed out well, they didn't use too much utility, but in the end it didn't help them because they didn't respond to the imminent threat in any case. 5-4 and already kind of the minimum achieved here by Nordavind for their T side. Luckily for Robin Hoodsie, they still have a rebuy, but it's not going to look good on their repertoire when you draw the line and see how it's all been going.
Yeah, now spending everything here, they'll only get 1900 if they do lose this one as well, so then they'll be looking at the eco 100%. So this is a tough round. Robin Hoodsie just cannot afford to lose this one. If they do, we'll already see Nordavind sitting on a 7-4 lead before they actually get the guns back out. So they just can't allow that to happen. As we pointed out in that previous round, it was really Rubino who got down the vent, I believe, in the beginning. That was just a massive nuisance. They were just down Secret, rather.
Yeah,
so
I think he made it out Secret, yeah.
Yeah, I believe so. They had also thrown the smokes out towards the vent initially, which I believe is what prompted Veggie to rotate down so early, which also gave them the ability to go ahead and actually push into a ramp pretty much uncontested, apart from the one frag they did find. But let's see. Right now, a slow round so far coming in from Nordavind, looking to just see if aggression really comes in anywhere across the map, and looking to see if anyone really just makes any mistakes to give them the openings that they want to make a decision based off of. Taking it a lot slower, though. Nothing really done towards outside as of yet. It looks like they probably will still approach it, though, because they have a player up on silo, and then they also have Rubino, I believe, looking to probe around a little bit, see if anyone's shown themselves. Oh, I thought I was a little bit worried there.
For a second, it looked a little bit weird, yeah?
Looked like he was walking around the corner. I wasn't too sure. Eventually peaks. The smoke did bloom. Snack's not able to connect the shot, fortunately for the second Nordavind. But they need to get a move on really soon. Only now throwing down those outside smokes, rather. 45 seconds left. It does look like they just want to go ahead and commit in towards that A-bomb site eventually.
I I'm not even surprised. BHR, the smoke deployed towards Squeaky. I believe Camellia is there towards the events themselves, and it's going to be Bialy helping the hold on site itself. And let's see the crossfire, how it's going to be set up. Norderwind, they know what they're up against. Here come the Molotovs, a classic position, a classic take, but it's going to be Camel with a double. Shuts down the play as Croman does get the refrag. Bialy's still on site, and he's going to spray down both. Actually, BHR helping him for the one, excuse me. I thought he got both, but it does not matter. The point is, Robin Hoodsie are getting another round as Norderwind. They take a lot of time, and for them, having to play with only, what, 20 seconds on the clock by the time they execute? Oh, yeah, Tensky as well.
He died before time, at least. I was mostly worried he was going to die after time right there. There was 1 second left as he went down, because he was pretty much trapped in the spawn. I mean, if the player peeking out there from red was like half a second later, he probably managed to get that after time.
Yeah, that would have been actually quite horrible for Tensky. No loss bonus, no chance to even go for any Kevlars or anything of the like. And in this case, a pistol Kevlar buy is a must, I guess, for Norderwind. I would prefer to see maybe a hero AK if they really are feeling it. But then again, just stick to what you know. And in this case, a scout for Croman. That's a welcome surprise, I'll say.
You know, I don't mind this. I mean, they know they've kept the economy low for Robin Hoodsie. They didn't want to invest too much on everyone, so they have kind of just pulled out the pistol Kevlar that you were saying, the scout on Croman. So if they can get a few kills, at least keep the economy low for Robin Hoodsie, try and take the next gun round for themselves, they can still get the opportunity to pick up at least 2 more rounds here on the T side, which is something they could definitely be happy with. So I think that is definitely the goal. Snack's, though, going to be the one that likely will be tested outside quite soon. Up close to the garage with the op, all 5 T players around this area right now. He also has a bit of help from Camille there in towards main. But I mean, a smoke going down could block him off from really being able to help, and that's exactly what happens right now. Initial kill does go in favor of Snacks fighting now up against the Deagle, and AO Sapphics is a little bit dangerous. Sticking around. Fortunately, no one else can see him at the moment. It's just the 1v1 pretty much, and with Nato now also getting tagged down low, I don't think he wants to continue to take the fight. As I said, that's how Rubino pops in, gets himself the second again. This man has just been playing ridiculous the last couple days.
It feels like we haven't really stopped since yesterday, haven't we? I mean, Rubino, the Deagles on him, on Inferno were crazy, and today seems like translating onto Nuke. And luckily, Camel gets himself one. Tensky will fall. HS, oh, come on! As he shuts down Camel in main, even though he's low HP, he's got, you know, the most vital targets. He kills the one player that could have made the difference. Of course, Bialy in a 1-on-3, he has a chance with the low HP left on Norderwind. This is certainly going to be an opportunity to him, but the bomb plant is happening on towards B side itself. Bialy drops down. I think that was heard by Rubino, or at least could have been heard by HS if nothing else. With the op in the hands of Rubino, though, surely this is going to be a very tough retake for Bialy. A 1-on-2. He has no smoke, which is unfortunate. At least a Molotov or a nade would have also made life a little bit easier, but here comes the play. Rubino misses his chance. Oh, Bialy reads it well, although HS is already veered to the short side. And this is... Oh, he's going to stick. Never mind. It's HS that sacrificed his life, and Rubino, does he peek out? Well, certainly he will once he hears the defuse. Never mind, he gets it anyway. And that's 6 rounds to Norderwind on pistols and Kevlar, thanks to Rubino.
Yeah, Rubino with the quad kill, that 1 kill from HS as well, as you said, being so important over towards main. If he went down, then suddenly it was a 2v2 with the remaining players for Norderwind having pretty much no health, so that was extremely crucial as well. And with that, Robin Hoodsie, their economy just gets destroyed. I mean, they're buying what they can. It is at least rifled, 3 M4s, a couple of massive, barely any utility. They don't have a defuse kit if it comes down to the retake. This is just going to be very difficult for them to hold right now. They're going to have to just hit the frags. I wouldn't mind maybe seeing a little bit of aggression. Let's see what the plan is initially. I think they're just going to go ahead and rotate PHR straight down towards Secret in case that outside control comes in, because they can't really afford to fight for it at the moment. Other than that, looking pretty standard from the CTs. Nothing too special coming in.
Yeah, I do love the fact they're posting 4 players outside, but they are losing A control while just doing so. Bialy gets himself one, unfortunately already losing Camel beforehand. And oh, right now, no, Snacks! Vital that he would have survived in that case. A 3-on-4 retake of A is doable if you have, you know, a little bit of luck on your side and a few early kills, but unfortunately now, Veggie and PHR, surely they have to pull the hell away. No utility, no kits, nothing really that you can do about this. And Norderwind's, you know, at one point they slow down, then they just explode onto site, and not even explode, actually walk out of hut and get themselves 3 kills. That's the scary part. Robin Hoodsie, you know, they had a nice idea about going for the outside control, thinking of countering any sort of attempt from Norderwind that they've been showing so far pretty much the last 4 rounds or so. But it will come back to bite them a little bit, as Robin Hoodsie are going to have themselves a bit of an eco, or at least will have to go for an eco. Not much they can do about this. This is tough. Very tough to be on the CT side of Nuke and losing 5-7 currently.
I mean, they're not out of it, but ideally they do want to be coming out with the 8 rounds, which probably isn't going to happen because for this round at least they've just got those 2 saved rifles. You can never completely count out the 2 M4s. I mean, sometimes it does end up working out a little bit better. Maybe you can send the pistols in aggressive first, put the rifles behind, the pistols then working as a bit of a distraction, just rushing them down if they want to get aggressive around lobby and ramp, for example. But, I mean, that depends. They might just stick for something, again, a little bit more standard. I would like to see some sort of a play being made, but yeah, keeping it a little bit more normal. Just PHR watching that crossover to main, so they are kind of giving up the outside control. I don't think anyone's spotting it at the moment, as we do see 3 players already creeping down Secret. Instead, those 2 players stacked up in this area. The M4 instantly being dropped. Snacks only having the USP. The hope really was there that they'd peek the angle that Snacks was on first. He could rattle off a couple of shots, act as a distraction. But it seemed like with that flash, especially Nordavind did have a little bit of a read about what was going on. They're continuing the frag, and it doesn't seem like anything's going to be found for Robin Hood C in this round. Just the 2 pistols left.
Maybe they can retrieve an M4 or a FAMAS. In this case, try and save it, try and bring it to the next, and, you know, kind of help out the economy as much as you can, even though this is a tough spot. Robin Hood C, they have themselves very limited options. The AWP is definitely not coming out, that's a certainty. And there goes Bialy. So I hope to survive. Well, I hope to save at least 1 more rifle is gone. As Snacks is patiently just lurking in through ramp. Most likely looking for an exit track or something. But either way, this is Norderwind all the way so far. 8 rounds to them already. And with the money that Robin Hoodsie is left for a full buy for the 14th round, with limited supply of utility, most likely having maybe at maximum 1 single kit, it's going to be a huge issue for Robin Hoodsie. If they do not stop Norderwind early on any attempt they might try, let's say, a outside take. If Robin Hoodsie allowed them to take down Secret and even B-side afterwards, the retake is going to be nigh impossible to pull off. Norderwind, they will slow down most likely. At least that's what we've been seeing from their reads onto Robin Hoodsie, and outside control certainly coming through.
Oh, the flash just blinded Snacks perfectly. I believe that was coming in from one of his teammates right there as well. Didn't get Rubino at all. Think still came true, but not enough for the kill. Camille trying to follow it up, actually drops the bomb. Rubino on 9 health should be an easy finish, and there we go. Control of that bomb completely taken over now by the CT side. Smoke put down to make it harder to retrieve. Rotation's already coming down through Secret, so they can just hold this together. But it is still the 3v3. I mean, there's not all that much utility left for the CTs to hold this off. Just a couple of flashes and a nade. So with so much time left on the clock, I was going to say they can wait a couple of seconds to try and retrieve this one together, but they manage to just run through the smoke. HS picks it up. And with that, a free A bomb site for them to go ahead and get it planted on.
Balls of steel there from Norderwind, but they get it nonetheless. As you said, 3-on-3 as Camille will find himself 1. He's at least able to give a chance to Robin Hoodsie. As I said, the retake's going to be hard no matter how you want to spin this. Luckily, they have a few pop flashes, even a nade to work with, so maybe, just maybe, luck is on their side. Croman and HS, the defense comes through. HS falls immediately, and Hut, it's going to be down to Croman. A 1-on-2, he finds the first, but it's Veggie that saves it. He's got the angle from Catwalk, and he's able to secure the victory, and Robin Hoodsie saved by the bell. And I love the fact they went to challenge immediately early on, right? That they tried outside control yet again, Robin Hoodsie that is. That they wanted to take the fight to Norderwind and not allow them any sort of freedom. Because yesterday we saw that between Complexity and Pact, if you recall on Inferno, how quickly the game can turn against you when you start to be a little bit too cautious or maybe a little bit too, a little bit too presumptuous in a way, and it can completely and utterly turn against you. So, Robin Hoodsie in this way, in this manner, at least they now have a chance to pick up the 7th and somewhat of a commendable first half.
Yeah, they do want to try and fight outside a little bit once again. That nade that went over was actually really strong on towards HS and Rubino. Both players being knocked down to 40 health already, so not the greatest of starts here in this round for Nordavind. As I say that, though, HS immediately pulls a headshot in favor of them, looking for more. Camille trying to face him despite HS being low. He continues to frag. A third one comes in. That's the A-bomb site just completely open. I mean, PHR and Veggie obviously can't save it being the final round of the half. And yeah, they're not even having an opportunity to really fight back into this round right now. It's all on Veggie. He's looking for the ace clutch. And you don't really fancy his chances. It looks like he's about to be caught off guard as well. Didn't expect Tensky to already be up close on Secret. So we will see Nordavind coming straight back with a round again for themselves. They do come out with 9. They were maybe a little bit upset about losing that one before up against the weaker buy.
I am properly perplexed about how HS gets away with 3 kills. Okay, the first 2 I can kind of get behind, but the third and final one in main, at what he had 10 HP, something like that, and he still is able to win that duel. It's just out of this world. Bialy, unfortunately, wasn't given a chance, and Robin Hoodsie, likewise. 6 rounds only, CT side. We said it yesterday, we'll say it today again. It's not looking too sweet. Copenhagen Flames dealt a deadly blow to Vexed, and I believe it was like something like 16-7, 16-8. Obviously, the comparison between these 2 teams is a little bit different, but still, Nordavind, they are a pretty solid team, and you definitely don't want to give them an advantage if you can help it.
No, for sure. I mean, Nuke seems to be a really strong map for them here so far. Now they're swapping onto the CT side, and it's going to come down to this pistol really for Robin Hoodsie if they want to give themselves the room to actually work with them, make this comeback happen potentially. If they don't pick up the pistol, then the game is likely already going to be sitting at an 11-6 lead at that point for Nordavind, maybe even more before the actual buy is able to come out. So let's see how it goes. The dual Berettas for HS, that's an interesting choice. He has a nade to back them up. A smoke and a defuse kit then for NATO Safix with the rest of them on Kevlar. And over on the T side, it's just all Kevlar as well. So this indicates that we might see a little bit of a quicker round. Perhaps straight out ramp or straight out towards the A bomb site. Let's see what the choice is. And yeah, looking like they want to focus over towards ramp. Already 2 players around this area though. Tensky towards Hell, Croman initially spotting from the back of the ramp. So let's see how this goes for them up against the long-range USPs. It definitely can be difficult. And we seen Nordavind yesterday on these pistols. They were monsters.
They indeed were. I think it was even a clean round for them. They just simply had fun with Fate. Ooh. But look at this Rubino.
Threw a little spin in for style points.
Damn, that's just a 360 play or a 180, however you want to call it. Veggie will at least be able to return. So the first one goes to Robin Hoodsie, but it's still a 4-on-3, and the pistols, the headshots, mid-range engagements, always fairing those USPSs. PHR and Camel, a knife. Wait, what? Where does the knife come through? Camel finds himself that kill as PHR uses the moment of distraction and finds himself a kill, and Veggie will conclude the round. Jesus. In a matter of seconds, everything turns on its head and Nordavind lose the pistol. And all of a sudden, we're back to square one as Nordavind. Are they going to force up here? I feel like that's an option they might be considering, although...
Yeah, they're going for it. I think because they wouldn't have had too much in the round afterwards. But anyway, they wouldn't have had the op on NATO Safix. They wouldn't have had much nades really to actually back up the buy. So they've gone for the investment here, hoping that they'll be able to work this out. If not, then at that point we will probably see Robin Hoodsie on 9-9 before the gun round comes out. But it will be a better gun round for Nordavind than if they were to just buy in this next round after Eco and this one. So you can kind of you can justify it. But let's see. I mean, they've definitely still got the opportunity right now. NATO Safix on the scout, he can be dangerous. There's 3 Deagles as well. So even just a few shots to the body, weaken up a couple players and make it easier for those pistols. That'll be the goal.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, rifles. I think Robin Hoodsie know what they're up against, though. Playing a bit safe.
It makes sense, right? That they should know this is a force buy as soon as they heard the scout. And also on top of that, they should be fearing the Deagles regardless of a force buy or not. The Deagle of Rubino was so effective yesterday that it's probably gonna, stay in the minds of everybody watching the series or even just having a glimpse of the series, knowing that they don't want to face Rubino when he's on his A game. And Robin Hoodsie, a smart call, group up, go outside, use the superior weapons at mid to long range engagements, take the fire or take the advantage in your own hands. Don't allow yourself to be caught in a close corner position and then, having to play and wedge your way through those maze-like spots. And all 5 men grouped up with Mech-10s in front. That's the way to go. They'll be running on towards B-side directly. Snacks takes a bit of a hit. Still, Tensky is tagged down to 50, but NATO finds one. Tensky to second. This is not yet done. The round is not yet over, not by a long shot. Tensky, one more. NATO makes the shot in. Oh my lord. And as careful as they were, Dean, it seems like it's not really going to work out. 10-7.
Yeah, I mean, they knew at that point that they had crossed over, that Robin Hoodsie had made it down through Secret, so they just went ahead, took a little bit of a gamble to stack up 3 players, I believe it was, around that B bomb site, which is understandable when you're on a weaker buy. Rather, sometimes you do want to make that, you do want to take a bit of a gamble. It pays off perfectly. NATO Safix was just being such a nuisance from ramp, got the initial kill, continued to tag them up and just make it easier then for his teammates to finish them off with the pistols. And That's exactly what happened. Robin Hood, they're in a lot of trouble. This is even worse than if they were to lose the pistol. Now they only got the 1400 coming into this round. It gives them pistols and Kevlar. A little bit of a surf there around into main from Snacks. Unfortunately,
loving it.
He was just a quick snack for Rubino.
Hey, yeah, he was. He spotted the shadow, so he gave ample warning to Rubino beforehand, unfortunately. And as for Robin Hood, well, I mean, they are going to be attempting their best. They have a few deagles they can work with. Camel checking the boost, but he's just off the angle a little bit. And it is going to be a clean round to Norderwind by the looks of it, or at least, you know, most likely will be. They're not really... Never mind. Jinx is real, I'll admit. Jinx is definitely real, as Bialy takes the head of Rubino. But serves him right, being as deadly as he is with a deagle of his own. 11-7.
Yeah, only the one casualty, no, not a big deal there. Rubino going to be able to reinvest quite easily into whatever he wants. Not able to keep any money, of course, in the bank after it, but the rest of his teammates looking in a pretty comfortable position, especially considering they're going up against the Eco right now, so this is an opportunity for them to build up some economy. Croman, especially on that MP9, he may have a bit of a fun time against Kevlarless opponents. In terms of the actual upgrades, you see for Robin Hood, it's only a total of $500 investment, a P250 for Bialy, a flash then for Camille. I was going to say, does Bialy have that front spawn? Maybe he was looking to try and run outdoor with it, but as you can see, they are just grouping up around the lobby instead, looking to see if they can maybe pile out of the hood. The flash going over the roof. I mean, this could catch a player or two off guard. That's the goal right now. Get 1 or 2 kills, a small bit of damage for very little investment. And I mean, it did start off okay for them. Bialy traded out the initial frag. They got themselves an AK to even to work with, but I don't even think they got to shoot a shot off from it after picking it up.
I do not believe so. Yeah, it was an immediate return by Norderwind then. Even with 2 bullets, the deadliness of HS and the like is there. And 12-7, Robin Hood, here comes the full buy, another reinvestment. One of their last chances really to make anything out of this second and last half for them in this best of 1 series. And I guess if anybody doesn't know, this best of 1 might conclude, well, not might conclude, will conclude with one of the teams being eliminated from the second qualifier for Rio de Janeiro minor. Well, close qualifier for the minor, effectively. But Rubino pushes into Hut, gets himself 1. Snacks will rip right through Squeaky. He's having a little bit of luck to find a free frag, yet he is now caught in the wind, and he will try to evade down to 1 HP. He drops, but Camel getting caught in the process as Croman pushes in towards lobby. Somehow gets away with it. Through the smoke he goes. And this is what Norderwind did yesterday as well. They were pushing a lot through a few angles that usually you don't want to push as the CT because it can give an easy round to your opponents. One mistake, you know, 1 kill going in the favor of Robin Hood there, and could have been a completely different round in itself. But still, a 4v2, and with a minute on the clock, Robin Hood have to make a decision where they want to end up at.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know where they want to bring it right now. Through hell, Snacks has already creeped around towards the outside, so maybe he wants to go in main. Bialy may attempt to go up towards heaven, but they don't know if there's someone sitting in heaven right now, so I think he's going to wait for Snacks to try and take a little bit of contact, hope to pop up then, and maybe catch the player once his focus is taken a little bit elsewhere. But I don't think there's anyone in heaven at the moment, so we will see, indeed. Just Rubino down on the bomb site spotting it.
Yeah, there should be somebody... Okay, yeah, Rubino is ready for the spot. I thought he was there on catwalk.
Perfect.
Good pop flash, yeah. Snacks with the support coming through.
Yeah, now they get the bomb plant. I mean, wasn't the greatest of setups because they had taken the lobby control there from Norderwind, so I mean, they knew it was probably going to come around heaven or main if it was towards the A-bomb site, so they had the idea, but that flash, as we pointed out, perfect by Snacks. Still a man advantage, though, coming into the retake for Norderwind, so they definitely are favoured, and as we see Snacks going down, it's all onto the shoulders of Bialy now to try and pull off the clutch. He gets the first, but now there's 1 in heaven. In the footsteps, though, able to push forward. Initially trying to force the 1v1 against NATO, but eventually does just fall back off into the hub. But the bomb's not planted for him, and yeah, they have to know because he couldn't have went anywhere else. So Bialy, he's definitely in trouble. The nade dropped him down to 18 health, and with that 1 bullet, more than enough to finish him off. And the bomb had already been stuck at that point. So I think even if he got that first kill coming out of Hut, I don't think he really had the time to stop it. 13-7 though, Norderwind. Strong round overall. Looking at the economy though, with the bomb plant going down and Robin Hood want, they can still scrape together a buy here. Is it worth it though, or would they rather try and play from 14-7? Yeah, I think when you're down by this much, you kind of just have to go for it if you can get a buy that's this decent.
Well, let's see what they can do at least with the AKs, right? The Mech-10 can support the offense quickly, pushing up towards A, and they'll do exactly that. The Molotov burning all 4 actually. A lot of damage dealt as HS finds 1, burns 1 alongside it. Tensky through main. And it seems like Robin Hoodsie have hit a hard stop, although PHR, a 1-on-2. The challenge now remains in his hands, and he's going to be able to save it into a 1-on-1. He has the bomb, drops down. So far, not aware of the flank potentially through vents, but he is going to plant the bomb close, short doors, and probably running on towards ramp. That's the smartest idea in this case. Just try and avoid your opponent best you can.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Roman came out real quick. I guess the goal they're trying to catch PHR as he was rotating, maybe hoping he'd be jumping up onto the rafters at that point from the boxes and that you could catch him off guard without having a chance to even fight back. But no, PHR was creeping towards ramp. He heard the door, turned around, and a free shot to the side of the skull right there finishes that one off. A very, very important round to come through from Robin Hoodsie. Yeah, it gives them a chance to keep trying to actually fight back into this. The only issue is they only survive with a single player. You can see the buy now because of that includes 3 Galils. Fortunately, 4 players on the CT side actually don't have helmets, so they are pretty much AKs at this point.
At least, you know, they have a chance of that insta-dink, but let's find out the reply from Norderwind and how it works here. The good Molotov from, I believe it was Tensky, yeah, throwing it. Does delay the push a little bit, but Camel finds one as he is defending from Squeaky. Somehow they're all coming into lobby to play, and Camel is ready, and you said it. No head armor or no helmet will prevent them from surviving easy. No on site. He's good for one. Tensky replies. NATO the second. Wait a second. NATO is somehow still alive. A 1-on-2. And 31 HP might not be much, but with an op in his hands, he can be a deadly adversary. And he finds one, and NATO! There it is! NATO! A 4K to save the day for Norderwind.
Bayali was the last guy, right? How they're going to be really mad that Bayali didn't manage to kill him there on the bomb site when he was just stood there trying to hit no scopes.
They went in 1 by 1. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to play the 2 versus 1 together, but even then, once that scope was heard on that side of the bomb site, Bayali should have been calling that over to the player who was around vent so that he wouldn't just peek straight into it. But I mean, maybe they were presuming that he was scoped up waiting for Bayali to peek around. Either way, it definitely could have been played a lot better. That looked like a confirmed round for Robin Hoodsie. The NATO Safix just steals away from them all on his own, pretty much. I mean, the buy comes in. It's not great from Robin Hoodsie. If this doesn't work out, they're on a very similar buy in the next round.
Very true. Unfortunately for them, might all go down the drain regardless. Tensky the first is his. He has a little bit of a gap in that smoke. We've seen that in the past. A few mistakes that can be made is with a smoke gap. And oh, Camel, nice refrag. PHR down secret, I believe. He's finding himself a little bit of success as Croman falls. Tensky clears off hell, but it's still going to be a 3-on-3 retake. And it does favor Norderwind in this case. They have the better weaponry and positioning in a way. And oh, the timing couldn't be worse as Kensky does fail to shut down Snacks. But it is a 2-on-2, and with the tag onto Snacks, life will be a little bit easier at least.
Yeah, Rubino on this MP9 right now. I mean, one of the players already low, as you said, Snacks on 34. Definitely within an easily finishable range of this MP9 for Rubino. Veggie, though, looking a little bit healthier, but they're taking their time right now. 40 seconds remaining. I think they're considering maybe trying to go up through the vent towards the A-bomb site. Snack's still going to be peeking out. I think they just want to double peek on the single steps right now, expecting Rubino to be here, but he gets Veggie up close. That's the actual healthy player now gone. That's the bomb as well. At this point, Rubino can... I mean, he kind of has to stick around and hold the bomb because Snacks technically could take it and just go straight back up vent. I think that's what he's going to do. Yeah, once he heard that door being opened and closed, he's just able to run it straight up towards the A-bomb site. So, I mean, kind of had to at that point if he went down and it's the 1v1. I'm not too sure. But either way, Snacks gets the bomb planted. Now he's in a pretty decent after plan for himself to try and hold it off.
Oh, he's gonna
and he wants to wrap all the way around to heaven, yeah. I think the footsteps may be heard, though. Yeah, HS already certainly in heaven, so this isn't going to work out for him, unfortunately. I like the idea when you're in a 1-on-2 and you only have an SMG, you kind of have to make a little bit of a play like that sometimes, and it just doesn't work out, sadly. 15-8 for Norderwind. They are already on map point. I'm not too sure how the other quarterfinals gone, rather. Who will they be taking on in the next game is the question. It's between Copenhagen Flames and Pact, which is 9-5 at the moment in favor of Copenhagen Flames.
Well, Pact did give a run for their money to yesterday for Complexity, and they even won it in the end. So, you know, God knows how it might go. But I just have to point out, yeah, I love the way Snacks went about that round in a 1-on-2 with a Mac 10. It's definitely better to try and surprise your opponent. If he had come on towards heaven undetected, there's a high chance he gets away with the round. But due to Nuke being a small map, due to Nuke having a lot of sound cues available from pretty much any position you're in. They immediately heard him run, and that was the end of the the chance he was given, or at least taken. But 15-8, as you said, map point now and series point to Norderwind, as Robin Hoodsie have themselves a few AKs and a Galil, thanks to at least the plant of snacks. They have this opportunity, but it's going to have to be 7 rounds in a row if they wish to pull it into OT and afterwards into a victory. Either way, it is PHR alongside Snacks moving towards main. This is an A split, Dean. This looks like a proper A split. I love it that they're walking into this. No denials or no quick plays or something of the like. But NATO, he's ready for the play. I think he's aware of PHR as well.
Yeah, and Rubino here. Smoke out through door. It's not the ideal angle to be fighting Rubino on. He actually spams through the smoke for the second. Hides immediately, knowing that he has Tensky above the hut right there. Very good teamwork from Norderwind, and at this point you don't really give any more chances over to PHR to save the day. They know he's around heaven. Wide swing from Rubino, a little bit dangerous. Peeks in towards heaven, and there's 2 players unfortunately holding the angle, so he's not able to get anything else done. So there it is. Norderwind do come out on top of this matchup rather to advance on into the semi-finals, where they will get to play a best of 3 versus either the winner of Pact or Copenhagen Flames, which at the moment, as I said, is favouring Copenhagen Flames 10-5 actually at the halftime now. So there'll be a little while rather before we're ready to actually hop on into that next matchup, guys, because of course we have to wait for that game to finish. But do make sure you stick around. What channel is it on right now? If you go over to HLTV, you can find the link to it if you want to check out that other matchup at the moment while you wait for this to come back. It's 9. That's what it says anywhere there on Twitch. So 9 INE. 9 if you want to go over
9 I'm not
something
sure
like
how
that. Either way,
that.
shout out to him. So do make sure you go check out him finishing up the other quarterfinal over there, just so you know what to expect coming into the next matchup. You get to see who Norderwind they're going to be facing off against. But until then, guys, we are going to go ahead and just send it over to a little bit of a break. If you're enjoying the stream, as always, hit the follow button above, and you can check out myself and Overseer if you did enjoy the commentary by putting an ! Caster in the chat.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
No matter what your passion is, soccer, rugby, racing, or esports, become a part of the experience with the moments we deliver.
And I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever hold, no matter if we cast away, a fire in the dark. Right from the start, I see the end. A world torn apart, but I know we're meant forever hold. No matter if we're cast away, a fire in the dark. I know that you won't be where when I will again.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately, I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So, take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight and wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were, hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. So take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. know it's that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning. Oh, baby. Oh, 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 yeah, yeah. The stars falls around us, entwining us. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, 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 until the day the world stops spinning.
my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now. What I do right now for you. Carolina skies in the night, floating by your side. I fell up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself, cause I know that I can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my mind. What I do right now. What I do right now for you. You put me in the perfect light for, and that's when you can see all my flaws. And I could tell you don't mind that, oh no. You said come a little closer, come here and I can show you. So I came a little closer. You said I'll show you how to love you, how to love you. How to love you. was born like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night and never day. Even when I wash the floor, the dust still comes. Keep on hunting for the bread. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother.
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night, it's never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm, far from calm. I know you feel me, brother. Hold up your sign though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that.
That sounds like a pop song.
Take a dive before you die, y'all. It's the only way to live. You can't be without it, baby. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Try before you sign off. Shit can kill the sick. Real stars. It's the only way to live. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Pick up panel to be right on. Yeah. 'Cause no one really gives. Don't look back or keep your eyes on. Long ago. Doesn't matter what it gon' cost. Never gave a shit. Real souls. Let it take a hit. Hey. Who's getting high on emotion? Look around. People fight all their life for some peace. Yeah. Look around. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on it. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Take off. Rush at the rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Ha. Rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Ha.
I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. different. Tell me everything's alright. Life is just a bunch of faces, and if it's not, we'll still be fine. I know we're going places. I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different.
Alright everyone, welcome back. Apologies, of course, we did have a little bit of a break while we waited for the previous game between Pact and Copenhagen Flames to finish up. But in the end, it did go to Pact 16-14, so it was a very, very close affair. But in the end, they were the ones who took that victory and now face off against Nordavind here in a best of 3. Of course, the winner of this makes their way to that closed qualifier, and the loser will have to try and come back and do it in one of the 2 qualifiers that remain. So, of course, a very important matchup. As always, I am Dean. I'm going to be joined by Oversyard, and we're kicking things off on Vertigo here, which is the choice of Pact.
Well, no surprise there, I think. Vertigo, definitely a map that Nordavind has been struggling in the past when it first came out. Nordavind had a lot of trouble playing it. They even actively chose to play it a few times and failed horribly on it. So maybe it's time to see what they've learned from this. Either way, you've said it well. The winner here goes into the close qualifier for the minor. And well, right now it's Croman to open it up. Sobel with the refract, still a 4-on-4. This hit is coming through though. Sobel, oh my lord, they are cleaning the house. As Kroman and, of course, Denski are left alone. It's a 2-on-4 that shouldn't be seeing too much success anymore for Nordavind.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult, although Tensky on this flank maybe can catch one off guard, give them a little bit of an open, and indeed takes down Darko without actually getting any damage at all done to him. So this is definitely still winnable. Kroman, though, as he moves forward, initially dinked down Lunatic, then with the re-peek, going to be able to finish him off, and now you can't really give too much hope to Tensky. Being on his own, they know, of course, where he's coming from. Everyone can focus on the one position. When he had someone moving in from the CT spawn as well, it gave a little bit more of an opportunity. Let's see, one player in around mid on that boost eventually will peek out and slightly tag down Tensky. I was going to say getting a little bit dangerous with Maniz so low on health, but I don't think there was a kit nearby to be retrieved either way. So at that point, really, the bomb was ticking a little bit too quickly. And there it is, Pact picking up the opening pistol. They've been impressive, of course, taking down Complexity yesterday. I don't think anyone was really expecting that result.
Well, I mean, it was a big surprise indeed. It was Inferno as well, a map that's not easy to play when you're up against Complexity, right? And the way it started off, it looked pretty weird for Pact in certain moments, in certain rounds, but then they seem to have picked up the pace and absolutely dealt a deadly blow. And yeah, I gotta say, Pact, they have a strong roster in their hands, especially with Maniz, of course, reinforcing the battle lines. It seems like that was the missing element for them, and they are now picking up to be one of the better teams in Poland currently. Honestly, you know, Luminar kind of disappointing, being eliminated yesterday and within the second round, I believe, and then
first game they played as well, because they got a buy in round 1, I believe.
Oh yeah, they got. Oh yeah, good point. It was actually the first game they played in the second round due to that free victory in the first one. So it's yeah, definitely a tough one. And well, Pact, they have a chance to prove themselves worthy to move on to the close qualifier for the minor. And what a world that would be, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it'd definitely be good to see some Polish teams having success yet again. It's been a while since they've been on the exact top level. I mean, as you said, there has been some standout teams, but overall no one's been able to keep it consistently, and just to see new Polish teams in general rising is always nice. But already, Maniz, he's picked up a couple opening kills here. It's been pointed out whenever I say Maniz, it just sounds like my knees are hurting. I'm like, ow, my knees.
Oh, come on, no. My knees. Well, I mean, at this point, you might as well Maniz, yeah. Maniz.
Irish people say me instead of my a lot of the time, so it makes a lot more sense if you understand that. But
yeah,
5-on-1, not much going to be happening here for Croman. It was the full force buy as well for Nordavind, so a little bit upsetting that they're not able to find anything at all, really. Yes, the Deagle and Kevlar still for the moment going to be looking to come towards the lower ramp. Goofy, though, in a great position to just shut this down, really. I was going to say it would have been nice if he could save it, but okay. Checks up close on the left. That's a Mach 10 now. If he can get a kill with that even, it would be a nice little addition to the economy. You can see moving in, closing in the distance now. Eventually will swap over to that Mach 10, and he's here to be a nuisance. He's picked up the scout and everything, a little bit more of a ranged capability, I guess, than the Mach 10. He's moving for it. Doesn't have an abuse kit, but just trying to stick a full...
a valiant effort.
I mean, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, whatever floats your boats and all.
Honestly, I feel like saving was probably worthwhile right there, but I don't know.
I mean, I would have preferred to see him just, kind of juke around the corners, just hope to get another frag or so, and as you said, try to save.
Once he committed in, I thought he was just trying to get kills. I didn't think he was going to go for a full 10-second ninja defuse with everyone looking at him.
Yeah, it's a little bit, definitely hopeful or wishful thinking, as you say, but it is going to be a full eco this time for Nordavind, and they're having a bit of a tough time early on. A kill goes their way as Lunatic does fall, and it's Goofy that's going to be able to keep control here in this case, and Pact a 3-0 start, a pretty clean one, pretty simple one. And as we both said, the surprise against Complexity yesterday came in quite the wave. I think that if it were a best of 3, the outcome could have been different, but nonetheless, they won it. And right now against Nordavind, this is a perfect start for Pact. The way they play, the way they work is by a group effort, effectively. They can't rely on a single player to carry them through to victory. They all have to work it together, and I think they proved that perfectly yesterday against Complexity. So let's find out how this works on the first gun round.
Still the Mach 10 being retained here by Goofy as well. With 3 players lacking head armor, he can do quite a lot of damage, but so far not being given the opportunity. Both players completely blind. Just spraying like madmen. Rubino was a tiny bit more patient with his and eventually able to come out on top of it as the flash faded away. But, I mean, yeah, that was an interesting start to this round. A 2-man advantage for Nordavind. They do have a couple players who have been tagged down low, so it's definitely still recoverable for Pact. But it is Nordavind feeling fairly comfortable to actually kick this round off right now. And Pact don't really have control elsewhere on the map apart from just over towards the ramp right now. So they don't really know if anyone could be aggressive around the B area. For example, if Croman could be pushed down towards the bottom of the steps even. So they're a little bit limited on what they're going to be able to do for the rest of this round. It does seem like they're just going to try and commit in towards A.
Decent nade there, Tensky down to 34, yeah, and definitely going to be an A commit. Of course, in this case, A is the smartest choice. There are fewer angles to check, or at least once you get onto site, you have a few dead angles you need to clear, and that's about it. But look at this, Goofy. The Molotov will break tower position. The counter smoke to try and extinguish the Molotov from the side of Nordavind will pretty much give away their position, and the only question now that remains is how far does Pact go with this 2-on-5? Make it a 2-on-4 as Darko finds one with the boost. HS had the same idea, unfortunately got caught initially, and it is going to be Rubino that's rotated back towards B itself. Nordavind want to keep a clear head. They don't want to screw up like there is a tendency at times to do. Complexity, for example, a good thing yesterday to say was that they over-rotated quite a few times, and that was the cause of their loss in the end. But Goofy, defending the side, he can't finish one, and well, unfortunately for Darko, without Goofy, he's pretty much good as gone. And look at the HP on Nordavind. They should all be dead by all accounts.
That was very winnable. As you said, if Goofy got that first kill right there, suddenly they're both able to maybe swing out together, quickly take down one more player before the others can rotate in. They have a 2-on-2. But yeah, it was Goofy. I think the last man, the one who actually planted the bomb, he was just trapped. Oh, no, not Goofy. Darko, was it? Once Goofy went down, he was just trapped on the bomb side, nothing to do. But, I mean, this is the map choice of Pact, so we expect them to have a pretty good start. A good recovery, all things considered. They've been able to get even the 1 kill and a bomb plant in the end. That wasn't looking extremely likely. I mean, they had taken them Rubino, but actually getting in towards the bomb site didn't seem like it was going to happen at that point.
Yeah.
So a little bit of extra money, always a nice perk. They're able to get the full rebuy in here. Of course, they had kept a little bit of a weaker investment in that previous round. They pull out the op on towards the knees. Let's see what that's going to be able to find. A little bit of aggression. Seems like Nordavind going to want to go for it towards this ramp radder. Rubino in a very similar position to that previous round. This time, no, quite up close as much. A nice Molotov, but Sobol, he really recovers that as well as he could have, still been able to find one before going down. Oh, Goofy. Did he just reload it? Plus, I'm pretty sure that was here. Yeah, an easy kill for HS.
I love the way Norderwind set out to go about this round. They don't deep smoke ramp as it is usual on A site, where the CTs would smoke from that CT spawn or tunnels. Rather, they deep molly, and they have 3 players basically looking for an engagement alongside the op of NATO. It's perfect. They are able to snuff out Sobol. Afterwards, it's Goofy and Minis that get caught in the process, and Pact are being systematically eradicated from this position. They don't really have an answer to the aggression of Norderwind. And that's the beauty of that's the beauty of this. You know, they don't allow themselves to play too defensively, and they take the fight early on. As Pact is thoroughly surprised. I guess they predict, or at least they kind of read into this a little bit wrong and hoped that this might be going differently, at least for Norderwind's aggression. But a 2v4 that, unfortunately for Pact, should not really be working out for them. And the timing here couldn't be worse as Lunatic drops the Molotov. It is Kromen that peeks him out, and down to Darko we go. A 1-on-4, and he is pretty isolated with, what, 22 seconds and counting on the clock. Even spotted at the end. Yeah, that's it. That will be the round gone regardless of what Darko does in this point.
Ends up going down before even finding a kill. So 4 players able to survive here for Norderwind. That's 2 rounds in a row where they've actually kept 4 players alive. So they're getting off to a good start here once they've got the rifles into their hands, building up a little bit of money. Rubino should be able to buy for himself. I wouldn't mind if he had gotten a rifle dropped over by maybe just Tensky or something to keep the money a little bit more even. Maybe he could have kept an extra few hundred in the bank after buying up just the nades for himself. Tensky would have still had a couple thousand left over, just so they'd have enough for everyone to get a buy if they do end up losing this round, for example. But they're still in a pretty good position. It's very unlikely they'd really struggle with this one too much, but there is the hero AK coming in from Sobol. You were saying in that previous game you like when a single AK gets pulled out because it still gives you chances, but not if NATO Safix decides to go aggressive early on. Sobol falls, the AK will at least be retrieved, and with a couple of players having Kevlar, it can be passed around a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I called this the pick 'em up game, where one player falls, the other one picks it up and keeps on shooting until they run out of bullets or run out of players to carry them or carry it. Same goes with the op. Something we see very rarely in professional teams is that exact thing, right? That exact style, tactic, whatever you want to call it. And it's a bit of a shame because you can really do a lot of damage with a single weapon, even as an AK, even a Galil for Christ's sake. But we can see that Norderwind will not be fooled, will not be taken by surprise. It's a clean round. You called 4 surviving players the last 2. Well, this will be the 3rd round, and all 5 being kept alive. Full money bonus on their side. They're starting to gather quite a little bit of economy, and it's starting to thin out here for Pact. The money is in their hands, or at least in their inventory, but they're kind of broken effectively when it comes down to it. If they don't plant, a loss bonus is not going to give them enough to rebuy the next.
So yeah, this is a real opportunity for Norderwind to really start running away with a few rounds here on the CT side early on, despite having a little bit of a poor start. Again, see a bit of attempted aggression towards the ramp. Not really going to be going with it, instead just putting Rubino over towards the sandbags, and we haven't seen this yet. I mean, Rubino has been playing around the ramp fairly aggressive the majority of the time, this time swapping it up, and with it not having been done to this point, that Molotov rather may not be put down because there's only a couple in play for Pact. I don't know if they can really afford to spare it on a position that so far they haven't had trouble with. Looks like they definitely want to favor over towards the A-bomb site. Flash comes in, a couple of steps come in from Rubino as he peeked out alongside Tensky, and unfortunately dropping the Sobol. Tensky does at least return one, so they remain in the 4-on-4 for now, and I mean, there's a lot of time left for Pact, so I don't think they're going to be too unhappy, but with Sobol also being tagged down a little bit, I think Norderwind are still in a slightly better position.
I have to agree. Unfortunately for Norderwind, nobody is having too much control towards ramp, but for Pact it kind of goes the same way, right? Nobody's really playing towards B, nobody's really looking for a flank. It's all going to be coming through a single point of entry. We'll make it 2 points, short and long in this case, towards A, as Norderwind do have themselves 2 defenders, Tensky and more precisely NATO towards tower. I love the fact he's not standing on tower, actually, that he's just playing behind it, right? Getting ready for that fight. The 3rd player joining the party, there's going to be HS, and this defense is going to be very hard to break for Pact. They're coming in through a tight corner, but Goofy finds one. That's a great start, although Goofy finds the 2nd, making the 3rd as well. An immediate shutdown of any sort of attempted defense, and the last player will stand no chance against Goofy, and it seems like the Disney characters are coming out in throves today, as Goofy is again proving to be...
I didn't even notice this picture. Brilliant.
Oh, really?
No, I hadn't been paying attention. I just knew his name was
okay.
Goofy all the time. I figured it was. I thought maybe it
I
was a
love
little
it.
bit of a reference, but I hadn't. I don't pay attention to people's profile pictures.
Hey, that's fair enough. You know, sometimes profile pictures are not that good to look at, so you know it makes sense. But Goofy is Goofy, and well, he's gonna get a Goofy round for him. 4th round to Pact, and luckily, they do get themselves a little bit of extra money to work with, and no eco will have to be taken.
The issue is a lot of investment here coming in. Northmen spend all of their money, so if they were to lose, they would potentially be looking at that eco. So is able to get the trade towards the ramp after the initial frag came through from Croman off the back of some B aggression. They've been able to keep that as well with the smoke going down. But hang on, this timing on mid. Lunatic was ready for the peak. Rips off the head of Croman, opens up around the mid area now. The closest rotation to try and actually defend really being NATO Safix as he looks to come back around. And they're taking a little bit of a gamble, completely leaving that B bomb site open at the moment. But considering they did take that initial aggression, it will at least leave Pact in a spot where if they want to go in that direction, they have to be slow, they have to be careful, because there could be still someone up close.
Yeah, absolutely. And if nothing else, you know, they can quickly rotate over to B. And with HS now set up towards that MBK spot or Sandwich spot, however you want to call it, he's kind of ready for this defense to work in his favor in a way. But Pact, they seem to have a bit of a fake in mind towards A. It's going to be Sobel trying to sell it. No noise being done, though, or no noise being made in that sense. Nordowind should read that this is a B take, although we could see Pact reverting and hitting A if they do decide to boost into window, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. On the quad, it's going to be HS, finds one. Nobody checks him. What is this? Where's the check? Where's the clear? As HS gets both. And that should be enough. A 1-on-3 for, excuse me, a 3-on-2. Sobel and Meniz are left standing alone, and Meniz the angle. Oh, works. Okay, HS, he's running away. Fair enough. And back to a 2-on-2. 9 seconds. Enough to...
Yeah, I was going to say, look at the time, though. Meniz needs to get that bomb down. They needed the quick fight from Sobal to pay off, and indeed, 1 second remaining. He's trying to hunt the kill. The final player is up close. Tensky's hunting it down. He cannot afford to fall after time with that op. So fortunately, he does end up surviving, but that flank right there from Sobal really could have been the difference maker. If he was able to get in behind, get the kill, the bomb at that point goes down. Unfortunately, though, a quick rotation through the spawn from Tensky, I believe it was, able to shut that one down. So well played in the end from Nordavind. A good recovery. And Pact won't really be able to buy much at all around that AWP. Just a couple of pistols, 2 Deegs, a P250. No utility being bought up behind it either, apart from what Mini is actually saved over. So we did have a smoke, a flash, and a molly, a little bit to work with, and a very early peek trying to come in from Miniz based on that spawn up through the ladder. But NATO Safix haven't really swapped it up very efficiently so far throughout this CT side on the op. Able to catch him off guard.
Well, this is gonna be interesting to see. Lunatic, can he make any work with the op? Well, I think the answer will be coming in soon, and that's gonna be a big old no. As it looks like HS will go unnoticed, unchecked, and definitely Yeah, I was like... the timing couldn't be worse for HS, though. I mean, he perfectly times it, then just in the nick of time, it's Goofy to peek out to that and gets himself a kill, or at least the check,
bomb.
But yeah. Not sure why Lunatic would have the bomb while he's peeking with the op. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, Nordavind just going to push down now and off the back of it and go ahead and take it. No one really nearby other than Sobal, who's beginning to rotate in. Darko going out mid. At this point, they've pretty much given up on getting that bomb and the site. I think it's about trying to find a couple of kills, do some damage at least. And they will get one towards middle. Darko picking himself up an M4 rather. But with 12 health, it's unlikely he gets to do anything with it. Is it worth saving? Potentially. I mean, they get 2,400 in the next round, so he could still get his AK and his full utility, etc., even if he does go down.
Well, this is a little bit disappointing in a few ways. I would have expected them to utilize that up a lot better, but then again, you know, they did split up quite a bit, and unfortunately couldn't do anything beyond that part. As soon as the bomb was lost, that was the end of the road for Pact. But a full buy is coming through by the looks of it. And a small pause. May I ask by who? Is it Pact?
Oh yes, let me check.
Probably a tactical by Pact if it had to.
Yeah, it is. It's just a
wager.
tactical from Pact.
Yeah, of course. Discussing what they can do. And what I was actually surprised is when you said that we're going to be going on Vertigo first. I was like, wait, Vertigo? And I was for a second thinking it might have been Nordawind picking it. But then, you know, when I recalled that Nordawind had issues on Vertigo, it didn't really make sense. But yeah, for Pact, I guess in a way it actually is an excellent map for them. First of all, it's a map that is still not as established as the others, and you can take that element of surprise to try and, you know, battle your opponent against it. But look at this steep smoke I was talking about previously towards the A ramp. Now the push comes through from Pact. They're going to be powering through though, not really caring about anything in the world. So far, no kills, no damage dealt. Seems like a clean round for the start at least, and a slow round.
Yeah, going a lot quicker towards the ramp, I guess, is the counter to the aggression that we had been seen from Nordavind towards this area. We've seen both teams trying to spam in a little bit. It's only Tensky who ends up taking damage as he gets dropped to 2-2. So Pact end up with a little bit of a health advantage here early on. They've already got themselves the control over towards A, rather. So that does put quite a bit of pressure on towards the CTs. And you can see because of that, HS has decided to get aggressive. He wasn't being too careful, dropping down on the steps and everything. Hasn't been heard yet. The first line of defense here for Pact to hold off that flank is Goofy. He's up close. Will he expect the op to be waiting for him? I don't think HS wants to go forward, but yeah, he's going to wait and see if anyone comes back because there is still so much time. There's always the possibility that Pact could bring it back to B.
At this point, I would love to see a B attempt. So far, they've only been trying on towards A heavily with gun rounds, and oh, he sees Rubino. Ooh, that's going to be a problem, actually. NATO through tower might have a bit of a better spot, but there's the smoke foil. There's the second smoke as well. The Molotov will prevent them from pushing forward for a few seconds longer, but a 5-on-4, this is going to be a problem. Sobel finds himself one. HS on the flank. He's going to be a bit delayed. Darko finds another frag for free. And through Castle cleared, it's HS and Croman now. The flank from HS has to succeed. If he fails, even if he misses a shot, it doesn't die. Yeah, that's it. That should be the end of the round. Lunatic clears it, and Pact. For the 5th round, they have all 5 men surviving. Now, isn't that just beautiful?
It's really perfect for them to build up money, because not only do they have the 5 surviving right there, now they have the opportunity to go ahead and try and keep it as clean as possible once again and actually build themselves up enough money in the bank for a couple of buys, which is normally a little bit more difficult to do. I mean, they're only up against the CZ and the Deagle right now. We might see maybe Nordavind getting aggressive somewhere together, and the goal then, of course, being to try and snatch just a couple of weapons away if possible. And it looks like indeed going to stack up the A bomb site. This is what you like to see. I don't like when teams just go for like a standard setup, 2 on each bomb site and 1 around mid or whatever when they only have pistols. There's not usually a lot you can get done. I think the gamble more so ends up actually paying off. Oh, run boost across. That was interesting. Gave NATO Sapix a little bit of a head start so he can maybe catch someone off guard. Sobal was ready for it, and Meniz as well going to be able to take 2 kills for himself. They realize Rubino, as the last man standing, is over towards the ramp as well, so they can just run the bomb back to B.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? You don't want to stir up the Hornet's nest. Even if you got good Hornet's poison, you definitely want to stay away regardless. And in this case, try and keep as much money in the bank. Try and keep as many weapons alive, and just you know, be the best you can be. Even a bit of an inspirational quote and all that, but fact. They understand the value of economy in this case. They know that they cannot afford to lose players against full ecos. Once they have to deal with the op, once they have to deal with the rifles of Nordavind, it's going to be a problem regardless. And as long as they can keep up the pace and keep up the pressure, they'll be having a chance to break Nordavind in half. And let's see the buy round here for NVD. They have a very limited set of utility. Actually, my bad, not really. It's going to be a FAMAS for HS, so there goes the full utility investment. Tensky, does he go for a kit? Never mind, goes for the flashbangs. A single kit.
At least.
Yeah, at least one. So we're happy about that, right? And, you know, compared to Complexity yesterday, this is a massive improvement. Also to Nordavind in a way, or Fate more specifically. But let's see how this one works off. Again, HS towards that sandbags position, or cement specifically.
Right now, that's actually pushed up aggressively over ramp. Sobal being held off a little bit, as you said, by the smoke. The spam ends up coming in onto Meniz, as I believe he may have been spotted by the player peeking in the side, because damage had also been done there by a different player than Rubino. I'm not sure who exactly it was, but after losing that player, Pact immediately just want to bring it over towards the B bomb site. You said you'd like to see them favor towards the side of the map a little bit more. So far, they're not going to be working out for them. Croman is at least wasting time on the bomb site, tagged down low by a nade, but he's still managing to survive. He's allowing for the rotations to come in. And at that point, it's just going to get harder and harder for Pact to actually manage to get onto this bomb site. And he's still fragging, gets himself a second with the flash.
I love the way he falls back in Darko. He's going to be able to catch the flank at least, but unfortunately losing Sobel leaves him now alone in a 1-on-4. And I just want to touch about how Croman plays his B defense. He's holding behind default, so basically he's in the most exposed position he can be. Drops the smoke, and falls back into sandwich NBK. And then from there, he just waits for the rotation, waits for his support to come through, and he can focus with a teammate for a crossfire. Back to Darko we go, a 1-on-3 as he snuffs out Tensky. Still going to be 28 seconds and counting. He's going to be going for the straight A play by the looks of it. In a way, it makes sense, but on the other side, 1-on-3, this is going to be a very hard round for him. He still gets a headshot in. It's going to be back to a 1-on-2. 17 seconds, HS. He cannot die, and surely he will not die as he's ready for the fight. 6-6, tied back up. But Croman, because of him, the round goes in the way of Norderwind. If he dies on B immediately, or even after a single kill, there's a high chance the retake does not succeed. So far, it was down to him.
6-6. Overall, remaining a pretty competitive game so far. One thing I wanted to note was, despite Norderwind having actually played this map 3 times, I think in the last 3 months, it wasn't with this roster. I'm pretty sure this is the first one they've got with the additions of NATO, Sapphix, and HS. So overall, I mean, they're showing us a decent result, but I do want to see them come out with a couple more rounds here on the CT side. I really feel comfortable when they swap over. It goes in towards that B bomb site. Is this the first time we've actually seen Pact been able to get that smoke down towards B early on to give themselves the kind of control and even allow for maybe a boost in towards middle? I think it might be. Oh, look at this though. Norderwind want to impress with 3 players back on B.
Damn, Norderwind is going to be coming in hot. They've kind of tried to read Pact a little bit, but they seem to have been burned in a way. Coleman this time hits the headshot, can't get the kill though. Goofy with an excellent reaction. It's going to be back to a 5-on-4, and with a minute on the clock, Pact can decide to go B or A in this case. They do not need to commit yet, although NATO spots one at least. There's the Molotov. This is actually perfect now. Darko isolated. The bomb drops. No, Darko, no! It was a 5-on-4. You did not need to commit there. Still, Sobel comes in through cement on site. It's going to be Tensky. The refrag comes through though. Sobel finding both. And it's going to be a 3-on-2. Rubino and NATO left. 45 seconds and counting. And Pact, they still have to return the bomb, or at least retrieve the bomb.
Yeah, but look at the health. I mean, they're all so low. As you said, having to retrieve that bomb now, going through choke points on such low health is going to be a very difficult task. And Nade not quite going to be landing either. Rubino, the one actually spotting from the bomb site itself, ends up going down. So now NATO is in a lot of trouble. As long as they try and peek him together here, they should at least be able to trade it out. Almost able to catch him off guard, and Lunatic, as the shoulder was only shown there around the corner, is able to finish it off. A good recovery in the end from Pact, but it got a little bit dangerous once that bomb went down. You had to really be scared for them. But being able to pull that one in their favor now puts them in an actual fantastic spot to come out with 9 on the half potentially, because the buys coming in from Norderwind, they were looking at a double eco, so not surprising that they do invest everything. But if this doesn't work out, they're going to be on a similar buy in the following round, and it's not, of course, ideal. So an opportunity here for Pact up against 2 weaker buys to come out with 9.
Well, I mean, that would be a perfect outcome for Pact, given the fact that it's their map choice, given the fact that Vertigo has been historically poor for Norderwind and as a whole. HS gets himself 1, although Goofy seems to be prepared in assistance to his teammates, immediately ready, and finds the refrag. You mentioned, this is actually one of the first time Norderwind is playing Vertigo with this current setup, as beforehand it was Ratifaction that I remember
and
specifically.
Harry, I believe,
and Hare, exactly, that were playing when Vertigo came out. So, it's been a little while, and by the looks of it, Norderwind have practiced since then. They've certainly prepared a few tactics here and there and a few executions, but Pact seemed just to be the better team in this current position. And NATO will be caught in the flank, and as you said, the force buy, if it does not succeed, Norderwind is forced to play the same in the next, and the likeliness of them taking a round with it is very small.
Pushing forward though, with that Deagle in his hands, I was maybe a little bit worried for Pact. He has been overall an absolute monster with it, especially yesterday on Inferno, that round where he walked into B and the final kill of them just through the smoke. But here we go. Tensky, I mean, he has 13 health, a Deagle, 3 quick headshots pretty much being needed. It's unfortunately an insurmountable task. Is that the word? I think so. We'll go with that anyway.
Insurmountable,
I'm sure I'll get corrected quickly.
A task you cannot complete, basically, even if you try your best, right? Yeah, insurmountable. Yeah, I think that's the right word. Hey, I know something at least.
When you're commentating, you have to start using words you don't normally use, just to spice it up a little bit, you have to keep it unique.
Fictitious?
Yeah, well, that's a new word we invented. We'll get that in like Urban Dictionary or something.
Yeah, just wait a few years, guys. You'll be your kids will be taught this in school, so no worries.
A little bit better on the buy note. They do at least have utility this time. It's allowed for that aggressive ramp smoke, so maybe some control early at least to come in from Norderwind, limit Pact a little bit. So definitely something that could make it a bit easier on these pistols. 4 players though going forward. Sobel playing above the smoke, despite actually spotting out HS initially. Reacts quickly and takes them down. Maniz to recover a couple. Goofy joins in as well. There's nothing funny about this right now for Nordavind. They're left in a 2-on-4. It looks like 9. Quite an achievable task right now for Pact. As I said at the NATO Safis gives us a little bit to work with here, if you're a Nordavind fan.
Well, I mean, that was beautiful to see for a difference, as NATO and HS have an AK and a Deagle to work with. B site lost, unfortunately, as you said. Having utility doesn't really necessarily mean having kits, and in this case, they would desperately need one at least. But unfortunately for HS, he's gone, and that will leave NATO in a 1-on-3 clutch round that he has to play for himself. Coming through middle, he's probably jumping into window, hoping for an early frag, but he's already been hurt as soon as he does that. And yeah, Lunatic is ready. There we go. It's going to be 9-6. The first half is gone, and this is a very, very solid half from Pact, I gotta say. In Nordavind, if they lose the pistol, if they lose the first gun round, the first map might be gone by that time already.
Yeah, I mean, this is the choice of Pact as well, so you would expect them to be coming out on top of this one for their own sake, considering they're coming in choosing it. But you never know. I mean, going on to the side of Nordavind, they've got a lot of skill. They can still definitely make this one work. But as you said, I think the pistol going in their favor is kind of needed for them to start making it happen. Hopefully it won't be too long hopping into the second half. I want to see what's going to be going on. Like a break between the action, really.
Yeah, I would have preferred to have a straight fight, right? Or a straight start, but
that's what's good about these qualifiers. The players can ready up quickly. They normally do. I'm sure they'll be ready in a couple of seconds. During certain events, sometimes when I'm doing these online, you have to take like a quick break at the half round. Set up 3 minutes or so.
Yeah, there's like a half minute or a minute, 2 minutes break that kind of, you know, puts the players on hold for a second, might even blow a fuse and destroy their momentum, I want to say. But at least in this case, you know, they have their own choice to make, and they can decide whether or not they want to have a long break or a short break. Either way, 9-6. This is still Nordavind on the edge right now. The first map is not looking too sweet anymore. Yes, true, it is the map pick of Pact, as you said, but I gotta say, man, if Nordavind decided to leave Vertigo in the map pool, they have themselves to blame if they in the end lose it, right?
Yeah, I mean, but coming up next, Overpass is a map that Pact haven't played at all in the past few months, so that's going to be a tough one for them for sure, because the statistics for Nordavind, at least mostly with our old roster, are pretty strong. Then Nuke up afterwards, we definitely know Nordavind can play that. So can Pact, so I do feel like we're probably going to be seeing a 3-map series here. That could probably go either way on map number 3.
Yeah, I'm feeling map 3 as well, most likely. Although, from what Pact showed yesterday, I wouldn't be too surprised if this were to go 2-0 with Vertigo, of course, having to fall first, going in the way for Pact. So it's for Nordavind, I think it's a bit of a double-edged sword. It does ring true that mentality is key in this case. As long as they don't lose themselves in it, it's all good, right? It's like it's all about how well they can maintain their clear mind and just not make stupid mistakes when they're being pressured heavily by Pact. And I'm eager to see how Pact actually approach their CT side. Did they go offensive early on? Did they try to take the fight to Nordavind and basically try to deny them any sort of early advantages? But
I think we might see Pact get a bit more aggressive over towards the B side of the map. We only kind of see it once or twice from Nordavind. I feel like that smoke is going to be getting put down at the bottom of the stairs, maybe Molotovs as well to stop anyone from pushing through. And also, I think we will see that A-ramp aggression a lot. They are just a very aggressive team overall, so it's kind of to be expected.
Yeah, they do like their aggression, don't they? Tend to get in and play dirty. But
taking a while. Our half 2 has started at least. I've been notified that by the boss, so we're just waiting on GoTV to catch up. So it's not much longer.
Yeah, a few more seconds, 30, 40 seconds or the like, probably. I presume they probably took a quick toilet break. You know, it's classic, it's normal. Yeah.
Once you get that score in the bottom left corner, it means you're good to go.
Well, Dean, take it away.
Wait and see, of course, what they actually buy up on the pistol round here. Normally when you see a bit utility, it indicates a slower round. If you see the majority of the players, or even all of them, go for Kevlar, you might see a straight up rush towards one of the bomb sites. But Rubino, he's gone for a smoke and a Molotov. Croman going to be pulling out a smoke as well. Okay, so there's a good possibility they might bring this towards A, but they also could go put down a little bit of a wall of smokes towards the B bomb site as well and use that Molotov to try and flush anyone out of the back corner. Let's see what they'll aim for. Initially splitting up a little bit, I believe. Looking to maybe try and go get that mid control as well. Perhaps a split in towards the B bomb site.
I would love to see a split. If they take mid, and afterwards if they post the bomb carrier and another player to support the push through stairway, I think it can work beautifully, especially with the smokes and the Molotovs. But let's find out for ourselves, shall we? It looks like that's going to be a full-on stairway push, and Goofy's in dire trouble. If he falls here, yeah, he's dead. That's B-site lost. Norderwind, they got themselves a free site. They might not be entirely sure that's the case yet, but they'll find out soon enough either way. And Lunatic, he's coming in fast, he's coming in quickly, gets himself one. That's perfect, because now at least the retake can actually begin. Lunatic needs to stay alive, though. He has to hold the corner here. And HS, ooh, close to the wall, as Lunatic actually finds himself the gap in the smoke. Rubino refrags. Rubino and Kromen are clearing the flank, though. That's vital. Back to 2-on-3.
And look at this from Tensky. They have no idea. At least one free kill gonna come from it. And indeed, it shuts down Lunatic. Just hides at this point, so Sobal has to waste time actually pushing back to take him out. At this point now, Kromen and Rubino ready for that aggression. They do hear the footsteps. Kromen just hiding under the step. They have the crossfire perfectly pretty much set up at this point. One more headshot, though, being found for Sobal, and that got a little bit dicey there in the last couple of seconds. But in the end, it will be Nordavind able to come out on top of it. So a crucial pistol round going in their favor. It gives them the opportunity now to start actually getting some confidence and momentum going early on the T side. But the force buy will come in from Pact, and we've already seen them do some damage with these pistols.
Well, let's see if perhaps Pact can take a play out of the book of Norderwind, specifically Rubino, and get a few deagle shots in, maybe make life living hell for the Norwegian boys, well, for the mixed Norwegian team. In this case, it is going to be an A play. Darko Pop Flash works for him, unfortunately safe. Nate will be ready for that, and he's able to reply immediately. He might be low, but he is at least alive, and that's what matters most. HS clears off the site, doesn't get Maniz, but it is a 2-on-3. Not the optimal position to be in for Norderwind, especially with the low HP of NATO and Tensky. This allows Goofy and Maniz a way back in. If they're able to isolate those challenges, if they're able to isolate those duels, there is a chance this could go to Norderwind and, well, excuse me, to Pact, and that would be devastating for the boys.
Yeah, at that point, losing the force buy is always worse than the pistol, of course, because you don't get the boosted loss bonus. So it would be a horrible spot to be in, already being down as well. Low health on Tensky. Let's see, that's a very crucial kill there from Tensky. He opens up the bomb site right now. I mean, if they wanted, they could run the bomb back over, but I think most likely they'll still commit to B. As you can see already, Goofy has begun his rotation over towards A, so they will find a completely open bomb site when they walk in. The bomb will be planted, and at that point, I don't know if Goofy even really wants to go for it. There might be some weapons around potentially for him to try and retrieve. Definitely here's Tensky rotating back as well, so that gives away just before the bomb gets planted that it was the B commitment.
Yeah, I mean, you said it right. Better to save what you can. He's got full Kevlar. He's got a smoke even. He can save what the Deagle, the Mech 10. It might not be much. It might not even seem like anything at all. But full Kevlar, a smoke, a Deagle. That's quite a little bit of firepower you bring onto the next. You can drop the Deagle. You can drop the Mech 10. Buy a P250 for yourself, or keep the Mech 10 and drop a P250 in the Deagle, and you have a decent amount of firepower for a full eco, with not needing to invest too much into it. But Norderwind, 8 rounds at theirs, they're able to bring up the score down to a single round difference, and with an eco here, should be a tie. Although, again, Deagle dropped. Yep, there we go. Maybe a PT50 alongside it, perhaps. No, we'll find out soon enough, I guess.
I don't think they really want to buy anything at all. I think they want to prop up the buy in the following round as much as they possibly can. They'll get 2,900, so they're in a pretty good position in the next round. So they end up buying a few nades.
Yeah.
They don't decide to buy any more pistols. I guess a nade stack towards somewhere. Maybe the Mac 10 will try and follow up on some tagged players. And yeah, Goofy just straight down on B. Gets dropped to 69 health. It's a little bit unfortunate. But if it was any number, you'd want to do that.
69. I was just about to say, better this number than any other, right? At least he's living for the memes, but Yeah, the nades could work if properly utilized. As far as I can tell, they're nading yellow or down ramp, but they've kind of missed their mark a little bit as Rubino wasn't there and NATO didn't even get affected by it as he's behind the wall of yellow. And unfortunately for Pact, they're now starting to lose control. Quick close in as Goofy finds the kill. It's HS that opens it up and Tensky to hold middle. This is, or at least should be, 9-9 without a doubt anymore. Oh boy.
Taking a little bit of a jump there, just to make it slightly harder for himself, but the Mac 10 bullet's still quite accurate, and now it's only Goofy that's left. If he can get 1 or 2 kills here on the Mac 10, that would be so much money to work with. There's one already, not quite going to find the second, but I mean, he comes into this with 6,500 now. You can see that's a nice little boost over everyone else on his team, apart from Maniz, who is also looking quite wealthy. Going to be coming in, I don't believe, unless Lunatic wanted to go for him. That's probably not going to happen, though. And yeah, he's just going to go for the rifle here. So it's a strong investment. They have a couple of the fuse kits. They have a decent amount of nades. I mean, the only ones really lacking are Lunatic and Sobal, but even then, they have a Molotov each, at least a smoke and a nade, then divided between them. So this is a good opportunity here for Pac to try and start getting something going on their CT side before it gets a little bit out of control. Because if Nordavin take this round, most likely they're going up an 11-9 lead. And at that point, I think Pac, they're really beginning to worry.
I mean, Pact, you know, you said it well. They will have to start worrying a little bit. I mean, it's always nice to see them at least have something, something of the likes of feelings for a map like this. But what? Croman gets onto site before anybody even realizes, and Goofy's turned the other way. He's not even facing his opponents. Close range. Maniz comes into play though, finds 2, and it's going to be a push from Maniz forward as he even dinks 1 more. That's NATO down to 10 HP, back to 2 on 3. This retake, high success rate is definitely there, but let's see if NATO and perhaps, well, just NATO at this point now left, having to deal with this mess, and NATO finds 1, but it's Lunatic that's able to respond. And Pact, well, you said it, they might be concerned a little bit if Nordawind would take it. They deny any sort of chance like that. They might have lost a few players, but they get themselves the 10th and the double digits.
Still a buy available for Nordawind. Yeah, able to buy everything they want. They could have went for the op as well if they really wanted to, because Tensky had like nearly 8,000 to start that round. They actually had over 8,000, decided to just drop the rifle over, I believe. So still a very strong investment. A little bit of damage had also been done there in that previous round. We've seen, of course, a couple of rifles having to be dropped over if a mass is actually in play here for Maniz. So still a real good opportunity for Nordawind to put Pact right back down on the eco. The aggression towards the ramp, I like this from Pact. Being aggressive early on, proactive to try and take some control, and Lunatic, a very quick reaction there to rip off the head of Rubino. With that now a 5 on 3, you see Nordawind beginning to feel a little bit pressured. They're trying to make plays across the map, and Croman, did he spot the head? Goofy somehow hasn't been spotted, but he still goes down. Fortunately for the sake of Nordawind, they've got a kill elsewhere as well from NATO Safik, so this could really crumble. Lunatic is in trouble towards middle, has no idea that Tensky's holding up close, and now it's a 3 on 2. It's just falling apart for Pact, and it's going to continue to do so, I believe, as NATO Safix, I mean, that was a little bit more shaky there on the kill than it should have been, but either way, a 2 on 1 as they get the bomb site.
Well, at least they have an advantage, that much is true, but we said it early that Pact is going to be playing aggro towards B potentially. Now they've exercised that towards A as well. It makes sense in a way, you know, they want to take the fight to Nordawind and not allow themselves to be caught in a precarious position. But Sobel, he's going to take the gamble. He's going to stick to B, and this might just work out, Dean. I got to be honest, Sobel, you know, he's decided, F it, I'm going to stay on B, and let's see if they come here, because if they do, they're in for a mess and a half. And Sobel, he just has to stay comfortable and stay calm. Don't move out of the way. Don't get yourself too quickly spotted and noticed. If you can have the element of surprise in your hands, maybe you can win this. He finds the first. There's the drop of Tensky. A 1-on-1, 17 seconds. NATO safe fix. He needs to save the round here for Nordawind. The money is not exactly glorious. The loss bonus might be there, but it might not give them a full buy. But NATO safe fix the spray, and 1 HP to be kept alive as he's able to save Nordawind and tie it back up. Jesus, what a close round that was. NATO with 1 in chat.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't even get the instant headshot. It was a little bit of a wild spray. I was very worried for him. He even tried to go for a cheeky bomb plant in the end. He wanted that extra $300. Winning the round just wasn't enough for him. He wants everything. But yeah, Nordawind up to 10 with that as well. They, again, forced Pact back down onto the eco. Just a few pistols being upgraded. Kevlar onto those players, at least, that do get the digs. 2 HEs as well in place, so maybe they can get some early damage off of those. But on paper, Nordawind, they should be putting themselves into the lead here.
That much is true. They should be getting themselves 11. And if Pact is going to be feeling frisky again in the next and going aggro and failing at it, well, potentially 13 might be right behind the corner. But, oh, the Deagle of Goofy. Well, this time he's taking the book out of play, or the play out of the book of Rubino as well. He's finding some... Okay, 3 kills. Goofy. He is truly a goofy man, but he's getting himself some kills. Maniz from the flank and another free frag. And yeah, I guess a full eco wins over a full buy. And that's what I meant yesterday when I said that we are used to seeing pistols winning more than anything. Oh god, this is well, this is uncomfortable. If I were Nordawind, I'd be losing my cool right now. That was unacceptable, especially with the money they have left now.
Yeah, that's upsetting for Nordawind. I mean, you can't do much though when Goofy just rips the head off of 3 players before going down, ended up actually doing a bit of damage as well. That flank came in and just put a stop to it before anything could be found. Tensky had no chance in the 1 versus 4, I believe it was. 11 to 10, Pact come in, steal away a round, steal away the momentum, and potentially the map off the back of that as well, because now Nordawind have a pretty big kind of forced by themselves. If this doesn't work out, then they're looking at Nico. Pact will really be running away with the score, and already Darko opens it up. He doesn't need the vision apparently on his opponent either, just spamming through the smoke is enough.
Well, it looks like Pact is going to be taking the game back in their own hands. They've had enough of the BS, as they're sort of to say goodbye. Maniz, though, Rubino certainly still having a say in it. As Darko is going to be looking for an aggressive stance. Well, is looking aggressively towards ramp itself. HS needs to be careful. He needs support by the hands of Rubino. Unfortunately for HS, they're both caught in the way. And 12 to 10 coming up. And with the force buy here for Nordawind, that was a full investment with everything they've had. They're left broken and alone for a full eco afterwards. This is not looking good anymore, I gotta be honest. 13 and 10 is looking like the outcome here for Pact. And if Nordawind keep up the antics, they're not in for a nice landing.
Yeah, I want to see Nordawind calling a pause in this next round before they go on to the guns, just because it's going to be such a crucial round. If they lose that, the map is pretty much over. As I said though, going on to Overpass, Nordawind definitely looking favoured, although Pact could have been practicing it. There's no actual official games of them playing it, so even if they have been practicing at that point, then Nordawind don't really have much to research. Darko mowing down 3 here on mid, gets the assistance from Goofy as well. He rotates back over from the B-bomb site, and they're able to make that a very, very easy anti-eco indeed. 13 to 10, the guns, as I said, going to be coming out now from Nordawind. And the pause comes in, so they are going to have a little bit of a discussion about what they want to do, what utility they need to buy up, because they have to be very specific right now. They don't have the cash to just splash.
Well, I mean, as you said, right? They need to be specific when it comes to utility. They need to be specific when it comes to the weapons. An AK brings you another potential smoke, another potential nade, or potential double flash even. You know, the decisions need to come through immediately, quickly enough. Match pause, I presume, attacked by Nordawind.
I didn't even check, but yeah, it was. I just double checked.
I mean, you called it previously. I think at this point it would make sense, right? They have yet to have taken a single one in this game, and it would make sense that this is the time for it. Discussing what the next set of the next set of tactics will be, or what they will be going about. Let's see. 2 SGs, 3 AKs, limited utility, sure, but they have enough to execute a sight or even perform a fake into a secondary execution. Either way, I think they need to take a bit of a slow stance now. They don't need to pressure Pact as much. They can let them use their utility first and then actually go for executions themselves.
Yeah, Pact using their utility early though, to actually get that control over towards the ramp, so really just trying to limit Nordawind as much as they can in the beginning of this round. They know with the pause haven't come in that Nordawind most likely have a plan in mind, and if they can put a stop to that with some early kills, that'll be great, and there you have it. Darko picking up the opening headshot, the weapon trying to be actually retrieved by HS. He didn't expect anyone else to be up close. The flash though came in by Sobal as well, so he ended up being completely blind. There was no recovering from that position, and now Nordawind are left in the 3-on-5. Pact in again a fantastic position to take this gun round, and very likely map point off the back of it.
Oh, well, you said it. Map point almost certainly coming on the block, on the chopping block, as Nordawind is Yet to reply with a single frag. A little bit of damage dealt onto Darko, but oh my lord, they don't even get a single kill as Lunatic from tower is able to clear both. And this is a little bit rough. Nordawind, they are starting to take a pretty big fall, and yeah, sure enough, Overpass might be the go-to map for them. And compared for Pact, it's probably one of the worst maps to play. But as you said, even though there's no official maps played, they're, logically looking at it, they probably pracked a lot of Overpass. It would make sense in a way.
Yeah, especially considering they actually led it through. Although their ban, I'm not too sure what was their ban exactly. Let me check. They banned out Inferno and also Mirage. So I mean, yeah, the fact that they're willing to let Overpass through rather than Inferno, rather than Mirage, is definitely an interesting one. It would indicate that they probably have practiced Overpass because they play Mirage a decent amount. They just aren't super successful on it. Inferno is an understandable ban because it's a really strong map for Nordavind, so that one kind of had to be put in there rather. This round right now, I mean, it's the full investment actually coming in from Nordavind. All it really gives them is 3 Mac 10s, a Galil and a Deagle. A decent amount of nades at least to work with, but another round that is, of course, going to be heavily favored here for Pact.
Indeed it will. I mean, I kind of understand why NVD go for this force, right? And it makes sense in the way that it is, but this is going to be tough. And, well, already begins even worse. Rubino, the bomb, where are you running with it? No! A huge misstep by Rubino might have actually cost them to lose the round itself, although HS able to find one. Tensky the second. It looks like things will stabilize for a second, although Darko, he's on the angle, but Safix, NATO Safix saves it. Back to a 1-on-2, and HS is ready on the angle itself. But, oh my god, Rubino.
Made that harder than it needed to be, really.
Oof. I mean, he literally almost destroyed any sort of chance NVD had left in this round or in this game map specifically.
I'm presuming obviously he didn't realize he had the bomb. Was just trying to push forward to create a little bit of space since he only had a pistol, but yeah, it wasn't ideal.
He had a Mac 10, right?
Oh, he had a Mac 10, did he? Oh yeah, I think he did actually.
I
think it was only I think there was the 3 Mac 10s. I think it was Tensky had a pistol, I believe.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, either way, right? He had the bomb, so he needs to be a little bit more cautious of that. But luckily, NVD, specifically HS, and was it Tensky in the end that saved it? Or excuse me, NATO, not Tensky. NATO and HS that saved it in the end.
Yeah.
Luckily enough, but that was a close call and an uncomfortable position for Nordawind. Regardless, their money's still very much limited. They're gonna have 4 rifles at least and a Mac 10 to support it. Let's see how this one works off.
Yeah, it's not a bad buy. The only thing is, even if they do win this round, there's still another gun round in the bank there for Pact, and maybe even another one afterwards, depending on how it actually goes. And there we go, Darko able to find NATO Safix trying to get aggressive early on. He ended up being blind, and Knees was the one to throw the flash over, and he was just a sitting duck, had no idea what was happening around them, unfortunately. The opening kill coming in for Pact, and Nordavind not in a position to try and trade it out immediately, so they're going to be left in this 4-on-5 to try and crawl back into the round. Have lost all that ramp control as well. It's a little bit of an issue. It definitely limits them. I don't know if they can afford to try and reclaim it.
I was just about to say, I mean, they can try, but if they lose another player whilst doing so, that's that's definitely going to be even another nail in the coffin, sort of to say. But we can see that the response from Pact, they know that they've lost their mid, they know that they've lost their CT position. Sobel somehow gets the spray through the wall as Tensky does not even tap onto him. And Sobel the second, somehow he gets away with it again. HS is able to respond in time, but it's a 2-on-4 all of a sudden. Nordawind, they're in dire trouble. Rubino, he's going to be trying to retake A ramp. Does he check the left corner? Surely he does not, as it is Darko that's ready in that spot himself. And HS back to 1-on-3, 37 seconds. Bomb not in his hands. He's coming in through castle, trying his best, but they already know where he's coming in from. And this looks like it might be going to the 15th point for Pact, though. Let's hold on to that thought as HS finds one. A 2v1 ensues.
Lunatic, the first line of defense on the actual bomb itself. A flash being bounced off of Lunatic doesn't end up working out. Kind of gives away his position just a small amount, but able to just back away. Darko, of course, not staying nearby, realizing with the time so low, he couldn't get the bomb and actually bring it to the bomb site itself. So he's just on a little marathon around mid right now. 15-11. Unfortunately, Nordavind, they get very close on actually managing to recover that one, but fall a little bit short in the end. One rifle saved over in the very least. They can rebuy up for Rubino and Croman. Croman will have to sacrifice utility if he wants to get the AK. So it's not the worst of buys here to try and keep themselves alive. 4 rounds in a row is still achievable for the overtime.
Yeah.
But this first of those 4 rounds is going to be the toughest for sure.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even if they win this is a very, very tough stairway to beat. It's going to have to be each step of the way progressively and without a single mistake to be made by Norderwind. Or if there will be a mistake, they'll have to be ready to take it and, you know, improve on top of that. But 2 Deagles, well, excuse me, Tensky, does he buy? Yeah, I was just about to say, does he go for the Mech 10? Of course he does. So we've got a Deagle, a Mech 10, and 3 rifles, specifically an SG and 2 AKs. Utility-wise, not as bad as one would imagine in this kind of position. Yet, we haven't really seen too many executes from them, have we? I don't really recall them trying any sort of intricate tactics. They kind of tried for that B take once or twice, and they even went for an A take at one point, but it wasn't really as successful, nor as, I guess, well-timed as one would imagine.
I think it's more so with the aggression of Pact. They haven't really been given the opportunity to set them up properly. By the time they actually get the control to do it, they've used a lot of their utility to actually regain whatever parts of the map had been taken away by Pact initially. So I think that's kind of why it's been a little bit of a struggle so far. Goofy, as you said, going to be finding a little bit of action up close on B right now. Manages to actually dink NATO Safix down to only 7 health, so he's very low right now. I don't know if that smoke landed quite where it was meant to.
It doesn't look like it. It actually gives a better fight to Pact than anything else. Turbino does sneak through as Goofy is actually missing his chance, but it's Maniz that replies. A 3-on-3. This challenge has to be answered by Norderwind, and indeed it is. Tensky is able to deny that hold, and that's vital because now they actually have the best part of the map for the best part of B side. Darko, though, gets 2 in the back from ramp. Actually denies the plant. Oh, God. And Tensky. 11 HP against Darko's 13. This is a one-on-one challenge that Norderwind have to win if they wish to have a chance of OT. And I think the challenge right now, oh, the angle, Tensky. He's not sure anymore, I think. He might not be aware now. He's going to be hurt as well, running away. Darko, he's just going to go behind him like a silent killer. This is monumental, actually.
Oh, he's gone back, though. This might not be expected. Does Darko actually
turn?
check on his right? No, he's just going with his knife. Tensky is not going to be turning around either. What is going on? He doesn't even hear the jump up either. They've walked past each other. They've traded places somehow. Darko ends up on the A bomb site as, I mean, Tensky never really left. He just wrapped around and came in from a new angle. The bomb goes down. And it's 1 bullet from either of these players right now to actually finish it off. Tensky very aggressive on the afterplant. I think this is the ideal way to play this at the moment. Darko being also patient himself, expecting this to maybe be a possibility, but as he goes forward, he's going to have to be extremely quick on that trigger. Oh, Tensky turning around, expecting it not to come in. Perfect from Darko. Oh, God. If he went 1 second before that, it would have been... It would have likely been over for him. It would have been Norderwind still making this comeback happen, but instead, 16-11. Pact take the opening map here. It was their map choice, though.
Yeah, indeed it was, but still, that is a tough loss to take for Norderwind, especially when it comes down to a one-on-one like that, and a split-second decision, a split-second timing there, unfortunately, does not work out for NVD, and that's going to be map 1, man. Vertigo down the drain, and we go, and Pact going on towards Overpass next. This is turning out to be a fun best of 3, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Overpass could definitely still be a close one despite it being the pick of Norderwind and us not really having anything to go off of for Pact with just how well they were playing in general here. I do think it could still be a close one. So, of course, guys, make sure you stick around. We're not going to be long before we do hop into that second map. As always, if you're enjoying, hit the follow button above, and you can check out myself and Oversyard if you're enjoying the commentary by just putting Caster in the chat. But we're going to send it over to a break now, guys. We'll be ready to go as soon as the players are.
To be brilliant, is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go. Brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
No matter what your passion is, soccer, rugby, racing, or esports, become a part of the experience with the moments we deliver.
Signs when I see we're there, and I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever hold, no matter if we're cast away, a fire in the dark. I know that you won't be where we'll awake again. Right from the start, I see the end. A world torn apart, but I know we're meant. Forever hold, no matter if we're cast away, a fire in the dark. I know that you won't be where we'll awake again.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind, 'cause lately I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. Need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. atmosphere of love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere where I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you've lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it.
All right, everyone, welcome back. We do have the second map just about ready to begin. The knife round has played out, and it went in favor of Nordavind, and I think that's kind of a bit of a necessity here, just so they have the decision about which side they want to start on. It's just so they can feel a little bit more comfortable. I mean, this is their map choice as well, but just the fact that they came off of that loss back on Vertigo, ideally, you want to get going early on here on Overpass, so it doesn't get dicey if you're down by maybe 5-0 or something if you do have that burst out. But here we go, going live into the pistol. I do like watching Pact on the T side, though. It's just, as we said, we haven't seen them playing Overpass, so I don't know how tactical their T side is going to be. But, I mean, starting off with two players buying up full sets of utility here.
Well, this is going to be looking like a very tactical round, and I would love to see what their chosen site will be. If they have, well, the one smoke usually insinuates it's a B hit, because you kind of need two smokes for A. For B, I guess, yeah, you can say the same, but with a Molotov, you can block off a vital entry towards Graffiti or towards Short, and then kind of make your way towards the site itself. Tensky, though, going to be going aggressively towards Monster. He's going to find one, but the double nade, Darko and Lunatic, double, as Rubino and HS fall. Back to a 4-on-3. Tensky still connecting a few vital shots. Darko will burn him in the end, and it's going to be a 3-on-2 retake, or a 2-on-3 retake specifically for Nordavind to take over here. And let's see if they actually succeed. Yeah, this is vital.
That hit down in the spawn as well, not going to be super easy for them to retrieve. They will have to go out of their way. And Neo Safix, unfortunately, coming in from heaven, only able to get one. Croman had been rattling shots off from Short earlier on, so they knew he was coming from that area, or at most he had moved towards Monster. So, peeking out, the headshot quickly comes in, and with that Pact, do pick up the opening pistol round here. A strong start going to be coming in on Overpass. As we said, of course, they won that first map. I realize, of course, that the star up the top there is not shown that a map has been played, but I have told the admins, so we should have that updated pretty soon.
Yeah, we should get that sorted in a moment. I'm actually very eager to see where the nades flew in. Did they go towards barrel, or did they go towards water wall in B site when they got the double? Because it was quite surreal to see it on a pistol. And Pact, I mean, they're bringing out a little bit of tactics in this case. And, well, I think our presumption that they practiced this map is coming true, or at least would be true. If anybody perhaps knows in chat, can give us a shout out and say if they practice or not. And, well, a default that will not really work in their favor just yet. Croman finds himself one with the CZ, and he gets away safely, so that's actually perfect for Nordavind. With the force buy here, they will have to be careful how they go about their business, but they're so far succeeding with it. And Pact, I think it makes sense they're going to go A.
Yeah, unfortunately, Nordavind not able to pick up a weapon from that opening kill, so they are still just stuck to the pistols and the scout for now. But as you said, Pact beginning to kind of favor over towards that A bomb site overall. The bomb is still back in the spawn, holding for any flanks that may have come through Monster, which now are beginning to actually come in. I was going to say the possibility of them still going back down through Connector and actually trying to take the B bomb site was definitely there. But at this point, they can't afford to do that. You can see Rubino being left to hold this Connector flank. The rest of them, with that, going to be able to take the gamble to just stack up on the A bomb site. So if Pact do end up committing to it, which is no longer the case, fortunately, they are just faking it out. I was going to say they could have been in trouble. The question is, though, can Rubino get anything done? And it's going to be Lunatic actually on the Mach 10 to rip his head off pretty quickly. The flash came over from Goofy as well. And now there's two players, I believe, actually rotated back down to the bomb site.
Yeah, this is still a holdable position. Croman finds one. He's been very proficient with the CZ. The second as well. The bomb going to be planted. Maniz has to get in there quickly, though. Goofy's in dire trouble. And, of course, NATO easy shots. And now Maniz. He's got, what, 28 HP? That's a problem. He still goes for the fight. Finds the first. He's down to, what, 2 HP? No chances. HS is ready. And even though it's not a headshot, he's still true to his name and gets the kill. It's going to be the first one to Nordavind as they are able to defuse. And what a round that turned out to be. And that's the danger of Norderwind when you have to face them against pistols. Well, when you face them with pistols, you better be ready to take the fight full on. Rubino, HS, everybody, Necroman especially with the CZ, they're so proficient with the pistols. Pact, they were a little bit in over their head. They split up too much. When we initially saw the play on that last round, they spread out across the map. They took short B, they took connector, they took long, and more specifically, Fountain A, and never really did anything with it. So, good nade, yeah. But hopefully they'll learn from their mistakes. Otherwise, Norderwind is going to have an easy time here.
Yeah, the mid control has actually been found there with. We've seen Norderwind mostly focusing over towards connector and taking the B water control. So Pact given a little bit of room to work as they push out mid. They get in towards the bathrooms and also get a couple of players up long. But that damage from the nade initially has just made things so much more difficult for them. You can see with that Norderwind realizing maybe that they did get a little bit towards middle because they instantly fell back down towards connector after hearing the footsteps. Presuming the nade may have done at least some damage. It gives a much easier hold right now for Croman and also Tensky towards the bomb site. Have a little bit of utility as well to work with. A nade still in play, a Molotov to try and slow it down, a smoke to limit the vision for the Pact players as they push forward. But there we go already. Push coming in. Croman so far able to take 2 kills to his name. A little bit awkward on the Spiders. He wasn't able to finish off the third player coming out long. And with that, he will end up going down. So, I mean, there's a chance here for maybe even 1 or 2 more kills if they can actually come in for Pact. They can be happy definitely with the damage that had been done. But as I said, I jinxed it a little bit. They end up just getting mowed down.
Yeah, I mean, a nice attempt, a valiant effort, if we can say so. But Norderwind, I think it was no doubt that they should have picked up that second regardless. But Pact, here comes the full buy, here comes the investment. Goofy on that SG. He's been, he had some crazy plays on Vertigo, and again, with the SG here on Overpass, let's see what he can make. What he can do, if he can play some crazy maneuvers once more. But Pact, like I said previous, they played a default, a pretty standard one for Overpass, where you take map control and kind of just play it a bit more passively. But this time they react quite nicely. Maniz peeks out through the edge there, gets himself one, pulls back, and now he's safe and sound if he pulls all the way towards the T side. Although he's still pushing towards playground itself, fully blinded out. It's Croman to take the shot. I'm kind of surprised this goes this way, but never mind. Darko replies again. It's going to be back to a 3-on-4. Rubino spots him, but he can't do anything about it unless he wants to give chase and actually risk his own life. B side is under attack.
Yeah, and there's nothing that Norderwind can do about it. The closest player being up in heaven, that's HS. He's been smoked off, though. Not in heaven itself, but rather the smoke down on the bomb site stops him from being able to see that bomb going down. But it looks like they still want to move in for this. A little bit of damage from the nade there towards Lunatic on the bomb site. They do have, of course, a couple of defuse kits and still 2 Molotovs, very importantly, actually, to work with here. They can clear out a couple of positions for sure as they push forward, checking up close as they come out from the CT spawn. Unfortunately, though, Sobal on the left side able to get one quickly. Still, Lunatic then going ahead and dropping Rubino coming out of heaven. And that left it all on HS, and not much you can do really against 3 at that point. They were all peeking out. Norderwind now very likely just going to take a few pistols into this round, I'd imagine. You can see 3 players do have enough to buy, but with 2 players a little bit low, I think the ones having the extra money invest a small amount. They try and keep getting some damage done, at least in this round, and they should have a pretty decent buy in the following.
Yeah, definitely with NATO at 4K, and Op should be a choice. Well, the weapon of choice. Tensky has 4K as well, so we could be seeing double Op setups. We haven't actually seen that on Vertigo, have we? And I'm kind of eager to see if it works on Overpass. It is their map choice after all. I would be surprised if they hadn't had any tactics prepared for that. But here comes the pop flash pushing through Monster. This is a classic maneuver as the CT side. You pop flash across, you have the pistols coming close and personal and try and get as much damage done. Unfortunately, it seems like Pact was quite ready, but oh god, Tensky! That reply, immediately finding 2 kills. The AK is all dropped on the board, and oh, through short, this could work. NATO, can he get a free frag? Because if he can, that's a huge-ass problem for Pact, and indeed it is. It's going to be NATO with a free kill. And down to Goofy it goes, and I was just touting his name previously, and now again, Goofy's going to have to prove his worth and his goofiness in a way.
He should realize that flash came from down on B, so at this point I would imagine he knows that it's one to either bomb site for the moment at least, so it gives him an opportunity to try and get that 1 versus 1, reclaim the bomb site and get it planted. The only thing is though, NATO Safix has taken an interesting approach here, pushed up close on long. He's in a good spot where, I mean, he may lose the bomb site. The question is, does Goofy try and clear it out? If not, if he just goes for the bomb planted, at least it leaves them in a good spot to go for the retake as 2. Let's see, I think
Certainly
he is
he
about to
peeks
clear
long.
this. Yeah, looks like he's going to. NATO Safix, tucked in the
doesn't-
corner though. He doesn't go wide. Goofy gonna drop a smoke. Now it's known that he is, of course, on the bomb site. Bomb will go down, but NATO Safix now you can see just waiting. He's gonna let Tensky start rotating up as well so they can try and peek this together.
Oh, absolutely. They need to go in here together. Cannot allow the one-on-one trades to happen, especially when you're playing against Goofy, who's been pulling some crazy plays already from Vertigo and beyond. And Pact, they do rely, economically speaking, for this round. Luckily, they got the plant, but it's not enough yet. And Goofy towards Optimus. Let's see if he can get an angle. I think he's just been missed by a split second there by Tensky. Certainly he has. The 10-second defuse coming through, and Goofy sprays through. Doesn't get the kill, though. And the defuse, I think it's still coming. And indeed, it is. And there it is, Goofy. He just needed one more bullet to kill Tensky, and he gets both kills regardless, but unfortunately the round is still lost. And here comes the full commitment. Norderwind, they seem to have found success where it was least likely to be found in itself. I mean, pistols again prevail.
Yeah, that's an upsetting one for Pact. They're able to buy in again at least, but that was one that you didn't really expect too much to be found for Norderwind. They only spent that little bit of extra money, as I said. Now they get the up out on the NATO Safix. He's able to put full utility behind it. Able to retrieve a small amount in general to oh, actually not able to retrieve anything because everyone did die, right? The final player went down through the spam, rather, from the smoke. HS, though, peeking out on B early on, puts a stop to what looked like it was going to be an execute on towards this B-bomb site. Aggression through water, instantly Pact have to be a little bit more cautious. If they actually want to go for that B execute, they have to reclaim the control as well. So it's massively slowed them down now. And of course, with the man disadvantage and some damage as well through the smoke there from HS, it's just not a good start to this round for Pact. If they lose this, they're down onto the eco. And Norderwind, off the back of that previous round with just pistols, will have got themselves into a great position. But there we go, that works for Darko.
I guess it works. I mean, he gets himself one and at least returns the favor, but this is still a vital moment. Goofy takes the challenge. Good spray as he takes down Tensky on towards long. Norderwind, I do have NATO in towards Bang by the looks of it, yeah. Oh, the angle comes in perfectly. Darko's caught. Unfortunately, though, it's Rubino that gets that gets caught transitioning into connector. Trying to rotate over, trying to help A-side defense, and this time this is going to be a bit of a harder retake than what it seemed the previous. Norderwind, they do have a kit, well, make it double actually, and with an op to retake it, certainly it's going to be a problem though. It's certainly going to be a challenge in itself. Luckily enough, there's no more smokes for Pact, no mollies, and Sobel with a flash. Maybe, just maybe, this could work, but the timing doesn't work, unfortunately. Goofy, even though blinded, he's able to find the frag, and NATO Safix, of course, going for the save. He has no other choice but to do so.
Yeah, the op is very likely all they're going to have really to work with in this next round, rather. After winning out that previous one there, it puts them back down to the 1400 loss bonus coming into this one. So, I mean, they might go ahead and just buy up around it because they are facing the double eco on 3 players right now, including NATO Safix himself. I mean, so, yeah, I think they probably will just go for it. Maybe NATO can drop over an SMG. Tensky can pull out a FAMAS maybe if he wants to get a little bit of utility behind that as well. And indeed, so pistols already coming out. Kevlar, a decent amount of nades so far. When you also look at what NATO Safix retained, he can also go ahead and get a nade and a Molotov as well if he wants. So it's not the worst buy, but Tensky goes for a P90. That's throwing a little bit of a spanner in the works. That's not something you see too often. We had a few yesterday in the opening game of the qualifier, but that was from, let's be real, a noob team.
Ah, the P90, man. It's a classic weapon you pull out when you want to be a bit cheeky. And it's a nice weapon, actually, when you're just running gun with it. If you are a little bit of Neo, right? If you evade bullets, if you have that luck in you, maybe you can get away with a few frags even. But it's effectively a very expensive gun for what you get. Sure enough, 50 bullets in the magazine is amazing. But I mean, the same can be achieved with an MP9 that costs half the price, effectively. And well, there goes the investment. There goes the chance. And Pact, they seem to be playing a perfect default so far, a bit of an anti-eco setup. Once they get the first kill, it's in connector. They can now slowly start to make their way towards toilets. They can even make their way towards short B. I would love to see connector control from Pact, though, because the basic of any execution is having map control, unless you want to go about it fast. And in this case, connector control kind of gives you a way into either B or A. But the looks of it, through long, they will go. And I'm not liking the way they're ignoring toilets. I really am not. This is potentially still a round that Norderwind can pick up easily, especially with the stack they're doing on towards A.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a tough one right now for Pac to actually get through. The op and the pistol is given an opportunity for at the very least a few kills for Nordavind, a little bit of damage, although as the initial up shot is missed, it gives the room now for Pac to push forward, and with that, get the flank in on the players who were pushed up on short. Sobol going to be able to drop Rubino, and now Safik's now the last man standing. They know he's around Banco, of course, he's been firing off shots for quite a while. But he's, again, just going to have to run away and try and save that AWP. I mean, if he can carry it over into the next round at least, that gives them a little bit to work with. Other than that, though, I don't expect the buy to come in again. They'll have to just take the 1 eco and look to get the gun round going into round number 9. He is sticking around for the moment, though. Didn't want to fall back off. Has a feeling that there's someone down towards B waiting for the hunt, which there will be quite soon.
Well, I think he actually, if he stays in Stairway, he survives the bomb blast, but there's a chance that he's going to be hunted down and losing that up, and I think that is about to happen. Goofy, yeah, as you said, he's right on his flank, and Sobel coming in through BCT Graffiti. Yeah, never mind. He actually dies to the bomb plant. Didn't he have like 67 HP?
He got hit a little bit by Sobel and the bomb finished him, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense because I didn't even catch the first bullet hit, and then a split second later he died. I was like, okay, but that's a bit shameful. Unfortunately, losing the op is going to be a bit of a problem. Nordavind, they go for a full reinvestment, man. I mean, sure, this is their second round lost in a row, but I'm not exactly sold on this force. I gotta be honest, Dean. I'm not liking this. Pulling out the pistols in the, 8th round with a loss bonus of 2.4 coming in. They had a proper buy. Well, not a proper buy, but they had a buy in the next regardless. NATO could have even gone for another op.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it, honestly, but if it works for them, it works, to be fair. We've seen them pull off the successful pistol round once already. It's just if it doesn't at that point, then they actually do have to take an eco. If they go for it again, it'd be wild, and that likely means they're going to be down 6-3 at that point. Then if they want to get a strong half, which would be the 9 rounds, one that they can really be happy with, they'll have to be flawless and take all the rounds that remain. But let's see, can the pistols get anything done? Unfortunately, Tensky already brought down low. The round having only begun, I think he got naded down a little bit over towards the middle. In the meantime, though, a bit of aggression has come in towards the B side of the map. It's got a bit of control in towards water for Nordavind. So with that, there's definitely still an opportunity because it looks like Pact do want to group up and take it towards the B bomb site.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. They know that they're up against either a full eco or a force buy that's not really that powerful. So group up, go together, let the SMGs go first, and then see what happens. Well, the first is the kill on HS. It's going to be Goofy with the secondary, and they already know that there's somebody in water. Unfortunately for NATO, that's a mech then chasing him down. Rubino again. Here come the play from Rubino as he has his deagle in hand, his trusty weapon. He doesn't even need the buy. He's more deadly with the deagle than anything else. A 2 kill round for Rubino so far. And okay, that's actually payback for what Rubino did yesterday against was it? Wait, who was it? Was it against Fate on Inferno? Yeah, it was against Fate on Inferno, of course. Yeah,
it's a pretty common angle right there that normally gets spammed. It was just the 2 bullets perfectly on Rubino, so that was nice. But yeah, unfortunate there, he was just sticking around to see if he could get another kill or so. That keep doing some damage. They know the economy has been relatively low for Pact. It hasn't gotten completely out of control, so maybe that's why it influenced them to go for the buy again there in the previous round. Yeah. But this time, as I said, they can't afford to do it. Instead, nades and a few pistols being bought up. 5 nades, though. They're going to nade stack over towards middle, I believe. So there is definitely a chance for a bit to be found. Darko is the only one, I believe, within dangerous range of those nades, and even then he only takes 18 damage. So unfortunately not really going to be paying off. Instead now it falls to the pistols to see if they can find anything. And yeah, Lunatic, I believe.
Lunatic, excuse me, yeah.
Presumed there was someone around mid. He was trying to peek out before they got in on the flank, most likely, but it didn't work out. And now Darko is in a little bit of trouble and towards the spawn, being hunted down by 3 players with a nicely timed smoke. And with the bomb getting planted, I don't think there's much chance of Nordavind winning this round. But they've got an AK and they still have a few players with the pistols that can stick around and try and get a few exits once they leave the bomb site.
Give the AK to NATO. Let him save best he can. He's got Kevlar. The rest go for the chase, right? Go for the dragon. Like
that would be the
NATO.
Plan, yeah.
I mean, at this point, it's a 4-on-3. They can still try this. A 4-on-2. They can still win this potentially. Never mind. I say it. I jinx it, and they're gone. A split second later. Okay, 6-3. Pact are starting to form up a little bit of a lead, and I believe you said it earlier, or at the start of the map, that basically if this goes into a 5-0, 6 something result for Pact, there is trouble on the horizon for Nordawind, and I think I have to agree with that. Definitely trouble on the horizon. They lose this gun round, and this is turning into a 9 round for Pact.
Yeah,
Or
very
ninth
potentially.
potential round.
I mean, they'd
Yeah.
probably be getting 8 off the back of it because it would have to be the eco for Nordavind unless they save a few weapons. So it's not really one they can afford to lose at this point. This is where they need to start recovering it into a decent CT side for themselves. And look at the nade stack. Doesn't quite manage to get the kill, but Croman dropped to 8 health. HS doesn't escape unscathed either, down to 73, so he'll be a little bit easier to finish off with those rifles. So already a little bit of a tough start into this round for Nordavind, and we can see Pact having the control over towards B. They can set themselves up for the execute if they want. HS even getting tagged a little bit more through the smoke. Just nothing is working out right now for Nordavind.
Well, unfortunately, all the stars are lining against them, and they are going to have to be a little bit more vigilant on their gun rounds, especially at the early beginnings. And as you said, Croman now with 8 HP, he can't really take a challenge straight up. Maybe it would be best to switch out the weapon with NATO, and might not be preferable to him, but at least he's going to have a chance to fight the challenge. And oh, this is a troublesome position. Maniz reveals this position, though, by throwing the Molotov. The timing here, though, couldn't be worse, as NATO just gets out of the way. Luckily has a smoke to extinguish the Molotov and evade certain death. Good molly by Rubino. Forces a reaction out of Pact. And I'm not sure if they have maximum volume enabled or not, but they probably might have heard that tick of damage from the Molotov as well. So let's see how this retake goes. Rubino 1 second as well, but Goofy again. Goofy, the Disney character is coming out of here and always finding those kills. Croman, good hold on towards short. It's vital that they keep control of short B. But NATO holding some graffiti time. Yeah, it's of the essence, and down to Darko it goes.
Yeah, Darko just had to stick the bomb plant. At that point, with 3 players alive, Nordavind know that there's only one really who can defend the push on towards the bomb site, so they just push everywhere at the same time. And even then, I'm not sure who exactly it was. I think it might have been Goofy that was left alive trying to cover the bomb plant. He ended up just going down straight away.
Yeah.
At least they got it, but yeah, really good recovery from Nordavind, being able to hold down that bomb site despite having a couple of their defenders already on low health. Croman actually staying alive and even getting himself a kill. So there's an opportunity now. Nordavind bring it up to 4. They have the chance to start trying to work back into it, and we have a pause come in. I'm going to check who this is by. So this is a pause by Pact. I wouldn't have been surprised if it was from Nordavind just because they have to reinvest all of their money to get the full buy again. But Pact are going to go for it. They realize, okay, we're up 6-4. We do have a decent lead here. But if we really want to ensure that we can make this that we can turn this into a great T side, we take a pause now. We have a bit of a chat, and we find out maybe something we can do a little bit different to catch them off guard.
Yeah, perhaps there is a chance for Pact to make this still into, as we said, 8-9 rounds potentially. Money on Nordawind is quite low, so the opportunity will always be there, at least for the moment. But this is, in my mind, still a very favorable position to Pact, no matter how good Nordawind might have been in the past on Overpass. Simply put, because there were no officials to go by for Pact, Nordawind had to go in blindly. They probably couldn't really prepare anything against them specifically, and whilst for Pact, they might have even had a few aces up their sleeves, set up a few specific tactics or plays against Nordawind. In any case, short control. I love this. Nordawind take the initiative. They'll be having the majority map control, and I'm surprised they don't put anybody into connector, but they at least are playing a bit more aggressively now.
Yeah, I think one thing is, though, of course, with Nordavind having 2 players being changed recently enough, I don't think they have a lot for Pact to really go off of either, so I think it's kind of one of those games where you just play your own style and hope it works out for you. But right now, Pact looking for map control fairly slowly. You see Goofy working in towards connector, but the majority of the forces for the T side right now focused towards that A bomb site. It was Maniz posted up on long, and Tensky trying to shoulder peek to get info ends up going down. NATO Safik feels like he needs to make something happen right now to pull this back, and there we go. Drops 1 in towards middle. Now they've got the 4v4 at least, but he's remaining up close at the moment, and he is going to find a couple of players coming in his direction as we see Goofy, I believe, coming back through connector to help out Darko.
I'm actually not sure if Pact is seriously considering going A still. They were making quite the ruckus, and with NATO on towards that short position, as you said, he's got a very nice angle he can kind of veer off from, and basically play the angles like you would on Banana, for example, where you just kind of switch it from one and the other. On the site support. Oh, Jesus, Rubino going to be spotted immediately, though. Maniz with a maximum effort there. Great reaction, although HS on the other side. A hat trick being pulled off. as he makes it look easy, finding 2 players in the back. 7 seconds. Time is everything. Sobel, he can still plant the bomb, but this time it's going to be Mr. Croman that's going to be able to prevent this, even though the bomb is still planted. There is not enough time to get away there, and that is 5 rounds to Nordavind. Barely.
Nice
but
plant,
they get
though.
it.
You do have to give it to them
Yeah.
because it boosted the buy. I mean, they would have had enough to buy anyway, but it just gives them the extra utility. Maybe there would have been a couple players lacking a bit, like Goofy would have been a tiny bit low, maybe to pull out the Molotov, etc. if he wanted the full set of utilities. So gives them everything they want, maybe a little bit left over as well. And of course, with Pact already having 6 rounds, if they can grind out 1, even 2 more, then they'll be in a great spot going onto that CT side either way.
Yeah, very true. I mean, they've got they had so much money, they're not even concerned about anything else. They can rebuy for days. I mean, okay, yeah, it kind of ends here. A loss would conclude with most likely a pistol Kevlar by the next. But the timing, Tensky peeks long and gets himself
bomb.
A frag on Maniz, and that's the bomb. Yeah, that's
Hold it, but it just makes Pact have to put a couple players go retrieve it. It was just interesting that he went to actually peek with it.
Yeah, to go solo, right? That's definitely a little bit out of character. And usually if you do go aggressive, or if you want to take long and short control, you at least post 2 or 3 players there, kind of start off your execution with the smoke on towards toilet's entry, like Darko just threw that smoke. And of course, then you post that up towards long, but the bomb kind of always remaining in a corner, just hidden away from the prying eyes of the enemy. But the entry for Nordavind couldn't be better in this case, or couldn't work better for them. They can play it safe. They do not need to overcommit. We can see towards B, there's 2 players towards Monster, and the third already rotating on towards A, Estensky. And of course, NATO will be playing close towards toilets.
I like the setup right now from Nordavind. This could be difficult for Pact to deal with. The only issue is it looks like most of them are going to be going over towards long, and I feel like that's a pretty strong counter. If they can throw a solid flash over, a smoke to go down to allow them to even cross to the bomb site, they could take the bank control, etc. But let's see, there is still 1 player looking to work through short. That's Sobal. Already the rotation coming back towards the bomb site from Nordavind, realizing that very likely they could still be committing up through long, and they'll find out soon that that is the case indeed. The first line of contact being NATO Sapix on the up, the smoke going down, making it difficult for him to see anything, but he goes forward. Hits the quick scope onto Goofy. Unfortunately, not able to stay alive any longer, so he will get dropped, allowing that bomb to be planted, but it seems like the frag's still easily going in favor of Nordavind. They pull it into the 4 onto the bomb, not planted long, so they have a lot of time still to work with here. Putting a lot of pressure onto Sobal and Lunatic to actually find these frags, and Lunatic trapped in on the car right now, pushed down by Rubino, as Tensky took the distraction there from over on long. And even managed to get himself the kill towards the final player, rather up close on short. So there it is, 6-6. Nordavind having a solid recovery so far. As I said, if they could pull off the remaining rounds, bring it up to 9, they are in a really strong spot still.
Indeed they are. I should mention also that even with the loss bonus and the bomb plant, it's not really enough for a Pact to get into a full buy, but we should be seeing pistols in Kevlar, and that's exactly what we are seeing right now. It is going to be an AK for Sobel, the Hero 1, a few Mac-10s and a CZ P250. Actually a lot of utility, something we saw yesterday from, I believe it was Complexity, and even Pact actually as well against them, that they continuously bought utility even on pistol Kevlar buys, basically ecos, and I like it. They're going to be a little bit more complex in that manner. They're going to be able to execute a little bit better if they have that timing down in Chrome, and well, the timing for him certainly perfect. As he shuts out Sobel, that's the 1 AK that Pact had, which is a bit unfortunate, but Nordavind seem to have grabbed control back in their hands. Darko, beautiful one, he's blinded off, still pushes towards short. This time it's going to be Rubino that's ready. It's HS on site as well to defend it, and there is nothing Maniz can do about this. Maybe a kill at maximum.
Yeah, that's just a bit unfortunate. Before they could even get set up for their execute on towards B, that spam came through the smoke and dropped the player. Also put 1 player low on health as well. I think it was Croman who was taken down to like 20-something. So it just really wasn't a good position. Oh, not Croman, rather. It was Lunatic, I believe, who was taken down. It was Croman who spammed through. But yeah, it just wasn't a good position for Pact to be in right there. By the time they started going forward, they'd already been chipped away at. A pause now being called in. I will just confirm that I would imagine, though, that this is a tactical, and indeed it is.
Pact, probably?
Yeah, Pact just having a bit of a discussion. Yeah. They still don't really have enough to buy because they spent a lot in that previous round, and they kind of relied on at least finding a couple of kills, and really the bomb plant was the main thing that they needed. That's why they put all the smokes and flashes in, etc. Give themselves a good chance to get that bomb down and play an after plant. But without the bomb plant, they're lacking money. they may have to consider going for a similar investment and just trying to pull out the 7 rounds at the half-time then by taking the final. But no, they're going to go for it. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not perfect either.
It's not perfect indeed, but at least they've got themselves the 3 AK, so they've got the majority firepower, right? They have a chance to break Nordawind in this case. And in any case, let's find out what they do. Again, a default seems to be their answer. I like it. You know, simple, clear, basic. You don't want to complicate your life the more you any more than you already have it. And we do have no control towards connector. That's the one interesting factor that I'm spotting, that nobody's really playing into connector control itself. Croman does refrag for the loss of HS at least, but it's going to be a 4-on-4 that Pact couldn't really afford from the get-go. They need to be a bit more dominant in that sense. Ooh, Rubino. Jesus, down to 46 we go, and towards long, a duel is about to happen. And yep, NATO wins it.
Also had Tensky there coming out through the long bathroom, so had someone to try and trade at the very least if he did end up going down. So it wasn't a bad position to be in, but they give themselves the man advantage. They're willing with that now to fall back off and play a bit more passive on the bomb sites. Of course, Pac, they have to work for this control, knowing that there was players aggressive. They aren't really sure if they've fallen back off or not, so they'll spend a little bit of extra time clearing out the corners. And it'll run down the already fairly low clock at this point. There's only 40 seconds remaining for them. Seems like at this point they probably will have to commit to A unless they start going back down connector in just the next couple of seconds.
Well, I think A is the way to go at this point. They have a better chance hitting A than B than anything else. Although NATO and Tensky are not going to be easy targets to shut down. Tensky gets spotted, gets headshotted. Down to 34, he drops as NATO is playing from Optimus Prime. It's going to be Lunatic that shuts it down. Goofy, the second NATO. The defense of him has to come in through effectively getting anything and everything. And oh, Goofy again. Again, this guy delivers. And in a round that Pact was starting off with a big disadvantage. They had no control towards connector, as I was trying to insinuate before. Connector control is vital for the T side. Likewise for the CT if you wish to play aggro towards short. But in that case, Pact, they somehow make it out and they get themselves the 7. What a round that turns out to be.
Yeah, just damn from Goofy. He's been so consistent for Pact, and I mean consistently insane. He's 18-6 right now.
Yeah.
Yesterday, and in the games at least that we've seen from Pact, he was just consistently opening up as the entry fragger, taking double frags pretty much every time uncontested, and he was just a complete beast. He was definitely one of the leading players in their victory over Complexity. And I mean, doing it again, he's already got that 7th round here for Pact. They had a bit of a weaker buy, so it was needed. And now they have the opportunity. I mean, this buy is okay for Nordawind, but it's not perfect. There's the chance for Pac to actually come out with 8 at the half-time, rather, which is definitely where they want to be, considering they had such a strong start. But 7 is already a really good spot to be in.
Yeah, it definitely is. And NATO, again, going to sound off the alarm. Finding Goofy the first entry. This time it's Lunatic that responds. Rubino caught. And Tensky, he's in dire trouble. If he gets caught by Maniz, this round could even go up to, or this could even go up to 8 for Pact. Which definitely Nordawind want to avoid. And the best part here for Pact is the fact, as you said, 7 already on the board. So no matter the outcome of this first half, they've got what they came for. And given that this is the map choice of Nordawind, I think they'll be content with the current outcome no matter what.
Snowball clearing up close on the right. Manages to actually take down Croman as well. I believe he was slightly moving. The smoke also blocking the vision a tiny bit. But either way, he comes out with 2 quick headshots somehow. Barely damaged down walking through that monster smoke. And that leaves it all on Tensky and NATO Safix now to try and save the day. No utility at all to work with. No defuse kit in their possession. And as they move forward, the bomb already starting to take away just a small amount. Lunatic trying to find the time in here to peek out and see if he can find at least one, but he goes down to Tensky. So there we have it, a little bit of an opening now for them to work with. One player up close on Monster, one playing in from short as well. So they can definitely play off of the bomb, but both kills are being found. Tap the bomb quickly, each going for a peek on short and Monster, realizing that they're the only really 2 viable positions for Pac to be in at that point. And it works out for them. A very good retake coming through from Tensky and NATO Safix, and a round that they really did need.
Yeah, absolutely. If they want to at least, you know, kind of keep the mental high ground in that way, or in that sense, I think the 8-7 is the bare minimum they had to scrape by. I gotta point out, I'm kind of surprised that it was Goofy towards Pillar, right, towards Dildo, that was holding in that 3v2 retake in the last one. I'm surprised that he sticks to that position after having at least a few more seconds to respond with. He just kind of stays there and doesn't really I mean, if you're playing from pillar, usually you want to juke your opponents and allow your teammates that are either on the short or monster position to kind of take the fight first, and then you just peer out of that corner and take the fight, and usually get a few free frags. Instead, Pact kind of played it alone, kind of solo in that sense, and I was just surprised they took the fight like that. And
yeah, I think,
you know.
I think the thing was Goofy realized he was alone, that none of his teammates were ready to peek at that point, and he heard them coming in from both sides, so he tried to at least take one of the fights, create the one-on-one, hoped to get that kill, and at that point leave his teammates in the 2v1 at least. But I mean, yeah, there is still the misplay with the fact that no one from Pact was ready to actually swing out once Goofy called for the help.
Yeah, like, the thing is, once he swings, there should have been a player on short. The player on short should have been helping him out, right? Because they're both peeking into the same corner in a way, and if they would have both peeked together, God knows how it would have been played off afterwards. But either way, it ends as it did, and 8 rounds to Norderwind. They're scraping by. They have a chance to keep this alive, keep this second map still in their hands, and potentially play on to Nuke as the third and final one to not be eliminated from the open qualifier for Rio de Janeiro, the minor.
Yeah, and of course there's only those 2 spots available for each qualifier, so we're going to be seeing the winner of this matchup qualifying, and then also the winner of the other semi-final, which is yet to be decided, I believe. We can have a look now, because there's the 2 quarterfinals are going on, I believe, at the same time. So it's Juggernauts versus AGO, where AGO currently lead 5-1, and then Aves, I believe it's pronounced, versus Sprout. Aves made it pretty far in last week's qualifier. I remember them being a very strong team as well. They're up against Sprout, and they are leading 4-3 right now, so that's still pretty early days, which could either of those games rather really could go either way. But the winner of both of those will advance into the semi-finals, and they'll be competing for the other spot.
Well, that's going to be a pretty big matchup, no matter how that spins. But oh, dude, this has been quite the series so far, right? I did not expect Pact to bring up this good of a fight, especially not against Norderwind, and even against Complexity yesterday. You know, a big surprise, a big you should say upset, but it was a best of one after all, and we know that best of ones are not always a good indicator of the quality of one or the other side. We both know that, of course, the mental state, the current position the players are in, if they're starting off a little bit poorly, if the game isn't really going their way for the majority of the time, it can quickly swing into the other side. But this best of 3, Pact, now proving that they are the better team in this case, and in my eyes, no matter the outcome of this series, for me, they've already achieved a great thing, a massive undertaking, and no matter, like I said, the outcome of this series, for me, I would just want to see more out of them. Very reminiscent of Artsy, very reminiscent of Illuminar when they kicked off, when they started, and I hope that they keep up the good work, because it's clearly working out, it's clearly working for them.
Yeah, and we're hopping into the second half now. Nordavind with the 1-round lead, not the ideal position as you swap over to the T side, but they still have a bit of a lead, especially if they can take the pistol round then as well. They'll be able to start creating a little bit of a buffer between them and Pact at that point. Well, Pact so far, I mean, they've been very strong on the pistol rounds themselves, as have Nordavind, so I really don't know how to predict this one. We're just going to see what way it goes, I guess. Rubino buying up utility, as is Croman.
Yeah.
It's the 2 Norwegians that sacrifice the Kevlar so that they can actually give the ability for some sort of an execute right now. Double net stacking towards middle, sadly not connecting any damage, despite Goofy actually peeking up towards the party area. He was able to avoid it, find a little bit of info as well about what's going on. I'm not sure if he actually spotted both of the players or if he thinks that there maybe could be a little bit more, but for the moment they've still kept 3 players down on B.
I love this from Norderwind. They're kicking off with Croman and Rubino flying towards long and just making noise, making a bit of a fake, and Pact, if they overreact, if they don't realize what they're up against soon enough, they will be rotating off of B at least 2 players, and that leaves a very vulnerable B side open for the taking. And look at this right now with the smokes deploying. Surely Pact will react. And Darko, he's going to go aggressively. Rubino finds one. There's the reaction. There's the rotation. But it's Sobel with one more. And Tensky and Kromen respond. As Maniz and Lunatic are still kept towards the B side. Though a bit of a too quick of a take from Norderwind, I would dare say. Lunatic finds one. Tensky, though, replies back to a 1-on-2. And Lunatic, he has to take the fight here. He knows this 1-on-1 is vital for the survival of this round. And he now knows through short, through sight, this challenge has to be accepted on both positions. Back to a 1-on-2, back towards A we go. Tensky gonna go for the plant.
Yeah, you have to like that from Tensky, realizing, of course, that at that point the player had pushed out through short. Kromen was distracting him a little bit. He's able to get out there with that bomb, and now they can actually play it together. They have the 2 versus 1. Lunatic trying to push up through the steps, already getting dinked down. A little bit of an opportunity, but Kromen no longer going to show himself. He's going to make Lunatic work for this right now. And as Tensky's up close on the bomb site, he'll just be able to pop up rather once Lunatic actually pushes close. But there is a defuse kit right behind the bomb site right now, so I mean, maybe a little bit of an opportunity matter, but he's going to need some really quick headshots. And unfortunately, the only quick headshot to come through is from Tensky, as he takes 3 in that round. 1 then from Kromen as well. So Nordavind, they do indeed come out on top of that second pistol. They're able to keep themselves in the lead, increase it a bit further, and very likely come up to 10 rounds before they're up against a gun, the buys. Rather, I was going to say, but Pact do end up going for the force, but I mean, not too surprising. But I was thinking maybe they'd be willing to take the 1 eco, go for the gun round in the next. But instead, Deagle's bit of utility and an MP9. It's not bad. Again, they've had a lot of success with the pistols so far, so you can't really blame them.
Just look at the amount of utility they have, man. It's crazy. They've got so many nades, and with the SMGs to support it, I would love to see some map control first be exercised into a potential full-on execution. And towards Connector, it's going to be Maniz close range. Unfortunately for him, he can't really do anything about it. Norderwind, you know what? I like this. They're playing it a little bit more aggressively this time. They know they can take up the fight. They know that with the advantage they've been able to garner and the utility they have, they can break the force buy of Pact, no matter if it's a force over an eco. And as you said, yeah, I would have preferred an eco for Pact just because it would give them a bit of an edge for the next round. Surely they would be lacking utility themselves, but better than nothing, I guess. And Goofy, oh, angle here, Goofy! Deagle in hand, finds one, picks up the next 10 minutes. Tensky, though, too short. Still loses that duel, a 1-on-1. Picks up 1, but that's not yet enough. 3v3 with 52 seconds and counting. Norderwind have a decision to make, B or A.
I mean, as long as they stick together, they have the advantage in the weapons. They also have the health going in their favor as well, with Lunatic being low and a lot more utility to work with. But right now, it looks like a couple players stacked up towards that A-bomb site. That's where they're going to go. So there's definitely a bit of an opportunity here for those pistols. Goofy, even with the Mac-10, he's going to swing out alongside the flash, and despite getting the dink on Rubino, it's not going to be quite enough to finish him off. Down to 2 health. So Sobal now a lot of pressure on his shoulders to see if he can actually hold this. 1 to the body only needed for Rubino. Makes it the headshot just to be safe. Unfortunately, that's all he gets before being dropped himself. And with Lunatic on 6 health, I don't think he wants to even attempt this. He has Kevlar and an MP9 and a Deagle as well to save that he can give to a teammate.
Yeah, he's going to be pulling away. Makes the smart call here. Like I said previously, right? It's a lot more useful to have a drop to a teammate, as you said, and have that MP9 in a bit of a tight corner. You can utilize the weapons or the SMG and the pistol quite nicely, and maybe, just maybe, that might give them the edge the next round, on an eco even, to win the round. Something that we've seen from Norderwind, for example. They do have a tendency to winning a few pistol rounds themselves, and when you look at it from the bright side, if nothing else, it can give them a little bit of extra money, even on an eco itself. But 9, make it 10, as Norderwind are reaching double digits first. It is the real challenge that will be presented by Pact on the following round, although in this case it's a few pistols and that's about it. I'm eager to see if they go for a double up. Again, from Norderwind, we haven't seen it on the CT side. For a Pact, it wouldn't be out of the question, at least.
I mean, if they can get a couple of kills, even with what they've saved over here on the side of Pact, they can be happy, because they only actually allowed 2 players to survive in that previous round. I mean, it was mostly SMGs, to be fair, that Norderwind brought into it, but even then reinvested right now doesn't leave them very much money at all, and the boosting towards the CT spawn, around towards Graffiti rather, doesn't pay off, unfortunately. It's kind of difficult, really. You get 1 kill out of it at most, and then you go down. In this case, rather, 2 to the body of HS wasn't quite enough, and he reacted extremely quickly with that headshot. a bit of damage, so maybe there's the opportunity still for him to try and finish HS off later in the round. I'd like to see him just swap that AK over to Rubino right now so that he can go with the Mach 10, but they're nowhere near each other, so that's not going to happen. Rubino instead lurking towards the A-bomb site, trying to scout out a little bit. And I think he probably will fall in a moment, because he may get caught off guard by Lunatic.
Well, nothing else. They get themselves one, as you said, a little bit of extra money. It is definitely helpful. And a second player might fall, and indeed he does. That's Sobel to find the frag, and now it becomes a bit more dangerous. Norderwind need to be extremely careful how they go about this, and luckily for them, NATO is ready on short. Goofy with the well, I meant to say with the AWP. No, he has a deagle, for Christ's sake. He still finds himself a frag. And a 2v2, the angle here couldn't be better, though, for NATO. As he sees both, he's able to spray both. And a costly round for Norderwind, but they get it regardless. And all of a sudden, it's the full buy round. As I said, the challenge presented by Pact. Beniz, the op is up immediately. A secondary? Nope, never mind. Just gonna be M4s and utility. I like it. It's, you know, they're keeping to the basics. They don't want to complicate their life more than it has to be. Because if you do go into that double op, retakes become not just hard, but near impossible. As well as holding any quick rushes, equally so.
Yeah,
unless you're NATO.
You can get some quick shots. You can get collaterals as well, but it definitely makes it a little bit more difficult if you're holding off. If there's flashes as well, once you get blinded, you can't really do too much with it. But good damage early on actually in this round. I'm not sure exactly how it came through, but Croman got taken down to 12. Maybe a nade or a Molotov chipping him down. Not the strongest of starts for Nordavind, and I feel like Pac definitely needed this because they are lacking the utility a bit. They're not going to have too much to hold off once the push actually comes true. So ideally they want to have a couple of the players already tagged up at that point.
Yeah, a little bit of damage dealt certainly helps out. Tensky very carefully biding his time, knows that if he peeks Monster at the wrong time, he might be paying with his life for it. We can see Pact is playing quite defensively, even towards A. They are scared of Nordavind a little bit. They know that there's a danger present at all times when you have to face off the likes of Rubino, HS, and Tensky. But I love this from NVD. Taking control of short A, taking control of toilets, it gives them map control, it gives them the decision, it gives them the choice whether or not they wish to finish the round towards A or B. If nothing else, they push Pact even further back, make them less and less comfortable, and that's pretty much the best case scenario in this case, though. Holy, oh my god, Maniz wide open. Goofy gonna be caught at Optimus, and it's gonna be Maniz missing a few key shots, and at this point, he's missed one too many. And that's the round gone. That's gonna be Norderwind taking it up to 12, and a full save by Pact. It has to be. No chance they get back in towards A side. No chance.
The op being thrown away there by Osafik, surprisingly. Doesn't want to use it. I guess they have been doing a pretty good job with the rifles so far, keeping up the pace. So he just throws that out of the map, ensures that no one else will be able to retrieve it from the side of Pact if they do come looking for the weapons. But that's not going to happen anyway. They're right now just backed off, trying to save the 3 rifles they have. As you said, it's a very tough spot for them to be in right now. At least with the full loss bonus, they can actually drop over a couple of M4s. It will give them a buy in the next, but already it's going to be that 12-7 lead for Nordavind. That looks like map 3 is looking quite likely. As we said coming into this, I didn't know what to really expect from Pact. They've given us a decent performance, at least, especially over on their T side. But just having a poor start here on the defense, the few opening rounds, or rather all the opening rounds so far going to Nordavind, it's just not boding too well for them.
Well, I wanted to touch on the subject of why NATO throws away the op. I think it's about the fact that, you know, if you look at the teams like Copenhagen Flames or even Gamer Legion, for example, there had been moments where they would actually prefer to have 5 rifles on the T side instead of an op, just because it kind of, you know, slows them down a little bit. So I like it. I like the idea here that they're just sticking to the rifles and keeping to the basics. And well, 3 nades going in towards the boost, and they will be able to take down Sobel. Bruno take down to 26 as well. Rubino shuts out Darko through Monster. And Norderwind are having no issues whatsoever finding a few early frags easily. Rubino might have been tagged, but NVD, this is beautiful to see. They've got a few preset tactics and, well, decisions and little plays that give them the extra edge. And ooh, Maniz, he hears them coming through playground. Unfortunately, NATO is a little bit too quick to respond. Back to a 2-on-5 that Could be ending fairly. Oh god.
Yeah, not going well at all at this point for Pact, being torn apart one by one. Look, they can at least pull back a couple of frags here over towards B water, but in the meantime the bomb's going to get planted. He can't really attempt the retake since he is already dropped to 26 health himself. So again, it's just going to have to be the save coming through. It's the AK at least to be carried over. Nordavind do have a bit of money, so they could consider hunting this down if they wanted to. It'll be interesting to see whether they want to go for it, because they should know the economy is quite low here for the CT side. If this AK is saved over, then maybe Pact could scrape together another buy. He could drop a rifle over. Darko could buy for himself. Meniz could buy as well. So yeah, it could be worthwhile actually hunting this down right now.
You know what? Definitely would be the best choice in this case for Nordawind, because if they're able to eliminate any sort of rifle, any sort of economy boost for Pact, they make their life twice as easy. First of all, the money for Pact, sure enough, loss bonus is at maximum, but even a single kill like that on Lunatic, making sure that he only brings to get, well, onto the other side, the money he's been able to get from the loss bonus, forces them to play with limited amount of utility, with limited amount of weaponry as a whole. Unfortunately, that's not the case, so just speculation in that case. But yeah, Nordawind, they definitely could have afforded that as well, even if they had lost 2 players alongside it. 13-7, a match pause, and if I had to take a wager, it's probably NVD, right?
Double checking now.
Or is it Pact?
Hasn't actually popped up in the Discord. I don't know.
Hey, maybe a technical. God knows.
That
Hopefully not technical.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, no, it is there. Sorry, it was a pause from Pact, just a tactical.
Ah, fair enough. Yeah. I guess the discussion.
It threw me off.
Right. Yeah, yeah, it can happen when there's multiple games happening, right? Bots can get crazy.
They're taking over.
Oh, we talked about this, man. Don't allow Moobot or Nightbot too much control.
They get power hungry.
Oh god, they're definitely too powerful already. But Meniz, what a shot! NATO doesn't die, but he might as well be dead at 21 HP, and HS takes a few points of HP damage as well as Tensky goes through Monster. He finds himself the first.
That's nice. Having taken some damage already around the mid area, deciding to aggress, try and pull something back. Chroman as well, peeking up through short, able to drop Lunatic. And while it started off decent enough here for Pact with that damage off the back of the op in the hands of Meniz, rather, has just quickly fallen apart. There's still 2 players fairly low. HS not perfectly healthy either at 83, so there's some chance at least for them to try and recover. But it's not a good spot to be in. You're seeing they're trying to get aggressive right now across the map. We have Goofy pushed up on long. They're trying to peek out on B as well to find out what's happening. The nade stack, fortunately for them, not going to be doing much. And I was going to say it gave a bit of an opportunity for Sobal to catch them off guard, but that didn't work out. Goofy on his long aggression as well, shut down by NATO Safix. And Meniz is all alone. They didn't actually expect him towards Monster, so he's able to stop the bomb plant. But you don't expect much else. There's still too much time on the clock. Oh, almost lined them up right there. If he got that, suddenly it's only Tensky and NATO Safix. NATO Safix was the one on the bomb site still. He was low. If he got dropped, then Tensky rotating in would have had to win out the 1v1. That could have been winnable.
I mean, definitely would have been winnable if he had gotten that collateral. Oh my lord, collateral. Help me out here.
Close enough, you got it.
Yeah, close enough. Collateral, yeah. But unfortunately that didn't happen, and almost pulled off another NATO from yesterday. Or actually, no, excuse me, from Vertigo. Jesus, not even yesterday. But yeah, 14-7, Nordawind now on the verge of taking this second map and pulling us onto Nuke, the third and final one, to see who will move forward and join the likes of Big. And of course the likes of Dignitas and Tensky and HS. They are making short work of the pistol buys. They're not really, this is not even a comparison here. Goofy might have found one. He's got an AK, sure, but he's in a 1-on-4. The bomb not even taken by Nordawind. It shows to tell that they are not right now feeling any pressure, and they're very content with the way the game is going.
For sure. I mean, they have 8 opportunities to close this out and then take it on towards Nuke, where I do expect it to be a very close map for sure. And both teams are quite strong on it. Of course, roster changes recently haven't come in for Nordavind. We don't really have too much to go off of with their current lineup. I think they did play it a little bit. Of course, we've seen them earlier up against XVP where they looked quite strong in it. So it's definitely a map they can play. Pact also quite capable. I don't think their win rate is the best. Actually, no, they've played it 16 times in the past few months and have a 62% win rate. I just had a quick look at HLTV there. So I do think map 3 will definitely be exciting. I don't think we'll be seeing another one-sided affair.
Oh, absolutely. It should be exciting. Should be pretty close on the edge, on the ledge. And well, right now the starting point here for Pact is not too good. Mani's getting tagged up down to 63. It's NATO that's playing towards Party itself. And he's trying to get a little bit of information. Decent nade doesn't do critical damage though in Lunatic. He's still in water towards the site itself as Sobel is patiently waiting in Graffiti. Darko holding through Monster. It's an exchange of a few bullets, you know, kind of getting the lead over to the other side. Oh, ooh, that was a close call actually. Tensky, if he had been a little bit more accurate with the spray, might have been even a kill there. But less than a minute on the clock, and this map point here for Norderwind is clicking slowly but surely. It's going to be a B execution. I think that much is clear. They've completely forgone towards the A site.
Except for HS, he's creeped all the way up. Look at this Mani's.
I mean,
I don't think
classic
rotating
HS.
in, the scope getting heard. Yeah, he likes lurking. He's at least able to keep a couple players around this area. Actually ends up finding one kill as well for himself. Unfortunately falls, and it's Darko on the other side of the map as well to open it up in favor of Pact. Slowing down this push actually in towards the B bomb site. Time is getting low, and there's a quick flank as well now coming through from Goofy. Despite that kill from NATO Safik, Safix rather, it's still the man advantage in favor of CTs. But look at this, Tensky going forward. Both remain in CTs though, up close, as you can see the time getting so low. Not really able to stick that bomb plant. Instead, they tap it to try and see if they can get the kills, and it's just not going to work out. Having so many smokes around them, by the time they walk out of smokes already, Pact just set up holding for the push. So a little bit of a lifeline. Pact going to need 7 more though if they actually do want to bring this into overtime, so it's still a very long road ahead of them.
Definitely a long road, but the way is not shut, at least for them. They've got a chance to break it through here. It's going to be step by step. It's going to have to be, it's going to be a very excruciating road ahead of them, but they've at least got themselves a chance, an opportunity. They've been able to stave off defeat for now. Norderwind, a full buy. We've got the SGs, the AKs, the utilities, everything they wanted. Maniz though, oh, there's the collateral that we were waiting for. A decent nade afterwards, but it doesn't really stop HS from shooting him out, or shooting him down. And it's still going to be a 3-on-5. And, well, Maniz, the peak might have been a little bit dangerous. He pays his life for it, but at least he's gotten a double. That much is worth it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a pretty firm man advantage here. He spotted out another couple of players, at least around middle, so they had a bit of an idea about where Nordavind were trying to focus towards in the beginning of this round. With that, they've rotated Goofy to be aggressive up close to the bathroom. Sobal then playing the angle here from the truck, just watching the long push out. So just going with 2 towards either bomb site, playing it fairly standard right now. As long as they can come out with even 2 kills at this point, it would allow, of course, the B players to rotate up and have an advantage for the retake. So they've got a good setup for this. There's still a bit of time. Nordavind, though, definitely focusing on towards A. All of them going over towards long at this point. And Sobal now, he's transitioned a little bit. He's going for the jump peak. That may allow for the info to be found a little bit earlier.
Oh, this is actually vital right now. It was Sobel that had to get in a bit of a better position. He's able to stick to it, and he's going to be able to find one. Rubino falls. It's still HS and Tensky, and unfortunately for both, it is Sobel and Goofy with the crossfire that come through. 9 rounds to Pact. And they are able to draw the money out of Norderwind, bleeding them dry. It's going to be back to, well, a full dice still, but limited to just having the rifle. So far, not a single op yet being picked up by NATO. That's the surprising part, I think, or at least the most surprising part of all. But in any case, 15-9, and we have ourselves still around here that Norderwind could absolutely win if they're going to be quick about it enough.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they still have a bit of money left over afterwards as well, with some loss bonus if they get a bomb plant here. We could see another buy from Nordavind, but ideally they do want to try and close it out because Pact are slowly but surely beginning to pull this into a comeback.
Damn.
Looking at a potential 10 rounds in a couple of seconds, maybe. I mean, one more being pulled back there from NATO Safix leaves it in the 2v3, so it's certainly still winnable for the T side at this point. Bomb in the hands of Rubino right now down in towards B water. It looks like he wants to try and go back up through connector, and Goofy likely going to catch him off guard. That's the bomb now being dropped, and that should go ahead and actually solidify this 10th round for Pact. Especially with the smoke down. I mean, maybe he could manage to go through the smoke, pick up the bomb, but it's not
highly unlikely.
He does catch Sobal. Hang on.
Wait. Well, I mean, I think he has to wait the smoke. He has no other choice. It would be a little bit dangerous if he had just tried to do it without waiting for the smoke to pass. Goofy, though, he's on the edge. Surely NATO checks his corner. Indeed it does, and he indeed even wins the challenge. Darko down to a one-on-one. And he's caught on short right now. Darko doesn't really know. Well, now he should. Surely. Yeah, yeah, okay, NATO. He takes the best weapon he could have in this position with the HP he is left with. Darko now in a bit of a undecisive mode. He doesn't really know where to go, what to do, and at this point, guys, if you're in the same position as Darko, just stick to what you know, and that is either B or A, and just make a decision and go for it. Don't be in the middle of nowhere, having no information for one or the other side. And Darko, well, here we go. He's going to be coming in through Connector. A one-on-one challenge to win another round to Pact and stave off defeat for one more round.
Not being too silent about his push-up either, so I think NATO should be able to hear those footsteps quite soon. Will indeed actually be able to hear the audio cue at this point, holding the angle. The wide swing trying to come in, not going to be enough from Darko. Only needed the one bullet to be connected, but NATO Safix, that was a ridiculous clutch. 1-on-4, I believe, at least a 1-on-3. And with the bomb dropped in Connector out of his control, he manages to grab the kills, retrieve the bomb, and play out the afterplan successfully. That does indeed confirm that we will need a map number 3 to decide the series and see who actually gets that spot in the closed qualifier. So I'm happy to see that. We're going to have Nuke coming up next, guys, so make sure you stick around. As always, if you're enjoying the stream as well, you can hit the follow button above, and you can check myself and Overseer out if you enjoyed the commentary by putting !casters in the chat.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go. Brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
No matter what your passion is, soccer, rugby, racing, or esports, become a part of the experience with the moments we deliver.
And I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever hold, no matter if we're cast away. A fire in the dark,
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight and break up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were, hold each other and feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you've lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it.
Welcome back. It's time for map 3. It's Nuke is the decider between Pact and Nordavind, and we've seen them, of course, trade maps. They took their own map choice. Pact with a relatively one-sided scoreline on Vertigo, which was their choice. Overpass then being a pretty convincing victory as well, you'd have to say, for Nordavind. Nuke, though, I hope we're going to be seeing a little bit more of an exciting matchup here. I would expect it, because it's a map that's kind of towards the middle for both of these teams. The only thing is I don't think we've seen much of Nordavind apart from that one matchup they had earlier on today. So, I mean, it'll be interesting. We know they can play it, but how much they have to fall back onto, where Pact may be able to watch that matchup as well, is another question. Who knows? But here we go. Going into the pistol round right now, NATO Safix goes for a kit and a smoke. Over on the T side then is Meniz, who just picks up a flash, and I'm guessing dropped some P250s. Yeah, there's a couple on the ground right there.
Yeah, two dropped, and with that flash, he's going to be able to support either an inside hit with the pop flash coming over the window, or a straight open door kind of style, and just go for it immediately. But we'll find out soon enough. Pact on the T side, looking like the A split is going to be a go, and Densky already spotting a few players towards the outside itself. Rubino and NATO, though, the response is immediate, and they shut down any sort of attempt that Darko and Goofy might have wanted to have. Knees is patiently waiting in lobby, though. He finds himself one, but the two players out of Pact, they're going towards ramp, have already made their way towards hell. Lunatic still shuts down Tensky, but it's NATO that is able to reply. Oh, going up the stairs, or specifically up the ladder, is NATO. Responds in kind, and it is going to be back to Meniz. A 1-on-2.
Vertical stairs.
Vertical stairs, yeah.
All of Meniz, though. I mean, this is winnable with NATO dink down, especially, but the only issue is the bomb actually trying to get up towards heaven. I don't know if he'll expect both of these players to be below. Hang on, he's going around up above. That is the perfect counter. The only thing is NATO Safix has a little bit of a read on it. Setting himself up should be a pretty straightforward kill, and indeed it is. I was a little bit worried when he didn't hit the instant headshot, because Meniz only needed one to the body, so if he quickly flicked down and just got a reaction shot, it could have got dangerous. But Nordavind, they are able to come out on top of the opening pistol here on Nuke. And importantly, do so on their CT side as well, so they can go ahead and get off to a strong start here, start building up some economy, and with that, potentially put up a great CT showing, because once you can get those nades rolling, it can be hard for the T's to get back into it, especially if they like playing quick.
Oh yeah, especially if you want to explode onto a site, it can become an issue. But let's find out this eco, how far it goes, how far it stretches back. All 5 men going towards the outside. This time it's Densky with the MP9 that's absolutely ready for the take. NATO supporting it with from heaven, excuse me. And now actually he was in secret. I thought he was in heaven, and that was actually HS, but never mind. Either way, it's a 2-0 start for Nordavind. An expected start, I guess we should say. And you pointed out well, we've already seen them once before today against ex-Virtus Pro, aka Robin Hoodsie. And they did have perhaps a little bit of an issue trying to shut down a few of the earlier rounds out of them, but overall they were able to take the stride and kind of rode it out easily. And I have no doubt in my mind that Nordavind Pact definitely looked at that replay, if nothing else, or maybe even received a few words of wisdom from the likes of maybe Bialy.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, it is another Polish team, of course, but I mean, from what we've seen earlier from Robin Hoodsie, they didn't look too impressive, so I do think Pact is going to be a more difficult matchup for Nordavind overall, just with how they've been playing with their upset over complexity, and just in general, they've looked really strong. But coming into the opening gun round here, of course, Nordavind do retain quite a few of the weaker weapons. Pretty much all of them, apart from Tensky having an M4. It's 3 MP9s and a scout. That's not ideal. They do have plenty of utility. I like that they're taking a bit more of an aggressive stance as well. They have 2 players actually pushed up close into the HUD. So depending on what happens elsewhere, they could maybe also consider pushing straight through into the lobby, see if they could catch someone off guard. For the moment, though, a minute remaining for Pact to actually get something done. And here we go. That aggression rather going to come through the HUD, but with Sobol waiting above, holding from the ladder, he has a quick double kill for himself. Good damage, I mean, was done towards Sobol. I was going to say, with that kill from NATO Safix, maybe they still had a chance. But sadly, over towards the ramp, you don't really see any success from Croman.
Yeah, he was immediately checked towards that boost spot, and they were able to shut him out, specifically Goofy in that case. Tensky drops down vents. He's on short as far as I can tell, yeah. And let's see if he actually goes for the fight. The smoke deploys, so no chance he's going to have any vision, any sort of chance of an engagement. Needs to play it safe. If they wish to still go for this retake, they can try. That's pretty much the only thing they can do. And I think, yeah, the smarter call already being made. Save it up. Get the hell out of there. Get the hell out of Dodge and just save what you can. They've got full utility. They've got rifles they can drop. And certainly Nordavind will require all of their might, all of their money to be saved best they can. If they wish to have a rebuy, it's a must. And Pact, well, the first one is theirs. They get themselves at least an early start, an early bird start, if you want to call it that, and a chance perhaps to keep the pressure high on towards Norderwind.
Yeah, able to keep 4 players alive, importantly, in the first gun round, especially considering, of course, Norderwind had kept all of those weaker weapons pretty much. They're able to re-buy into this, so if Pact were in a tough spot where they were only surviving with like 1 or 2 players, then they'd be left on a weak buy trying to actually chain together a couple of rounds. So that is ideal. They're able to reinvest rather into all of the utility that they could hope for. Drop over to a player that was lacking a little bit after going down in the previous, I believe. So here we go. Norderwind with the full buy. This time they even have the op on towards NATO Sapphics. They're not really lacking in any departments. Rubino a little bit low on utility, but that's really the only thing you can point out. They have 3 defuse kits, they have all the firepower, and this is the opportunity for Norderwind to just immediately return with a round of their own and put Pact back down into a spot where a couple of their players are actually looking at an eco.
Yeah, it's not looking good for the future, and as we can see, Darko is spraying into that smoke thinking that there might be a player lurking. It's actually a classic position to take, so it's understandable they want to get rid of all the unknown factors, sort of to say. And Norderwind, well, patience is a virtue as they would like to excel at. NATO, he's got himself the op on that heaven position. So Overwatch has been established by him, but he seems to be reverting back towards ramp. So maybe Norderwind is having a good read here. By the looks of it, certainly they are. As this seems like an A execution by Pact. Might be coming in a little bit late though. Time is ticking ever so slowly. 50 seconds on the clock as Rubino deploys a new smoke. It's going to draw attention towards that squeaky spot. Rubino. He's a vital centerpiece of the defense, holding it from Hut. He gives his teammate HS a chance to defend the side effectively. And this execution has to come in now. Pact. Yeah, here we go.
Rubino being forced off the top of the bus, so that could make things a little bit more difficult for him. As I say, that still finds 1 kill with the help from HS and also Tensky rather up in heaven. It does seem like Norderwind are going to be able to hold this down successfully. Just spot right there from only taking a decent amount of damage on the HS, but it's not really going to be winnable anymore. He's already dropped low. There's 9 seconds left. The bomb not retrievable, and all 3 players are focused on where he's coming from. He still attempts it. I mean, it's better than going down after time, which probably would have happened at that point, so he sees what he can find. As I said, though, a couple players going to be a bit low on money. With some kills coming through for Meniz specifically, I believe it was, that gives him enough to buy, so it's only actually Sobal that's left in a spot where he was on a double eco, actually, or rather an eco from losing that one. So they will just buy up. The only real weakness now being Sobal on the P250. Even then, he gets a little bit of utility, so he can still assist in the round. And if someone drops early on, maybe he can retrieve himself the rifle either way to work with. But this is a good chance for Norderwind if they take this one, especially. Then it's the eco for Pact for sure. At that point, already a 5-1 lead here on the CT side. On map 3, especially. You can forget about the 2 previous maps at this point. It's pretty much a best of 1 to decide it.
Oh, absolutely. In Norderwind, they've already had a little bit of practice for Nuke before. And look at this Molotov position that they previously threw. It was Stensky that did it. He gets himself a little bit of a gap and he finds 2 kills. That was worthwhile for him. Goofy might have gotten the refrag, but the response is already hard at work. Norderwind have the player down C. That's going to be Kroman, and he's going to be holding the line with the AK, finding 2 more. And that's just lovely to see. Goofy, 100 HP, a 1-on-3, and an ace clutch to win the round. He's going to have to find a hat trick to finalize this 5th round, and as you said, to avoid being thrown into an eco and avoid being absolutely decimated early on by Norderwind. NATO will reveal his position, but HS threw short. I think this is a free frag. Of course it is. 4-1, and a confirmed eco for Pact, or at least should be a confirmed eco.
I mean, they've got 2,900 loss bonus coming out in the next round, so they can at least invest into a few pistols, try and get a couple of kills to keep the economy low for Norderwind, because after the reinvestment here for Kroman, after he went down, and also HS, their money isn't looking too amazing. I mean, they'd be able to rebuy in on 3 of the players if they were to lose this round. Even then for Tensky, actually, he'd be a bit low, only getting 1,400, so there's still an opportunity. If Pact, for example, just take down 3 players again, they'll be on a similar economy in the next round. Norderwind will be, and they'll be kept within that spot of kind of 1 gun round for Pact, and then it's a potential eco. So that's what they want to. That's what they want to retain by actually buying up a few P250s here. A smoke and a flash as well, and 2 players working with Kevlar. It looks like they want to try and focus on towards the ramp right now. Kroman going to be the first line of defense, and I was going to say I thought there was a quick rotation, but I don't believe so. Tensky's up in heaven right now. So if they can get past Croman, this is definitely doable. You can see instantly realizing that it is the straight up rush. Drops the smoke and the flashes to fall back down towards B so he can try and stay alive for as long as possible. And also hopefully pick off a couple of players in the meantime, which is what's happening. Gets 3 so far. 4 all being headshots. That leaves Goofy on his own. He's managed to creep in towards Hell in the meantime while his teammates were all getting mowed down. He just ran away and retrieved an up. He's actually falling back towards the spawn right now, but a full minute really to try and save that. I don't know if they're going to allow it to happen, but then again, I don't know if Nordavind can afford to really invest players to try and take this down.
Oh, they know. They know, my dude. They know. And yeah, I kind of agree. They can't really invest more than 1 or 2 players to this. If they lose more than 1 or 2, then that's going to become a huge problem and a worthwhile investment for Pact regardless. But yeah, that works. And a bit unfortunate, Goofy's getting himself goofed out, but 5-1 as expected, as it's supposed to be. And now Pact, the full buy should be coming through. Not sure if there will be an AWP. Muniz, if he does go for a investment, is going to have to go glass cannon, which is highly improbable. It's just going to cause more problems than anything else. I don't feel like that's the way to go right now. They don't need to shut down NATO. They just need to shut down the early offense of Nordawind. And whatever they try, they need to at least be able to reply in kind, basically. And one thing to mention, the next best of 3 for us will be Argo versus Sprout. I've just double checked.
That's actually going to start as well. It will be over on Dan Chan's channel, I've just been told. And whenever we finish here, we'll hop on over. If he's in the middle of a map, we'll still hop in and do the map, but he'll finish up his stream as well before he then hops off and lets us finish the rest of it. It's just to make sure it keeps going fluently. You don't want to leave the players waiting, most importantly. Because if they're just sitting around at that point, then they're going to be cooling off and you won't get the best quality games.
Yeah, I like it. I like that idea. It also kind of relieves everybody a little bit. You know, doesn't delay the qualifier up until like 2 in the morning like yesterday. But yeah, 5-1, full buy, Pact, no up as expected. Muniz is not going to risk a glass cannon, and it is going to be a little bit of a slow round, and I like it. Pact is thinking really hard as to how they can deal with Nordawind, and certainly Sobel, the first kill goes to him. So an early start and an early beginning.
Yeah, and a strong one, most importantly, with the advantage without even any damage being taken from Pact. This is what they need. They're in a spot here where if they do end up losing this gun round, then it's beginning to kind of run away for Nordavind. But as I say that, Croman's still pulling him back. A little bit of a risky peek, I'm not going to lie, in towards ramp, especially on his own. If he went down, they would have lost the full ramp control. But he is able to actually pull that one back, put it into the 4-on-4. So well, they are managing to catch perfect timing on towards Rubino. There is one more player up on top above the hook. Unfortunately, he's only able to do a bit of damage with only the legs shown. Sobal taken down low, but now it's the 2-on-3. And it's not like the Nordavind players are looking too healthy themselves. Croman brought down to 28-45 for NATO Safix. This is a good opportunity here for Pact to finally pick up another T round. Oh, this nade could be dangerous though. I don't think it's going to bounce back to Goofy.
Wide.
Yeah, in towards the blue box, I believe.
Yeah, in towards that corner there it hit, and Darko, he's already got a nice angle. Croman, no chance he's able to entry onto the site without being immediately shut down, and sure enough the HP might be favoring Pact, but nonetheless the man advantage is where it gets them, and Nordawind, it's going to have to be 5-2 acceptable to them. And we can see that with the saved AWP and M4, they'll be able to drop easily to Rubino and HS, no problem whatsoever. But Pact, a vital victory for them. With 3 players surviving, they don't exactly have to go into this round with barely anything to scrape by. Not the optimal amount of money left in the bank, but it's better than nothing. And given that this is Nuke T side, they're looking forward to those 5-6 rounds to be picked up. Something of the like, maybe more if they can, and we'll see how they fare for themselves on the CT. Either way, round is live and we have ourselves NATO in main. He's going to be peeking towards Squeaky. Naded down to 50 though.
Yeah, a little bit of damage. A slight favourite here for Pact to begin the round off, which is nice. If they do take this, then definitely Nordavind. They're looking at that eco, but NATO Safix on the op. Posted up over towards Dor, able to find Muniz as he attempted to back away. There's a couple other players nearby, but not really in a position to try and face that up and attempt to get the trade, because up against an op, of course, that's quite difficult. You give the opportunity for NATO to really just keep fragging and make it even impossible for them to recover. So the smoke went down. For now, really just all the control around lobby for Pact. They haven't really done too much towards outside. They were hoping to be able to find that opening around door early on, I'd suppose. There is still a minute. A decent amount of utility for them to work with as well. They can try and look for a little bit of control towards outside if they do want to.
They definitely should at least exercise a little bit of control and scare Norderwind into submission. With the entry they were able to achieve, Norderwind is going to get a little bit cheeky, and you can see they're pushing towards main with HS this time. Rubino towards defense position. He is going to be able to get one, but it's HS that refrags, although Lunatic comes across with a kill, and he's already dropped down into vents. Darko is going to be patient. He's going to wait his chance. And a 3v2 position to work with. Lunatic jumps across. Not sure if Croman will realize this, but it's not planted behind the silo. It's going to be a 2-on-3 setup that Darko might actually have a say in it. If he gets across here unnoticed, unscathed, as long as Lunatic is kept alive, or at least stays alive, Norderwind is going to have some trouble retaking this site, especially with the way Darko is posted.
Yeah, the question is Lunatic maybe able to act as a little bit of a distraction? Actually ends up going down to NATO. Safix coming straight out of events, and at that point then Darko also gets taken down on his attempted flank. Yeah, really Lunatic had to get that kill right there. At that point then Darko maybe could have pounced a couple of seconds later afterwards, but you seen Lunatic, as soon as he went down, Darko also has to try and push at that point. Can't really be quiet anymore. 6-2 for Nordavind. Pact, after taking one more round for themselves immediately, it does come back in favor of the Nordavind side once again. With the bomb plant coming down, going down rather, at least for Pact, they're able to scrape out a decent enough investment here. No helmet for Goofy with the AK, which is a little bit unfortunate, but considering they're against an off two AKs as well, it shouldn't really be the biggest of factors. At least he has the rifle.
Yeah, but I mean, it is Goofy, right? When did you last see him being headshotted? But okay, it's going to be 0-5 for Darko, or 0-6 as well. He's having a tough time already to start it off. And Goofy, unfortunate for him, yeah, it wasn't a headshot, but he still dies. Meniz is able to refract Patensky through main, or through garage, excuse me. He's able to shut it out. Kato does not know Sobel has been able to creep up towards him, and it is going to be back to a 3-on-3 Pact. They've established B-side control, not effectively towards Secret, but they might as well already have it. Croman down in actually in Secret Smoke. Yeah, he's waiting by the edge there. He's going to be able to get one Lunatic, though. The reply is immediate. And it's back to a 2v2 with Sobel and Lunatic behind the wheel. HS and Tensky have a hard job ahead of them. Yet Norderwind, they know that this victory, especially if they prevent the plant, most likely gives them not just the 7th, but the 8th as well, as Pact will have to go for an eco afterwards. Here comes the commit. Through short. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Tensky had just been hiding up close to the door for a while. As soon as the bomb goes to get tapped, I mean, it's difficult for the first player to react quickly because he was also being a little bit more cautious of ramp, etc., I believe, initially. But his teammate was planting safe to those areas, so definitely full focus should have been towards the door. Either way, just too quick with that Krieg. Tensky rather getting the instant headshot. And then the spray down on the second. 7-2. Pact not going to be able to make that force by work this time. With the loss bonus, of course, they're still able to invest a bit, but they don't spend it all. They're going to be mostly focused on the upcoming round. But at that point, very likely an 8-2 lead for Nordavind here on the final map of the series.
Oh, I like
Look how quick this push is. Yeah, the flashes over as well are perfect. Meniz and Lunatic, they managed to open it up. And with that, I think instantly Nordavind could consider calling for the save. They're going to need a couple drops potentially in this next round, especially if they lose these weapons. Then they won't have enough to reinvest on Tensky and NATO Safix rather. But let's see if they get a quick kill. Maybe they go.
Well, I mean, even a quick kill at this point won't change anything. And yeah, this is pretty much it. The save is a must. And you said it well. They should have gone for the save immediately. Their money is pretty much gone. And HS really couldn't afford to die there. The money left in their bank is, well, pretty much non-existent anymore in a Pact. I love the simplicity of their execution. They know they don't need to complicate matters. They go for a straight A rush. And Roman, oh, come on, buddy. What was that attempt at a ninja? I guess I understand it, but still, it's like you have a full buy, right? I mean, hey for effort, but an F for
no, that was not worthwhile. I was gonna say it wasn't the end of the world because Croman could still drop one over,
yeah.
and HS was able to buy for himself. So HS going down wasn't the
Yeah.
end of the world. Ideally, they wanted him being able to drop over a weapon, and you can see they only get the FAMASs now because they want to actually prioritize utility, which is understandable. So it's really not a good buy. Saving over those extra weapons would have been perfect. Instead, now a real opportunity for Pac to start crawling their way back into this on the T side. If they win this, they're likely going to be sitting on 5 before we have another gun round from Nordavin.
And the best part of it all is if they do get up to 5, the money for Nordavin, the buy for Nordavin is going to be minuscule at the very best. They're going to have limited amount of utility and a very limited amount of firepower in general, as their whole economy just got fully reset. In fact, here we go. They're going to be pushing on towards A yet again. This time Rubino gets the one Goofy, the reply is in, and Sobel as well. And Maniz comes across with a free frag, and it's all coming down on top of the heads of Nordawind. Nothing they can do can stop this, in fact. The 5th point is looking like very much a reality at this point. Might even be a force next for Nordawind, actually. It's possible, right? Although they are now in their 2nd round loss in a row, so it would be perhaps prudent to actually go for an eco and then for a full buy afterwards. That is the way to go usually. Although knowing Nordawind... Oh, yeah. 0 and 8, right? Yeah. Poor guy. He is having a tough time. But as I've said... Nordawin, knowing them, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually force as well. It's like they have a tendency to force, and
yeah, I mean we've seen it a couple times even just back on overpass.
Yep, exactly.
He's gotten a couple of kills for himself. That's not bad.
Wow.
Saving the Kevlar over as well in the end. Sadly, doesn't get himself a weapon. That would have been amazing because then they'd have at least something to work with in this round in terms of rifles.
Yeah.
But he still has the Kevlar and a Deagle. He's done a little bit of extra damage there. But, I mean, that's not going to be too big of a deal. There's already a pretty decent economy for Pact. And, of course, other than the Deagle that they're going up against in this round, it should be pretty straightforward what only USP is.
Yeah, they're not going to be going in crazy, right? They're going to be keeping it clean and simple. And the one Deagle and Tensky might be able to make a difference if properly positioned and, you know, utilized. But then again, I think that's too much to ask, even out of Tensky. For Pact, though, they sure should realize this is pistols and Kevlar at the very best for Nordawind. So splitting is not really an option. I would very much love to see them just group up, utilize their weapons at mid-range engagements, and just look for the wide angles as best they can. And already they're going towards ramp, which is the best possible outcome in my mind, as Nordawind have stacked A.
Yeah, I like this. As I've said, when it's just these ecos with maybe a couple upgraded pistols, I like when they take a gamble, stack up a bomb site. If it doesn't work out at that point, he can at least group up and try and get a couple exits. And at that point, then Tensky can save his Kevlar again, boost up the buy a tiny bit in the next round. As I sometimes say, though, gambling is a risky business, and it doesn't pay off for them. It's going to be a bomb plant down.
Don't gamble if you don't have money, folks.
As I said, I'd like to see them just group up for exits rather, and it looks like they will bring it down through Secret. The question is, will Pact head in that direction? They know they have the full ramp control, I'm pretty sure, so I don't know if they'll really need to. They'll probably just go where they know is safe.
Oh boy, that nade dealt a bit of a critical blow to Rubino and Naito. Lunatic, well, he's the critical element, finding himself 4 frags. Down to 21 he goes, so he's dead if the bomb explodes within his vicinity. But this is going to be 5 rounds to Pact as expected, and... Wow, hey, Lunatic. Okay. Down to 10 HP he goes. Somehow he's staying alive, even this close to the bomb plant. I didn't know that you could actually survive and only lose, what, 10 HP or 11 HP on that edge? On that edge in observation room, control room.
Depends on where the bomb's planted, of course.
Yeah, it was planted on the edge, though. It's like pretty, like, I would say, I mean... It's so weird with the bombs sometimes. On Inferno, you die literally at the bottom of mid, you die to the bomb explosion on A. Whilst here, it's they've completely and utterly nerfed the bomb radius. But I guess, you know, it's for the better.
You don't
doesn't matter though.
Die at the bottom of mid though. I wouldn't say it's that extensive, but I get what you mean.
Not 100.
You do take quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, you take a lot of damage. If you have like 10, 15 HP, usually you die somewhere near mid itself.
Speaking of damage, though, Maniz, he takes all the damage. Unfortunately, all he can take before falling in the beginning of this round with one up shot from NATO Safix. So, Nordavin, now that they're back on the buy, they're looking to try and get back into the winning ways, and that's a decent start to it. They have the man advantage. The only thing is they don't have the fuse kit, so if it does come down to a retake, they could be in trouble. So I'd say that open and pick rather is even more important than it would be otherwise.
Yeah, that's true. Although, I'm eager to see how this works out for Pack. They seem to have a few smokes ready for the outside. Might actually just want to fake it a little bit. You know, try to draw attention to the outside itself and force a reaction out of Norderwind in that sense. But it seems like, again, the nerves are calm here for the Norwegian boys, and Kromen already down towards B as well. Okay, HS finds 2, that's perfect. Goofy and Lunatic respond, but it's still going to be Tensky that's ready on towards Catwalk. From heaven, it's NATO, and it looks like this is going to go the way of Norwind once more. Although, Lunatic makes it very expensive for them. They're still able to close it out with NATO. 8-5.
And a pause comes in. I'm going to double check. I would imagine from Pact maybe, just so they can ensure that they're able to pick up some more rounds here on the T side. And indeed it is. I wouldn't have been too surprised though if it was from Nordavind, just knowing that of course they have to reinvest all their money into this round, and they also would probably presume that the economy of Pact is in a strong enough position to buy for the rest of the half, which it is. So Pact are not going to be struggling for the investment. It's just about how they approach these rounds. That's why they want to try and optimize these buys rather. And if they can come out with 7 rounds on the half, Pact will be in an amazing position, especially considering the start that they got off to, with Nordavind being up, what was it, 6-2? 7-2 even maybe at one point?
I think it was 6-2, was it not? 7-2, yeah. I'm actually not even sure anymore, but no, it was 7 rounds to Nordavind, and then now Pact turning it around quite easily. Although Darko's still at 0-9, he's having a really tough game right now. But luckily enough, Pact is not being overly affected by that. They're able to still stave off certain defeat, regardless of the poor performance out of Darko. And we can't even say poor performance. He's just having the unluckiest of timings ever. But yeah.
I mean, it's a little bit of a poor performance. I'm not gonna. I don't think we should.
I mean, I don't want to. You know, we can't sugarcoat it too much, true. But
his team are doing. It happens. It really.
Yeah, it happens.
That's all you can say. Every player has bad games. We see it from even some of the best. But Darko, he still has time to get back into this. It's not even the halftime yet. If he can start fragging, maybe it's the extra kind of push that Pact need to start taking these rounds a little bit more convincingly, and maybe even come out with a 7 on the halftime, as I said here. I mean, he's got the buy. It's not like he's lacking the weapons at the moment. He's definitely got a mouse still in his hands, so you can never count him out.
Oh, that's true. That's one way to look at it. And imagine if Darko had like 5-6 kills. This result could be a lot different. We could be looking at a potential, 7-7 maybe. But in any case, oof, Darko. There's the entry. Jinx is real, not anymore, as Kromen is actually hiding away behind the box there still, and somehow he's not even being checked. Finally, the Molotov comes in. It is going to be Goofy to try and snuff him out, but he's kind of denied. Loses that duel. It's going to be back to a 3-on-4 retake. Darko gonna go in close. Lunatic from Titanic. He's got a good angle to work with. Finds the first. Darko reveals his position. Lunatic the second. Darko now has to stay alive, and he's reloading midair as Pensky and HS come through. But it's a double for HS, finding himself the victory in the round. 14th is gone, and that will be 9 rounds to Norderwind.
That was close, though. I mean, Pact were able to put up a good fight for it. Fortunately for HS and Tensky, they're coming out of the ramp. HS was instantly ready for the trade on the final player up in the window room. But there also was the possibility that he maybe could have lined up the spray down because they were pushing in from the same position. So Nordavind just about inch out that 9th round now in their favor, but only 1 player surviving. I mean, the buy is not all that great. A P90 out for Tensky. 2 FAMASs. I'm not sure. HS, of course, has his weapon on the ground. It is the Krieg that he's going to be rocking still. So it's a decent enough investment, but there's still a good opportunity for Pact. As we had said, they weren't going to struggle to buy for the rest of the half, which is still the case. So if they can come out with 6 here on the T side, I think they can be feeling good going over to the CT side. Oh, and there it is. Muniz picks up the opening on the NATO Sapphics. He was in towards credit card, and that's not going to buy him any frags, unfortunately.
It's not a platinum one, that's for certain. And Sobel patiently awaiting the push. Tensky kind of a little bit too eager to get an early frag, an early refrag, if you will, and is paying with his life. It is going to be back to a 3-on-5. And as you said, Pact, they'll be happy with the 6 rounds if they can get them, which is certainly looking like it. Given the way they started, given the way it all began, this will be a welcome change for a difference. And even with 6 rounds with the new nuke and the new meta, it is an acceptable amount of rounds for Pact themselves, given they're up against quite a strong opponent themselves, and Darko having a poor performance alongside it. This is, this is commendable to a certain degree. But HS, Croman, and Rubinho might have a word in this yet. We'll see if they can actually stave off the round itself and make it still into double digits for the first half. That'd be pretty sick.
Definitely. I mean, that's where they want to end after having such a strong start as well. I think anything less than that, they'd be feeling a little bit disappointed with themselves, despite 9 rounds still being pretty decent. But, I mean, let's see. I don't think Nordavin, they're going to be able to pull this one back. They have an okay setup with 1 player down on B. It's not being cleared out right now. As I say that, eventually they will peek in together. Croman, though, ready to swing out immediately, gets himself 3 on the FAMAS, and suddenly it's the 2-on-2. I jinxed it again. Sobol very low, as you said, 10 seconds to retrieve that bomb. And it's very unlikely. I mean, Croman, all he has to do is stop the bomb from going down, and they've won it. I mean, he's got the bomb planted somehow, but he can't get out of the smoke, so it doesn't matter. He gets dropped by HS there from behind. The defuse will come in with plenty of time. And that's 10-5 at the halftime. So, yeah, Nordavin, they're feeling really happy. Pact overall a decent recovery, but 5 rounds only really puts them in a spot where they need the pistol now on the second half to really make that comeback a dream. A reality, rather than just a dream.
Well, right now it's a dream that's becoming more lucid as they go, but unfortunately it's starting to crack again under their very feet. And as you said, that was a nice attempt, although I'm not sure why Pact played it down to the last few seconds. That's the one thing I was so worried about from the get-go. They take a lot of time executing, and, in the last round, certainly the goal is to get there ASAP. And they were still just slow walking through ramp, which was the surprising part for me. But in any case, Nordawind moving on to their T side. They've had a few issues today against Virtus.pro, or ex-Virtus.pro, I should say, specifically Robin Hoodsie. A little bit of a weird game flow over, but I think they're going to be ready for this. They're warmed up well enough. This is now their 4th map they've been playing, and I have no doubt in my mind they'll be definitely looking for early aggression throughout the entirety of the map itself. And Sobol just disconnected. Hopefully,
I think it was Rubino who disconnected. Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, Rubino. Yes, not Sobol. Rubino. Yeah.
Missing a player from Nordavin. I mean, I hope he doesn't have any issues that are stopping him from getting back. The second half hasn't started yet, according to the bot that gives us information. So we probably will be waiting a couple of moments at least for Rubino to join back onto the server. Not sure what the issue was. It didn't seem like he had a high ping or anything. Maybe he just needs a quick restart.
Well, we'll find out soon enough anyway. I guess probably just restarting the game, I presume. That's the way to go. Maybe restarting the ESCA client. But the 3rd and final map, Dean. We've come a long way today. There's one more best of 3 to go, of course. I believe it's already underway. Actually, I'm not even sure if it's underway.
Go check up on that right now. The game will be going live within the next 90 seconds, guys. Just waiting on the GoTV to catch up. I can confirm that he has already rejoined the actual server itself. The GoTV just a bit behind, of course.
That's always a good thing. Also to mention, if anybody wants to watch Argo versus Sprout, you can hop on to Danchan and check out how that game will go. But we'll be hopping onto that once we finish this series as well. So no worries, folks. We won't be missing a single beat, a single skip.
Yeah, that game actually hasn't started quite yet either. We're still waiting on the first map to go live. I think most of the players are on the server, so I'd imagine we probably will miss some of the first map, but we'll be able to hop in probably like halfway through or something. Depending on how this one goes, I suppose. We can still see overtimes, etc. We can still see Pact bringing it back. It really can go either way, but as we said, of course, Danchan is over there covering it, so it's ensured that you guys won't miss any of the action. You might just have to go check it out on a different stream for a while. If that's a game that you really want to go see, of course. And as Overseer said, it's over on Danchan's channel, but if you want to just be able to find the streams with ease, the quickest way to do so is usually just heading on over to hltv.org. Find all the streams under the match page.
Well, that's an easy way to put it. Some people might not know what HLTV is, if that's the case.
We have new viewers, etc. That's why I plug it every now and again, because it's a necessity if you're someone who follows CS.
Oh, absolutely. It's for example, to give a comparison, if anybody ever followed Dota or StarCraft, it's like teamliquid.net, but for CS, hltv.org. So, Go check it out. Maybe it fits your fancy, maybe it doesn't. But overall, if you want any news about CS and the scene thereafter, you know, it's on HLTV for certain. In any case, the pistol is... Goofy.
What a raid
He's gonna
boss.
be going goofily. Yeah, that's gonna be fun to see. Let's see how it works out. On Hut, he's gonna get one only. That's not enough. It's gonna be NATO. What a trouble. And from heaven, it's Lunatic playing the part, but he's not good enough in that case. He's getting shut down quickly. Back to a 3-on-2. Sobel at 15 drops down. Here's another headshot, and Kromen will be able to find the second kill as well. Jesus, what a quick pistol, man.
Kromen's a monster with that P250. We've seen him a couple times picking up some mad openings. I think on one of the Vertigo games just had like the P250 two quick one-tap openings on the pistol round. But yeah, that's a tough one. Losing that round now for Pact puts them in a very difficult spot. They're going to be buying up because they realize they kind of need to. They need to win this round if they want to start making that comeback happen before it really gets out of control. And if this doesn't work at that point, then 13-5 before the guns actually come out for Pact. It's just a very, very difficult spot to be in. Looking like we see a quick-paced round here from Nordavind as well. The nade on the door to get one down the vent. That's Kromen who goes through. The rest of the players just going to be focusing in towards ramp, so it's going to be a split down towards B, and Kromen actually finds the rotation already of Lunatic, trying to come down that vent quickly, but the Molotov forced them out and into the waiting arms of Kromen, and with a Mach 10 it was an easy frag.
It was an easy frag, of course. And
I think they're going to go back with A, maybe.
I'm not even surprised if they do that. Sobel might... Oh, Sobel, the timing here. Perfection can be said, but unfortunately for him, the A side is still going to be under attack quite heavily. Goofy, though, wins that duel. Finds himself one. Sobel with the Mach 10 shuts down NATO. It's Tensky replies, but it's Goofy with the Deagle, and again, and Goofy... Well, he actually makes up for the fact he didn't pick up more than one frag, or that he picked up just the one frag, excuse me, on the pistol itself with the dualies.
Yeah, the Deagle apparently a little bit more efficient in his hands. I mean, it only needs one gun, not two. That's the law here for Goofy. He's going to stick onto that. No, he does have an M4 on the ground. I was wondering because he had spent a lot of money. I presumed there had to have been a rifle on the ground for him, so he does indeed have the M4 to work with. But again, a quick-paced round going to be coming in from Nordavind. I think this time they might want to try and actually commit down towards B to see if they can just get that bomb planted. But the amount of damage that they're taking before they can actually get in towards the vent. Rubino then gets caught by the quick rotation from Aniz. He has another player pinned in towards the vent itself, but he tries to go back to deny his bomb plant. Not going to be successful. I was going to say should find the kill, but gets hunted by NATO Safix.
That's actually perfect now. Goofy as well. He needs to stay alive. He is going to stay alive, thankfully. But it's still going to be a 2-on-4. And the Allen challenge here by Kromen. He's only good for the one, unfortunately. Still going to be back to 3-on-1 as NATO finds the first. It's denied in the end by Goofy, thankfully. And that's going to be...
successful round, though.
Yeah, actually a very successful round for Nordavind, given all the circumstances and given the fact that this was basically a pistols and Kevlar investment into the round itself. So Pact paying a high price to win it, but they win it nonetheless. 7-11, and we have ourselves a eco round for Nordavind.
They've still got some pistols at least. A few smokes also. Will they go towards outside maybe? They've got the 4 smokes, so that's fairly possible. A Molotov then as well being brought up for Kromen, so I mean they've invested quite a decent amount here. But they will get themselves 2,400 in the next round, so they'll be able to pull out a pretty decent investment. But without the bomb plant at least, you don't imagine an op would be brought into play. So let's see if that'll be possible. Already quite a bit of nade damage being connected onto a couple of players, and with the spam following it up through the smoke, already a quick 4-man advantage now. Even quicker being brought into that position. All on NATO. He has a smoke still remaining, a P250 in his hands. The bomb, unfortunately, dropped under the vision of Lunatic currently, and Sobal as well as he joins in and spams away.
Interestingly enough, Darko got his 3rd kill right now, so, you know, he's picking up the pace. Pact, as soon as Darko gets a frag, seemingly getting around alongside it. So there's definitely something to that.
Yeah, but Nordavind got 1 kill there in the end. Sadly, the rifle was retrieved. It was Sobal. He was able to drop his MP9, so there really wasn't all that much damage.
Yeah, that's true. It wasn't exactly the optimal amount, but, you know, better than nothing, I guess, in a way. Although, it's going to be 8-11, and as I've said, Nordavind with the full buy coming through, no op for NATO. And we haven't really seen an AWP for Nordavind pretty much the entirety of their T side of both Vertigo, both Overpass, and now we're seeing the same on Nuke, at least for the moment. Pact on the other side. Nice. Ooh, yay, that's a problem. Kromen Great shutdown from Squeaky. Maniz looking for an early fight, and he's getting it. Unfortunately, not going his way. And Darko needs to stay alive. He cannot allow himself to be caught towards the main outside position, and he's already pulled back towards hell and heaven. I like that. Playing it safe.
Yeah, Nordavind, it looks like they do want to pressure a little bit towards ramp, but I don't think they're going to be committing too soon with the man advantage with still a minute and 10 seconds remaining as well. It's quite likely that Pact will try and maybe get a little bit aggressive somewhere just because they've been put into quite a tough spot right now. 4 players to hold up against 5 here on the CT side of Nuke is difficult. With that, they've gone ahead and rotated 1 player around towards Secret on the op as well. That's Lunatic. So I do like this. The Molotov, though, as a little bit of a read comes through from Nordavind. They put the smokes down to get the outside control. And with this, are very likely going to bring it in towards the A split. You can see the rest of the players set up in lobby. And that leaves a couple of players here to actually try and defend, I believe. No, as I said, it's only 1. It's actually 2 stacked in towards ramp, so Goofy is going to have to come out massive.
Oh, no.
And that is not allowed to happen. Drops immediately as he was playing on top of the door. He's not able to hold the door. He's not a successful doorman.
Oh. Well, unfortunately for Pact, they'll have to go for a save. Lunatic with the op, of course Sobel and Darko with the utility and the rifles. They have quite a little bit of money they can carry over to the next. Luckily, Goofy and Maniz have enough to buy for themselves in case, well, if it comes down to it. But they definitely want to keep the rifles. If nothing else, Sobel would have been broken otherwise. And, you know, you just want to keep the money in your bank. You want to make sure that you have the best chance possible to get the round, to get the victory. But that's going to be 12 rounds to Nordavind, deepening the lead to further 4 rounds. And with Nordavind starting to take the challenge up again and starting to look quite promising, Pact have to, well, they'll have to up their ante, we can say so, or they'll have to pack up and go. And, well, a challenge to be presented with the full buy. No op. Oh, excuse me, the op was saved, so Maniz can pick it up. But this is still going to be a tough round regardless.
For sure, but if Nordavind do pick this one up, then Pact have very little money, and very likely at that point will be down 14-8, leaving them in a spot where they have to be pretty much flawless for the remainder of the CT side if they want to get the win. So that will not be ideal. Already some quick outside control, but there is a decent setup for Pact to try and hold it down. Unfortunately, Darko, he's going to be the first line of defense towards main, instantly gets dropped. A successful trade towards the top of Hood, and the same comes true towards Heaven as Lunatic also only allowed 1. And oh, Sobal, he tried to push forward and stop them before they could actually get that bomb planted. That's not allowed. Denied pretty quickly by Nordavind, and Maniz, he just has to go for the save. I mean, a 1v3 with an op in his hands is very unlikely, so give himself the op at least to work with in this next round. But only $1,900 in terms of the loss bonus going to be coming in. I mean, if they wanted, they could scrape out a buy because Goofy and Lunatic could pull out rifles, but it wouldn't be perfect.
It would be anything but perfect in that sense, and I think it's gonna have to be pistols and Kevlar and just hope for the best to get, you know, a few kills to maybe save again, the op especially, and, you know, leave Nordavind to their own devices in that case. You can't really challenge them when you don't have the firepower for it. And like you said, Lunatic and Goofy will be able to invest, but surely they... Well, I mean, okay, Maniz can drop up FAMAS if they want to. Although, again, that's going to be cutting it pretty close. And Pact, I think they would like to avoid that. Or at least they should be avoiding that. Although, we'll see what the pause brings up. The tactical one for Pact, most likely, in this case.
Yeah, it is from Pact.
Yeah. I want to point out that Goofy now, this was the second time he was playing from Hut, and he was effectively useless in his position. He got a single kill, and that's it. And it's not exactly...
It's not really all his fault, to be fair. Darko going down in main, then he's getting split on. There's not a lot that he can do about it. Able to get one at least with decent, but he was being beat from the door, Hut, and main. So he was a little screwed at that point. Darko needed at least 1 kill just to be able to slow it down a little bit and give Goofy a chance.
Yeah, basically, you know, I would have preferred Goofy to take a different position is what I'm getting at, right? If you know that you're having troubles holding a quick play, a quick rush, or whatever, a split, you might want to take a bit of a different stance and try something unorthodox in that sense. Put 2 players back on default side and then have a bit of a crossfire set from that point. I know it's, you know, it's unusual, but in this case, the classics are not working out. Maybe it's time to switch out to something more, more strange in a way. But Here we go. It will be an investment. I'm not particularly fond of it, but I kind of understand why. They have a FAMAS, the 2 M4s, the MP9, and the op that was saved up. They'll try their best. They will try to prevent Norderwind from picking up that 14th round. That much is clear.
Definitely. If they don't, I don't know if they'll be willing to try and eco and play for overtime, or if they'll just keep with these force buys. So I feel like this is getting into a do-or-die moment at this point for Pact for sure. Molotov goes down. It does force Maniz rather back off the angle, but the Molotov at least, or rather the nade in return, at least able to do a little bit of damage onto both HS and Rubino. So he chips away at them a tiny bit despite having to give up that map control. But now it becomes a big issue for Pact. As you can see, they've had to rotate quite a few players down towards that B bomb site. It's weakened up the A bomb site itself, and for the moment, Nordavind can still really take this anywhere.
Well, certainly they can. Tensky gonna drop into main, clearing it off immediately. Lunatic back on site. And the defense of Pact has to hold up the standard for a difference. And with Lunatic being alone on site, there's a player in heaven. But what can he really do when Rubino is swinging around? There's the one, there's the second, and Nate supports it. Kroman, the flank has been caught red-handed with the hand in the cookie jar. Sobel coming up the fence, he gets himself a kill, but I mean, of course the reply is imminent. NATO's going to be ready for that any time of the day, and Kroman, he's watching the flank as it is. 14-8, and that's why I dislike the force, right? That's why perhaps it would have been better to go for a bit of a mini eco and hope for the best with the op itself, and then, you know, do what you can with it instead of investing everything on the line. And now again, it's obviously going to be a reinvestment. They don't really have much of a choice. Pact, they've kind of given themselves up to fate at this point. 2 MP9s for Mast Eagle Scout. It's not looking good, man. It's not looking good at all. And Norderwind, at this point, they're just free-flowing.
Yeah, it's, I mean, they've got what they can. Tiny bit of net damage actually being connected outside there, but again, Nordavind able to get that early secret control. It just forces Pact to have to rotate players down towards the B side of the map, whether it's down out through ramp or if they drop someone down in the vents. Either way, it just it makes them have to be cautious of a lot more positions. As I said, I thought they do come back up secret. Maniz able to finish off HS, who had been tagged down a little bit, so that scout being useful. With that, a one-man advantage here for Pact. Maybe there is still the opportunity. I mean, if they get this, then they're back onto the rifles. They win a couple rounds in a row. Then the economy, maybe in Nordavind, has been chipped away at enough to force an eco. But it's still a pretty long road ahead of them if they do want to make that happen. And with the weapons still favouring Nordavind in this round, they certainly can recover it.
Indeed they can. Goofy, he needs to be careful. If Kroman decides to peek from HUD, he will be directly in his line of sight. And we see Maniz is taking a very safe stance as well towards the outside. He's ready to pull back immediately in case of trouble. As Pact are acutely aware that any single mistake could cost them to lose this game immediately. Well, the first already. Rubino will find the kill. Goofy falls. NATO the third, and it's all coming together, clicking into place like a puzzle. And it's a perfect round almost for Norderwind. Sure, they lose a player, but they've got the site, they've got the round already. This should be 15-8 as Pact is left with nothing but bare bones, no skin, no meat, nothing. Chew on the bones best you can and hope for the best, hope for survival. The third map looking like it might be coming to a close quickly, especially since, you know, Pact did force up effectively.
Yeah, and I think AGO versus Sprout hasn't even started yet, so we might be able to hop into that with a few rounds haven't gone past. I don't think we'll actually miss a lot of it, at least. Sobal getting himself one kill there towards ramp, but trying to actually save is going to be a whole different task because Rubino just flies in with the Mac-10. We got a third-person perspective of it right there off of the dead body in hell. It was an interesting way to spectate it. But with that, only the 1 MP9 being saved over for Lunatic, he can perhaps drop that to a teammate, maybe get a FAMAS for himself if he wants something slightly better to work with. But it's going to be a similar enough buy to what they had in that previous round now to try and keep themselves alive.
Well, we're about to find out how this is going to go. It's all eyes on towards Pact. Scout, MP9, Deagle, pistols. Actually, FAMAS coming up. Fair enough. Stobel might be going for a
little bit.
Oh.
Let me check my ping. I think my ping's okay. It might be the Discord for a second. So
sec.
We'll just give it a moment. I'll take over. God, why can I hear myself? You'll have to mute your mic for a sec there, man.
Is it better?
I think so.
I hope it's better.
I presumed it was just Discord because that happens every now and again where the server that calls on just decides to stop working properly.
To screech. Yeah.
You seem fine now, though.
Oh, thank you. Well, Pact aren't fine. They have themselves two FAMASs, a Deagle, a Scout, and an MP9. Not looking too good at all. At least they have a kit. That's the, that's the winning side of things. But this is looking pretty weak, Dean. I gotta be honest. This is not looking good. And Pact, they're one mistake away from being eliminated from the tournament itself.
Yeah, Darko already been tagged down to roughly half health here. He is one of the rifle players that they actually have available right now for Pact as well, so that's really not the ideal start. Full control down towards Secret as Nordavind creep forward and get the control around the window room. And I don't know if there's anyone immediately on the bomb site. It looks like there definitely was. It was Sobol. Unfortunately, I'm currently doing the observance, so it's a little bit hard to follow, but Goofy getting one back in the meantime gives them maybe a small opportunity. Unfortunately, Maniz burning down on the B bomb site is going to leave it again into a position where Pact are up against the wall. 3-on-4 in the retake with Dow. I was going to say really much utility to work with, but now actually did 2-on-4, making it even harder.
Well, that's unfortunately it. You said it well, and that's it. That's the end of the road. That's the end of the line. Pact, unfortunately, will have to take the L, and it's going to be the end of the road here for them, as it is our friends, well, our team Nordawind, that make it into the close qualifier, man. What a performance this has been. But congratulations to Nordawind, and of course, commiserations to Pact. Better luck next time.
Yeah, I mean, this was only the second of 4 EU qualifiers, so they've still got an opportunity to try and make it through. They got to this point already, of course, so there's no saying they can't do it the next time. And of course, Nordavind haven't already qualified. Drew won't be there to take them out in the next go-around. But we do have another game going on at the moment, of course, the other semi-final to decide who's going to get that second spot, which is with AGO versus Sprout, rather. But we're going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break, guys. We have to just run our ads and all as we do between games. I believe Dan Chan is still going to be covering that game over there, but we're going to hop into it as soon as we're ready to go. So yeah, with that, guys, as always, if you enjoyed the stream, make sure you check us out with !caster in the chat, and of course hit the follow button above ESL_CSGO just to make sure you know when we go live.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
No matter what your passion is, soccer, rugby, racing, or esports. Become a part of the experience with the moments we deliver.
And I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever hold, no matter if we cast away, a fire in the Right from the start, I see the end. A world torn apart, but I know we're meant forever hold. No matter if we're cast away, a fire in the dark. I know that you won't be where when I will again.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately, I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So, take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight, then wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were, hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. So take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be
All right, everyone, welcome back. I know we're a few rounds late into this game, but it had already started when we finished the previous one, so we had to just quickly run all of our, I guess, after game videos, and then we were ready to hop back in. As I said before, it was being covered by Danchan. He'll also be finishing off this map, so make sure you give him some support for helping us out and covering it while we were finishing off the previous game. A hero, of course. But one thing we need to point out, just as we were coming back into this right now, Sprout won a full eco round against AGO and managed to snatch away an op, I believe, off the back of it, a few rifles as well, as you can see, and put themselves into a decent position here to recover because they are still down 7-5. 7 already here on the T side for AGO is a good spot to be in.
Indeed it is, and we can see right now they're left with Glocks and P250s, so not much they can rely upon. But regardless, 7 rounds is really a perfect amount of rounds early on onto Inferno, and if they can pick up at least one more, it'd be pristine. Oscar, though, with a collateral and with another frag in the end, was able to close it out and secure the 6th for Sprout. A little bit of a shaky start for Sprout. If they hadn't won that full eco, it would have been still 4 rounds to them, and most likely an 8th or 9th point already. Well, the 8th point to Excomago. Highly likely that would have been the case. But the match paused, and I will refer to you, Dean. I presume this is a tag by Sprout, or is it Ago? Actually?
I will check right. It is by AGO.
Fair enough. Do you reckon they play slow here? They're not going to have much utility, so... Is this... Oh, okay, I was about to say, are they, like... Wait, they're actually going to go for pistols and Kevlar with the Hero AK by MHL.
Not
I'm
too
all
bad of
down
an
for
idea.
that.
Yeah, I mean, it only impacts MHL in the next round. Everyone else can still get the full buy. They actually have a rifle at least to work with. They have the pistols that can do some damage, and then with the Kevlar available on everyone, the AK can also be kind of picked up by someone else if MHL does fall, if he's not successful with his play, or even if he gets a couple kills and eventually falls. So it gives them a decent opportunity here at least to try and do something. Well, let's see. I mean, Sprout, they've been stepping it up a little bit since they won it. Oh, I can hear this, man. You please. You need to stop fiddling around with your mic while you're unmuted on Discord, please.
Apologies. Sorry about that. I thought
you sound good now. There was some like little staticky issues
fine?
before. Yeah, you sound good now.
Yeah, apologize. That's my sound card. Sometimes just wreaking havoc. Thanks for the shout out though. I was unaware of it. I can't hear it in my own headphones, so it's sometimes hard to recognize.
That's all right. Just gotta make sure the Discord's muted, because when you're fixing it for some reason I can hear myself speak and everyone can then hear me twice. A little bit awkward. Dennis, that is a perfect flash. Unfortunately not before the initial frag did actually go in for Dennis. So he's still able to at least get one radar. Forlan wrapping around on long, able to go ahead and take down Dicha on the rotation as well. And with Sydney managing to actually drop one on the bomb site, and then Groovy on the AK taking out Favin. Suddenly this round has just spiraled out of control for Sprout. AGO looking for a little bit of revenge to what we seen a few rounds back, or rather what we didn't see a few rounds back when they got overrun by the pistols.
Well, that is going to be pretty harsh for Sprout. They'll have to be careful what they do next. Their money is good enough to rebuy, of course, and Oscar, by the looks of it, will be surviving, and unless he's going to be poking the bear and looking for some sort of a hero play, trying to defuse the bomb alongside it, although Excomago, okay, they find him out, they snuff him out. For some reason, Oscar is still attempting this. He does not know. Well, actually, he did see Sydney beforehand. He actually sees the player on long as well, as Furlan is going to be attempting his best to stave him off the bomb, and he does indeed succeed in the end. Oscar, a little bit wishful thinking there, that he's going for that retake in the end, but okay, fair enough. You know, they had the money. It's the last round coming up anyway, so there wouldn't be too much of a reason to save. Or at least, you know, not a big loss if he does lose. 8-6 though, and Excomago looking pristine here on the first map of Inferno.
Yeah, 8 already. I mean, they've at least confirmed themselves a lead at half-time, but Sprout, they've come back onto the buy. They've got the double up as well between Oscar and Diha, and this is a very dangerous double up setup. I mean, Oscar, he's already showcased what he's capable of. Diha, he's been on the rise. He, what was it? What was the name of the team again? RC that he was playing with, of course.
Oh, RC, Aristocracy. Yeah. Yes, with Taz and the crew. Yeah.
He showcased what he was actually capable of with them. So I was quite happy when I seen him being added to the Sprout roster. A lot of firepower. just available for them at this point. And Diha initially being boosted up over towards B, waiting for someone to come in his direction, got a little bit antsy and decided to go forward, got the frag with it, and Oscar also ripping the head of Groovy off. It's the ops just across the map right now for Sprout that just continue to frag through the smoke. Diha gets himself the hat-trick.
Wow, I mean, I guess that works out. Kind of reminiscent a little bit of Happy in that sense, just having a bit of a better gun to work with. But X-Comago down to Lehman. In a 1-on-5, he doesn't really have much of an option, much of a choice. And already tagged down 49, and Oscar through the smoke. We'll be able to see the bullets flying through the edge there, and in the end, 8-7. Sprout make it into 7 rounds for themselves, make it a little bit more acceptable for the CT side of Inferno. Not perfect, but it's better than what would have been otherwise a 9-6 and a very dominant first half for Argo. Still is a dominant half, I guess, in a way, especially with how Sprout won some of their rounds and how close they were, but in the end, at least they have a chance to close it up quickly and tie it up with the pistol.
Definitely. I mean, one thing we do need to talk about a little bit, since we did hop into the game late, we didn't really get to discuss it before, is the veto. So Inferno here is the map choice of AGO. We then have Mirage coming up next as the pick of Sprout, which I think is one that definitely favors Sprout heavily. AGO can play the map, but not great. It's kind of more towards one of their, it's definitely one of their weaker maps, even though it is one they normally leave in the pool. And then if needed, Train is the decider. I think is definitely one that I'd favor AGO on, but I also do feel with Sprout having this new double up setup between Diha and Oscar, that they could definitely still put in a very competitive game there and potentially take it for sure. So I think we're looking at another 3-map series here, in all honesty.
Well, we'll find out for sure, that's certain. I mean, Inferno, as you said, I kind of agree with basically everything you said, in that sense that Inferno is going to be tough, of course, for Sprout in this case. Might not be the best map to play on, but then, you know, Mirage, it's kind of Sprout's home turf, as we always have said. I mean, it's kind of self-evident in that case. But we'll find out if X-Comago can at least make it into a clean first start here on the CT side of theirs. It's the pistol round that's going to go live, as we have quite a little bit of utility on the side of Sprout. Would you look at that? P250 for Faven. We've got a few flashbangs, nades, smokes, molotovs, you name it, they've got it. And this is a very well-equipped Sprout side of the T side, and I'm eager to see what they execute actually with this. With the smokes and the molotovs, it can be either B or A, and can even be a fake for all we know.
Yeah, they've given themselves a lot of options for sure. As you said, loads of flashes, the smokes, the molotovs then as well to clear out spots even if they do end up walking into a stack on a bomb site, for example. But at the moment, it seems like B is where they want to bring it. The smoke going to be tossed down towards the CT spawn, leaving Furlan in a spot where he's probably not going to be able to do too much. He'll hope to get 1 kill as the smoke blooms. That's not even going to happen because they didn't push immediately, so he's just going to have to spam through. And at this point, AGO going to have to go for the 5-on-5 B retake, most likely, rather. 4 players pushing straight down mid, so the most of the AGO players will actually be coming in from Banana, which is a little bit dangerous when you're up against Glock's close range.
Yeah, certainly it can be a problem. USPSs are not exactly the perfect weapon for a quick tap away, but it's going to be MHL that makes short work of Faven, Furlan, and Grubby all together chime in, and they're making short work of their opponents. So luckily, Spitty is able to find one, but it's Diha and Spitty to save the day here. Sprout, if they lose the pistol, this would be the one going to Argo. They won the first, of course the second is not always a guarantee, although Diha finds 1, finds 2. Let's see, Diha still a 1-on-2. He can win this if he buys more time.
The kit, they need to get the kit.
Oh, they pick up the kit, and I think they have time. Surely
no,
they have time, right?
Furlan's not on it.
No.
Furlan's not even over the kit. I don't think they had enough time, even if Furlan was the one on it. It just took them a little too long to find the kit. The player coming out of construction got caught in the edge of the smoke, I think, and with that Diha, he clutches it just by getting those 2 kills, stopping the initial defuse and running down an extra few seconds on the clock. It pulls it in favor of Sprout. They get themselves an 8th round here to kick off the T side of Inferno. And that is a little bit upsetting for AGO. They had a 4-on-2 right there. It looked like they had the retake pretty much set and done. With that though, will we see the force spike coming in from AGO? I mean, it's 8-8 right now. I wouldn't mind seeing them taking an eco and getting the buyout as early as they can, but then again, it also does limit the utility a lot, and ideally in your first gun round on Inferno, you're going to want the smokes and the molotovs, etc. to work with. So let's see what they decide. Yeah, some investments coming in already. Pistols, Kevlar, they might keep a few hundred onto most of the players at least, so that they can get that extra utility coming into their gun rounds. Yeah. But if this one doesn't work out, rather, they will be looking at that 1 eco before they can buy. So let's see. I mean, again, AGO have been quite successful with the pistols.
Well, I mean, it is Inferno after all as well. A lot of tight corners you can juke, you can play with, and if you're a little bit lucky, if you have the right call, the right timing, maybe you can make short work of your opponents regardless of what they're wielding against you. But the 3 players going towards Banana is not going to be too much of a good sign for Argo, as we have Sprout gearing up for app control, and they seem like they'll be splitting towards A through balcony. I hate the fact we're having actually a split towards A through balcony with guns for Sprout. Usually you want to see that with pistols or, you know, a mini-buy, but with guns, that's a big no-no. And Deepa finds one. MHL does refrag. Still going to be MHL with the second. Spitty finally comes across with a kill, and Dennis will support that as they clear off the side. Oh, yeah, one more through the smoke. Dennis sprays it beautifully, and it is going to be a 3-on-1 that Lehman, again, having to play this. It'll be very hard for him to do anything, and maybe the best is just to go for exit frags and just hope to get a kill or 2 on that part. Maybe save a rifle whilst doing so.
Yeah, that would be nice, but I don't know if a weapon is really going to be recoverable at the moment. He's sticking around. Maybe we can get a kill and steal away one of these weapons. UMP in the apartments. That's a chicken. I'm going to go ahead and presume he didn't realize that was a chicken. Otherwise, he just shot and gave away his position for no reason. He's now been hunted also. Spinny on the UMP. He gets that kill, but he's not going to be picking up the weapon most likely. Although he does look to kind of stick around, so maybe he can jump up in a moment and see if he can take that for himself. And Sprout not wanting to lose any more weapons. They're not going to be trying to hunt this one down, so that should be an SMG. Although he needs to get far enough away from the bomb so he doesn't lose armor, because then he could get a helmet to 350. That's not going to happen. He's willing to sacrifice it. He wants the UMP.
Well,
oh, where'd it
not
go?
surprised.
I don't know where it went.
the bomb sent it. Yeah, the bomb sent it into the high heavens. It is going to be 9-8 as Sprout are not only winning the pistol, but the second force buy round out of Ago being denied utterly and completely. Quite a little bit of damage dealt, so you know XCOM Ago can take can take solace in the fact that they were able to diminish the economy of Sprout. But as we can see, pistols and Kevlars will be the way to go here, as pretty much a full eco overall for Ago ensues. And Sprout, they should be knowledgeable about this. They should be wise to it. And we should, well, should is the operative word in this case, see a bit of an anti-eco. Just taking it slow, taking it easy, making sure to check every nook and cranny for those opponents, for those sneaky kills or sneaky players. Slow round, by the way. And
yeah, but I mean, as you say that, 3 players focusing in towards middle right now, so there's definitely a little bit of a chance, I was going to say, for this stack to pay off with a couple kills. Lehman able to get one over in the apartments. The peek down mid from MHL going to be a quick headshot as well. So despite the initial 2 frags actually going in favor of Sprout, there's still some damage at least being done here by AGO. As I say that, it seems like Sprout beginning to at least put the round back into a fairly safe position. Lehman's the last man standing. They had spotted him in the apartments earlier as well. And having already pushed one player through B, they know that the bomb site's going to go over and plant, and even then, leaving with the hold for that mid-peak will be enough to shut it down. Will the kill be picked up? Nah. You can see Diha, I believe, was the one who was pushing around through the spawn. He was trying to reach it, so we could have a little bit of an upgrade. Not a big deal, though. 10-8 now for Sprout, as we will see AGO coming onto the buy here on the CT side. As I said, having gone for the force buy in that second round, that meant their first buy at least would be a little bit stronger, although, of course, later in the half. But it gives them the op, it gives them plenty of utility. They have one defuse kit as well to work with. But AGO, I dare say it, they need to start getting some more rounds on the board right now. Otherwise, this could get troublesome, because this is their map choice. And with Mirage coming up next, that's one where you definitely favor Sprout. So if they can get the win on Inferno right now, then they're in a great spot to try and take that 2-0. And I think they kind of do need that, because I would probably favor AGO a little bit going on towards the final map, which is Train.
Well, Train has been predominantly a Polish map in the past. XCOM Ago were known to play it as well, and you know it is a map that allows for quite a few sneaky ways to go about your business, in that sense that it punishes every single mistake twice fold. And look at this, Furlan takes the challenge towards Banana. Deep Molotovs are going to be wreaking havoc towards Sprout, but so far they're not really getting too much control back in their hands. Farben, close range though, the angle is perfect, pristine, he finds both. As Banana is cleared completely and utterly, Grubby did get himself one on middle, but it does not matter. It's going to be back to a 3-on-3 with B-side already lost. This retake has very low chances of actual retake happening and actual retake succeeding. Of course, Grubby at 19 with the op. He's got that big green weapon, but it is a 3-on-3 that Sprout absolutely should not be losing on the retake against.
Yeah, I mean, if AGO don't get a kill soon, I think they may even consider saving, especially as Groovey's low health with that op already. Utility-wise, they don't have all that much to work with. I mean, they do have a kit at least, but Smoke's just running down so much time at this point that I don't know if it's all that doable anymore. You can see, I think the op was considering running away for a second. Eventually, though, they're going to go forward. It's MHL who leads the charge, gets himself one, looking to stick the bomb, but unfortunately doesn't have a defuse kit, and either way, Spitty takes him down. So Groovy, he is indeed in the end not going to be able to do anything about it. He's going to be able to save the op, though, so that's a positive. Only taking a slight bit more damage from the bomb, and no one nearby to drop him. So an op carried over, that'll be dropped over to Sydney. He's going to look to try and use it in this round. Yeah, I was wondering, gives it to MHL in the end. He also had a really solid spawn for B, so it wouldn't make sense really not to give it to him. I was thinking, if anything, Groovy would have kept it and the rest of them would have ecoed, but yeah. As you can see, they're spending a little bit of money at least, so it's worthwhile. MHL can still get the Kevlar behind it, the rest of them then pistols, an MP9. And nades-wise, it's okay. They have a little bit to work with. But Sprout are just running away with this right now, despite a strong start from AGO in that round. The double kill that was found then by Favin in towards the tree was just too much. B was completely open. There was no rotates that were even within a decent range. They had stacked up the A-bomb site with 3 players.
Simply put, that was just fate intervening with Excamago and Lehman. Nice attempt. He sees a player actually there and is trying to veer back towards the pit site. He's down to 14 HP. Sprout, they seem to be snuffing out the flame towards A, and I'm not sure they want to commit to this. Of course, they can't know that there's 4 players there, but they haven't really seen any resistance anywhere else, so it would be wise to assume that there's definitely players present and ready for the fight on towards site as well. The op falls. That's a clear sign that there's more than one there or two. And we see D has to be folding on their roof on short, as it is Furlan trying to retake the op, trying to at least somewhat challenge. They know Lehman is still somewhere there. They know he was tagged up. They know there's a player that's supposedly a little bit low HP, and Gruby coming in to support this. MP9 in his hands could be vital for the survival, but Lehman finds one. Good start, unfortunately, though. Favin again, he delivers, and it's down to Gruby with the MP9 and a 1-on-3. I doubt he's going to get very far.
It's unlikely. I mean, he's playing around the smoke right now. If he can get even one more kill, that means the damage will be quite substantial for the economy of Sprout. And there you go, he does end up picking up one more. It's Favin that he takes down. I mean, even with the reinvestment, though, Sprout are still going to have a little bit of money left over, but it puts them into a spot, at least where if AGO pick up 1 or 2 gun rounds themselves, then suddenly Sprout are on an eco and they can pull it back to a pretty close scoreline. So this is it. This is kind of do or die in this map, I'd say, for AGO. If this doesn't work out, they're going to be gone on to Mirage, which is the home ground of Sprout, most likely down by 1 map, which is not going to be looking good for them. Let's see, though. MHL's back on the up. They have pretty good utility, but they don't have a defuse kit, so if it does come down to the retake, that could be an issue.
Well, we're about to find out how this goes. As you said, no kit means that they'll have to take the fight to Sprout, and they certainly do. Furlan with the first. They are starting off strong already. Den is getting caught, and Favin now down to 44. The beginning is solid, and the kit might not be coming into play at all. Might not even be of the importance here if Excamago are able to deny any sort of chance for Sprout to plant as such. And I love the fact they pull back onto site. Will they boost into triple? That's a likely scenario. We've seen that before, and yeah, Furlan and Sydney both posted to that position. The question is, do they Molotov triple though? Sprout, of course, they know all the grenade positions or all the Molotov positions. Shouldn't be a problem for them to
I think they're just playing contact, though.
I like it. I mean, in a way, it's not bad, but also in a different way, it's gonna give a chance to Furlan and Gruby.
In towards second oranges, I believe, going to be coming over. Flashes towards the spawn, and I mean, there's a decent amount of time here to work with, but already rotation has come in through the spawn as well as Groovy, so another player here to help pretty soon. The boost is even yet to show itself. It's just been all Sydney so far, and when they do peek out, not expecting Furlan to be boosted up. Leaves it all on Oscar. It seems like AGO indeed, their gun round finally coming through successfully here on the CT side, and ideally doing it with seemingly 5 players surviving. I don't think they're really going to try and hunt this, and Oscar on the other hand very likely to just back off and try and save the op as well. He wants it to work with in this following round, which should be okay for the T-side. I mean, he can drop a weapon over. There will probably be 1 player stuck down to maybe an SMG or a pistol, but it'll be decent. As I said, though, Lehman coming down the steps. I don't think Oscar's going to expect this, but he reacts quick enough.
Wow.
Lehman goes down. Low health on Oscar. Do they want to commit anyone else to it? I mean, potentially, but it's not too worthwhile. They need to build up some money themselves to make this comeback happen.
they wanna be careful about this, right? They don't want to lose too much, and yeah, certainly the money for Argo is still coming to be a little bit stretched out. But 9 to 12, they're able to succeed with that boost and triple with support from Grubby through CT, and of course Sydney holding through Dark and Pillar. Perfectly timed. And I mean, I like the fact they go for a contact play, Sprout that is. But I would have preferred for them to still kind of do an execution right after, as soon as they hit contact, that they start throwing in Molotovs at least to try and check a few of those kinky positions. It's very hard to clear, and a lot of nade damage down Banana as we see Sprout, Spitty at 7, Dennis at 55, Faven at 72. It's not looking too sweet for the start. Sydney at 35, sure, but Excomago take the cake in that case, and a slow round for Sprout seemingly, transitioning from that early aggressiveness towards Banana.
But they took quite a lot of damage trying to get that control, and all they really have for it is Spitty in against the tree at the moment. Even then, he's low health and nade towards middle as well. Oscar not going to be taking quite as much damage as it looked like, so I think he gets out there pretty luckily. But they will go forward for the mid control. They've still just under a minute remaining, so a bit of time here for Sprout actually to work with, but it seems like they definitely do want to favor on towards A. Without that banana control, it definitely limits their options, as the focus of the Sprout push right now, or rather the priority of the Sprout push is over towards long, it seems. And with the smoke going down towards library as well, that's not going to give Sydney much room to help with the two players around the bomb site and in the pit to actually try and hold it down, and it's not working out at all. Ruby's still alive. I'm not sure if they're 100% aware, but it seems like they definitely are. The smoke that's down now, a Molotov also dropped around where he's standing just to make it a little bit more awkward, but he still takes down Diha with a quick headshot. This is giving them a chance. I mean, a couple tagged up players, it's wasting time, and they'll have the extra angle for the retake if he can stay alive till then.
They certainly will, and if Grubby stays alive...
Never mind, they're not rotating. Yeah, they're not rotating, so Grubby just has to sit in the pit and die eventually, most likely, or maybe save. They kind of need to save the weapons, but it's just ridiculous that Grubby has managed to survive the entire time. I've never seen this, I don't think.
The more ridiculous part for me is the fact that they don't rotate whilst he is still alive. For me, that's unacceptable. I'm sorry, but when somebody's still alive on the side from the CT side, trying to defend it with his life till the very end, why in the world wouldn't you attempt to try and save it, right? Why wouldn't you try and pull it together and try and pull it back? But I guess in a way we also, on the other side of the coin, we understand why. The money is very thin for Argo. They can't afford to lose more than a single rifle. Even the loss of Grubby is going to affect them quite deeply. Luckily enough, they have a rebuy available, especially with MHL having to drop the M4 to Lehman. But then again, it's a weird scenario, because who knows? A 4-on-3 is winnable for the retake, especially with a player embedded into Broken Wall pit. You have a chance to do something out of, or to make something out of it. But 13-9 regardless. Sprout have themselves quite a little bit of an advantage already, and money-wise, this is it. Argo have to win this round. It's as simple as that. It's do or die. They want to take this map. This is the round they need to win. They, if they want to go onto Mirage with a big deficit, well, then they might as well just surrender now.
This is it. I mean, they do at least have a really strong buy because of the weapons being saved over, so they've got to make it happen. They're looking again for the early banana control, which they were successful in that previous round, of course. But for the moment, it does seem like Sprout's going to be happy with giving it up. They want to try and approach in towards middle again. I mean, that previous round they were able to get the control quite easy. They wrapped around in through long, and with 3 players initially over towards B for AGO, allowing for them to fight for that banana control, it leaves only 2 to actually defend the A bomb site, and they're both trapped in towards the pit right now. If that wrap comes in through long, if the smokes go down and block off the rotations from helping, this is going to be very, very difficult for them to hold.
Well, by the looks of it, they'll be cutting off library completely. MHL tries to cross, but it's going to be Diha with a double. He also gets the mini pit player, and that is going to be back to Faven and Dennis finding 2, and Sydney might have gotten himself 1. But it's a 1-on-3 he has to fight moving forward. And it's going to be Faven and Dennis. Even though at low HP they can give chase, they can try and shut down Sydney, because they know Argo is low on the money. If they are able to shut out Sydney and able to take away his rifle, it is pretty much a highway to that 15th point for Sprout. Already that is going to be the case, but, Sprout, they don't need to worry too much about their own money, at least not in the current setting. they're not exactly, you know, millionaires, but they're not exactly broke either, especially with the round victory coming up. It's going to be 14-9, and Ago. A valiant effort again, yet not good enough. And the final chance here to them. It is all or nothing once more on the table, as Ago have to fight for survival for the first map.
And as we said, with Mirage coming up next being the choice of Sprout, they'll be in a great position to try and take a 2-0 if they actually get the win here on Inferno. I mean, the momentum will definitely be going in their favor, and as we said, we were already expecting Mirage to be the map for Sprout to win. We thought AGO, with the start they had especially here, would be able to close out Inferno pretty easily, but that didn't end up being the case. So I'm very worried now about that 2-0 being a real possibility for Sprout. Or I mean, at least AGO fans should be. AGO probably worried about it as well.
Yeah.
But there's an opening kill from Oscar, so again, Sprout just demolishing the defense of AGO. So far we had seen it being a lot slower, but in this round, within seconds of a beginning, already it's a 5-on-3.
It's looking very weak. Before the minute mark even, Excomago lose 2 players within a split second, all by a single man. Oscar and his op skills are indomitable. And well, Dika's ready for the player to peek from short, no problem, no issue whatsoever. Faven supports that, and we have ourselves Sydney in a 1-on-5 that again has to save. No choice but to run away with his tail between his legs. Sydney finds one, but this is dire tidings for Excomago, and as I said, it's coming to a close. This should be Sprout taking the series 16-9 most likely in the end. Well, excuse me, the map 16-9 in the end, as the money is pretty much non-existent. I mean, sure, there will be a buy. Okay, I guess, for SMGs and a single M4 of Grubby and 2 FAMASs, fair enough, but
I would call that okay. It's an okay investment. They get something to work with, at least they get a decent amount of
That's
utility.
true. That's true. It's not at least no pistols.
It's really not a strong buy. It's kind of like, yeah, okay, we can try and make do with it, but they're not looking too good. As you said, 16-9 is fairly likely, but if AGO can get this first round, then they'll have better weaponry to work with. And it's definitely possible for them to get 5 more rounds in a row at that point to send it into overtime. So I'm not going to count them completely out, but for the moment at least, Sprout heavily favoured to close it in this one. Good nade damage being traded back and forth. Spinny down to 45, unfortunately though, with Furlan and Sydney both being tagged up. It's the 2 B defenders already that have been weakened quite heavily.
Yeah, this is a good start for Sprout yet again. Showing the prowess of Inferno for them. We can see with banana control established, they do not need to commit anywhere yet. They've got a little bit of time left on the clock. And as long as they keep top banana control, as long as they keep apps control, they can decide whether or not they want to hit A or B in this case. But I would dare say Sprout, with the amount of utility they have left, maybe it would be prudent to throw a few smokes, try to fake it out a little bit towards A, try and draw attention out of Excomago and force them to use whatever utility they have saved up. As this does look like in the end to be a B hit, and I like it. Although, surely they don't commit with only 2 players towards the B side, right? They'll wait for the rest of the team to rotate over. That would be the logical cause in this case.
Ooh, D has been a bit of a nuisance over an A. That's actually managed to pull Sydney off at a B bomb site. It leaves MHL and Furlan to hold it down. He's up on the CT spawn at least, so his hope really is to get 1 kill once that smoke goes in. Furlan here also needs to find at least 1, then just fall back off and try and stay alive as long as he can. And here we have it. MHL actually going to be able to mow him down alongside Furlan, 2 each on the defense. And MHL, he actually only gets his second there in the end. That was a little bit wrong, but either way, the point stands. AGO at least are able to hold that B bomb site. They're able to get themselves a 10th round. And for the moment at least, keep fighting for this map. The economy's okay. Sprout will be able to reinvest into this, but if this one doesn't go over to Sprout, if AGO are actually able to get this, then they should be looking at 12 rounds before they have to go up against another buy from Sprout. So at that point, it's very, very doable that they could bring it into overtime.
And that is true. There would be, there is a chance that to go, but I mean, Oscar's back on the op. Sure enough, MHL has an op of his own that he's able to retrieve from the last, but again, Sprout, what we've seen out of them for the last few rounds has been nothing but beautiful. And again, apps control established. Banana going to be looked after as well. As soon as the smoke fades, most likely Faven takes the push to the next level, trying to look for more information. And Excomago taking a bit of a gamble, putting everybody on towards A site, with only Furlan having to defend all alone towards the B position. And Seems like Sprout might be going for the same antic as the last round, and this time they might actually execute behind it. Smoke deployed on towards that cart spot. Kind of classic, so he can go out of apps, but it's MHL that peaks short, finds himself the first. That Steve had to be caught. He's going to peek again, and he's going to be looking for more afterwards. So far, not foolish enough to widen the angle towards short, though. Pulling back, and with the entry secured, Excomago should be able to at least stabilize somewhat.
Yeah, with that, as you can see, falling off and just looking on the bomb sites, I mean, I go ahead and say that MHL immediately started pushing over towards long, and the flash was perfect. He actually waited a couple of seconds to follow it up. Fortunately, both of the players had been completely blind, so they still weren't quite ready for that peak to come in. We do at least see a trade for Sprout coming in elsewhere, and as I say that, Favin, he overruns the bomb site. They have the long control, they can wrap that bomb around through the arch, and in the meantime, Oscar even gets a kill. Suddenly, Sprout have the man advantage. They have full control of B, and the bomb is going to be planted, leaving MHL and Groupie to try and save the day. I think MHL did spot Favin up close, but it doesn't matter when you have an AK bullet in the skull.
Well, that's going to hurt big time, and it's down to Grubby in a 1-on-3. He has a kit, he has the SG, he has a superior weapon, but in this position he's in, it's highly unlikely he gets anything done. And Favin and Oscar, and that will be it. 16 rounds to Sprout as they're able to pull it back and they're able to close out the game. That'll be quite a successful run to them. That was a close call, but, you know, they are able to succeed. A 3-on-5 round that they are able to save in the end.
Yeah, I mean, 16-10 here on the map choice of AGO is something Sprout can definitely be happy with. As we said, with Mirage up next, it's got to be worrying. AGO, it's not like they can't play Mirage, but Sprout are a very, very strong team over there, and I think with the way they're fragging at the moment, there's a real possibility that we are looking at that 2-0, and we might see Sprout being the second team, of course, to qualify through this qualifier and join Nordavind.
Yeah.
I think with that, we are going to go ahead and actually send it over to a quick break, though, guys. We will be back with the second map as soon as the players are ready to actually hop into that. If you are enjoying, of course, make sure you hit that follow button above the stream, as always, so you know when we go live with any future qualifiers, for example. And also, if you're enjoying the commentary, you can check out myself and Overseard by putting !Caster in the chat.
Appreciate it.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
No matter what your passion is, soccer, rugby, racing, or esports, become a part of the experience with the moments we deliver.
See the signs and I see we're there, and I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever hold, no matter if we cast away, a fire in the dark. I know that you won't be where we get.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately, I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So, take me to a place I know, somewhere where I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight and wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were, hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So take me to a place I know, somewhere where I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we go.
Guess who's back?
Alright everyone, welcome back. It's time for map 2 here in the second semi-final. Of course, we already had Nordavind qualify into that closed qualifier, and at the moment it is a map in favour of Sprout as we come on to their map choice of Mirage. It's currently wrong, as you can see at the top. It shows that AGO took the first map. I will quickly inform the admins so that we can get that switched over, because they did lose back on Inferno, of course.
Yes, they did, and it was quite the loss, 16-10, with both pistols going down the drain for them, as well as the fact that it was a very messy overall game from Argo. They fought well in a way, but also they lost quite a few rounds they shouldn't have on the other side. So, you know, it was back and forth continuously. Faven, early on, it will open up the pistol. Sprout find themselves the first. They don't show the bomb, though, and they're not committing towards B. So XCOM Argo still unsure, uncertain what's going on. And oh, Lehman, excuse me, getting himself caught on towards top mid. And that's going to be back to a 5-on-3 with Sprout having distinctive advantage.
Yeah, not easy peasy lemon squeezy, I guess, in that case for Lehman. 5-on-3 for Sprout as they push onto the A bomb site, and at the moment AGO just being held off. I mean, they do at least have a defuse kit to try and work for the retake, but already another kill comes in favor of D-Half. Faven going to be able to get one before he gets finished off as well. And despite a couple of frags in the end do actually come true for Furlan, it's still not going to be enough, of course. A little bit of extra money at least being found if they do want to force up. He can pull out maybe a little bit of utility behind his pistol and his Kevlar, and that looks like it will be the case right now. Sprout, though, picking up the opening pistol here on their map choice of Mirage, of course. And with them already leading one map, that is a very solid start. But again, we've seen the pistol so many times get these upsets that I'm waiting to see. I'm waiting, because I do know these Deagles can be so dangerous in the hands of AGO, especially with the Scout being able to chip away with some damage as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Scout, if it tags up a few players, as you said, chip away at them and, you know, allow the Deagles to connect afterwards, they can definitely soften up the targets to a mush and make it easy after. But let's hold on to our Nickers and see what is going to be happening here, as Sprout is playing a bit of a default. They're taking mid control quite successfully. Nobody challenging that, of course, from Argo. There's no point in even playing for the mid control. You would just lose your players immediately and pretty much right on entry towards mid. Dennis on the chase. Oh, he hears Furlan reloading on the window. He sees him, gets him, and that's a bit unfortunate. Furlan being a bit too cheeky in a way. But it will be Sprout with the entry that are secure themselves the advantage. Is this a B split? Because it looks like it. With the bomb entering B house, I would dare say it is.
Yeah, and this could be dangerous. I mean, Sydney and Groovy right now. Sydney's tucked into the corner towards Forest. Groovy then playing on bench. So if Groovy can hit a quick headshot, try and stay alive, allow for then the player tucked in to try and get a bit of damage as well, it could definitely get dangerous for Sprout. But as I say that, Oscar quickly picking himself up a headshot. The AK is just taking all of the frags, leaving it all onto Lehman. He has the Scout. 3 players tagged down, so maybe he can finish a couple off, do a bit of damage, but it doesn't look too likely. I was going to say maybe he'd consider retreating, but that's not going to be allowed either. So a perfect anti-force buy right there by Sprout, taking themselves the 2-0 lead, no casualties, and the opportunity to do so right here, because there's not going to be much other than maybe a few pistols being upgraded for AGO. So if they can take this clean yet again, it'll just be a perfect start here on Mirage for Sprout.
Yeah, it really will be, and that's what you love to see when it comes down to the anti-eco, that they played correctly and they don't mess it up with, you know, going aggro towards all the positions towards both sides and just hoping to get some one-on-one challenges in. And against pistol, that's a deadly combo. So Sprout smarter than that. And again, the same default as before. They're running the same strat. I love it. They have control of lower, they have control of apps, towards Palace and Dika. He's playing alone towards Palace itself, so a little bit eager to try and widen the angle as the MHL is able to headshot him, as well as Grubby supporting that. So the AK is free of charge to XCOM Argo. They don't actually retrieve it. Wait a second. That's a surprise. Why wouldn't you look to retrieve the AK? I guess in a way they were maybe afraid there was a second player in T-base, hoping for that reaction. Oscar, close range in jungle, gets one, and the second as well will be shut down as Lehman is able to refrag that. It's still going to be Sprout with minimal losses, if we can say so, with a single AK lost, or at least close to being lost. It's not as bad as it might seem.
It's not ideal. I mean, they lost one SMG as well, but if the AK is saved over, at least that's a good recovery for MHL. He likely won't keep it himself because he's going to want to pull out the op in this next round, you'd imagine. But it at least will be able to drop it over to one of his teammates, maybe Sydney, who is a little bit lower on money, as is Lehman. They'll allow them to get extra utility behind their buy, and of course, just an AK in general is always nice to have on that CT side. One bullet headshot capability. But a 3-0 beginning for Sprout. Considering they had taken the previous round with 5 alive, living with 3 there as well, it is not too big of a deal. They still have a decent amount of money in the bank. Oscar now buys out onto the op. Deha going to be able to buy up for himself as well. And AGO, if they want to start fighting for this game, you want to see them picking up this open and gun round here.
Oh, most certainly. It will be vital for their survival, if we can say so. And I know it's, you know, it's corny when we say that, but honestly, AGO, if they wish to be competitive in this second map, especially against a team like Sprout, which Mirage is their home fort or their home terrain, you need to pick up the first gun round to try and at least pull up a little bit of power, a little bit of strength. And look at this MHL through short. He's got a bit of a gap. He's missing his timing though, Speedy. Safely behind the corner on top mid. He's going to be able to catch Lehman. This time MHL misses his chance. Furlan spotted in connector, and it's an A take. Grubby has to stay alive, and he does. Well, where's the support from Palace? I'm actually surprised Deha is this delayed on the push. Still Dennis comes across with the kill. That's A side cleared off, and Deha through the smoke as he shuts down Furlan. Sprout hit on towards A, and Excomago have no reply to this. Sydney and MHL, the last 2 men standing, surely a save already coming out of them. They don't really have the option to retake this. Not at all.
It was a miracle Speedy got out of mid without even taking any damage right there. Got that first kill, was being peeked by the op. Luckily enough, the op missed its shot. He was then able to back off and avoid the connector player as well. And just gave them such a good advantage. And despite the initial kill then on the A-bomb site going to AGO, he still pulled it back. And right now, MHL doesn't look likely that he's going to save the op, rather. Tries to take the shot there as the peek comes in. Misses. Can't, unfortunately, make it back around the corner either to survive. And even then, he was in a bit of trouble. There was players rotating in on mid, so it was pretty much impossible. AGO down 4-0, yet to really show us too much at all. They're going to be looking at another eco. It's only Groovy who can maybe buy up a rifle if he wanted. It'll leave himself with enough in this next round. The rest of them can buy pistols and Kevlar because they do have full loss bonus. But you don't expect too much to be put into this. And Groovy, he doesn't even go for the rifle. I was going to say maybe an M4 Kevlar could come out. Yeah. But it instead keeps just under 5,000. He'll ensure he'll be able to maybe even pull out a secondary op in this next round if they want it.
It's, in this case, a smarter idea. Yeah, secondary op might not be a bad idea. We have yet to see that out of Argo. And effectively, on Mirage, it might come handy. And it might come in to support them well enough. Although, Spitty, yeah, he's vigilant enough to not stay on the, or not linger on the corner too long. Grubby comes into play as well. But this A execution is a basic one, and that's why they do it, because they know that the response from Excomago will be, at the very best, a few pistols. Grubby, though, the deagle, Jesus, the reply. Quick headshots, quick kills, and it's going to be back to Oscar trying to retrieve the bomb. Indeed, he gets it. Still going to be a 3-on-4, though, and Excomago, I was just underplaying their quality right here with the pistols, yet somehow they pull off 2 kills, or, well, one man pulls off 2 kills with a split second in between, and Sprout, that will shake them up to the core.
At least they've still got the advantage with the weapons, of course, having the rifles and the op. Dennis right now in Palace, the rest of them still just that rampant. It looks like they definitely want to try and commit towards the A-bomb site. There's 3 players here to defend, including Grubby, already 2 kills to his name on that deagle, able to bring it up to 3, all being headshots so far. There it is, the quad kill. It's Lehman then also to finish it off. It's all deagles. Grubby unfortunately doesn't get the ace, but that doesn't matter. 4, he confirmed the round. It's a team game. He wanted to share a little bit with some of his teammates. But he has 9,000 coming into this round here because of the fact that he actually kept, like, what, 5,000? Actually, in that previous round after investing into his pistol and his Kevlar. So yeah, they're in a really good spot right now. The economy for AGO has been bolstered up, and it gives them a real opportunity to start pulling out some rounds here early on the CT side after what was looking like a really poor start. But they do have to get through another full buy here first.
Yeah, they have to go through another full investment. Sprout, the op, and Oscar, gonna be a nuisance, but at least Argo is fully equipped. They have all the utility they would like to have. And Oscar, though, again, through middle, he's coming into play. And Dika finds another one. That's gonna be a Palace push he is able to succeed with. And Dika still lingering in towards Palace, though. I'm not sure why. They are not really intending to hit A. The bomb is yet to be retrieved. By the looks of it, it is going to be an A split, but they would like to at least wait for a few more seconds to buy themselves time to respond in kind. And Sprout, well, that last round certainly must have shook them to the core, because it was quite the loss they took. But Dennis, aware of the player towards stairway, towards wooden wall, and goodbye Grubby. Unfortunately for him, no such luck to get more than a kill. And Sydney in a 1-on-3, maybe best to just save it already.
Yeah, he has to. Thankfully, in that previous round, winning with pistols, getting free weapons, etc., it helps them here. Sydney's the only one who actually doesn't have enough to rebuy. Everyone else getting 2,900 on top of what they currently have. So the investment easily is going to come in. But it's 5-1 for Sprout. That previous round, it gave us some hope for AGO that maybe they could start building up a few rounds in a row and shift the momentum, shift the tide of the game. But it doesn't look like that's going to be happening. I mean, they have another opportunity, as we said, but if that one doesn't go in their favour at that point, I mean, they're still working with the full loss bonus, but they'll be left in spots where they'll need to save a couple of weapons at least to be able to just keep buying. So it's not looking too good. As we said, coming onto Mirage, we definitely heavily favoured Sprout.
Yeah.
And with them being up 5-1 on the T side, it looks like a pretty good show so far. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, to draw a comparison, the last time I had the pleasure of casting Sprout was against Copenhagen Flames in the grand finals of UML, and they took Mirage quite valiantly, 16-12. They lost a half, 8-7 actually, but won both pistols, and in the end, Sprout really took the reins in their own hands. They were just superior in all regards. Copenhagen Flames, I think we can both agree, are actually a very amazing team in their own right. They've got some great talents that are... I mean, if you cater to that team, if they're gonna be investing into that team, I think it can definitely become a tier 1 team even. But Sprout, I mean, they know their stuff when it comes down to Mirage, and Excomago, every single mistake will be punished twice over, and that's the scary part about Sprout, because they know how to approach every single moment, every single second in this game. And as we can see, it is going to be Excomago with the full buy. There's the AWP on MHL, and a chance here for them to perhaps take this to 2 rounds for themselves.
Yeah, the opportunity. I mean, they still have the offer on MHL. They're able to reinvest into a pretty good buy. They have the kits as well if it comes down to a retake. But Sprout, they're going to slow it down massively, expecting some aggression maybe to come in. And I mean, you did see that nade initially being tossed out there by Lehman, I believe it was. He jumped out window, threw a nade towards the top of mid to try and slow down the T's take of mid control. It makes them be a little bit more cautious. They could, for example, expect them to be pushed up close on the wall. It's a pretty standard setup, especially when you have the op as well. You can post that up on window. You can have someone up close on mid, ready to swing with a flashbang after the op takes a shot. And they will be pushing back in eventually. For the moment, though, AGO not having anyone to hold it down. One in towards Connector. Forlan also playing pretty aggressive on short. So, I mean, they definitely do want to contest this. And going up above the smoke, if Sprout were to push forward, I was going to say they could have been in a little bit of trouble. But instead, it seems like they just want to bring it straight back towards B right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad idea, but everybody gathering in towards B apps themselves, that's... they will be coming in through a very tight corner, so they need to be careful how they go about executing this. And here we go. Will be Spitty first. Of course, he's caught by Sydney, on that second window peek from Trash Can. Dika does refrag. Forlan found himself 2 in between, but Dika still chiming in. And a 2-on-3 right now, 20 seconds. Time is ticking. Dika spots the player in kitchen, gets the kill. Still a 2-on-2. This is a doable position. Now Dika, though, peeks out just before he's able to fully reload and get himself into shooting position. A 1-on-2. Oscar. Ooh la la. Quick kill. Oh, the fake. He sees Grubby, and now he cannot really plant. He has to go for the kill. Grubby after time. No. After time, he shuts him down, and that will be 2 rounds to Excomago. Barely they're able to pull it off, but they do.
Honestly, for a second, it looked like Oscar was going to get that no-scope off just before the time ran out, but no, flying M4 bullet to the skull is what he got instead. 5-2. AGO able to pull another round out in their favor, but that was extremely close. Only one player ends up surviving.
Yeah.
And despite Oscar going down after time, he's actually getting dropped over the AWP. I mean, it definitely impacts their buy. You can see Galil, Favin going to be low on money as well. I'm not sure if he actually... He doesn't have a weapon on the floor now, so he's probably going to get a pistol in Kevlar, maybe an SMG if he wants to have the ability to move a bit quicker. And then a similar buy here for Diha. Even then, he can't really afford a Deagle in Kevlar. Maybe a P250 armor and a little bit of utility, but he goes for a Deagle. He actually gets it dropped over, so it's okay. There's definitely still the chance here for Sprout to pull back the round, but AGO, this is again another opening for them to start building up some rounds here on the CT side. They can't afford to just get one stray round and immediately lose one afterwards again.
Well, they definitely have to focus on just playing the defaults and working off of each other, working off of those crossfires. They cannot allow Oscar to come into mid again and punish them, or well, not really punish them, but just take the fight easily and clear out the angles without being returned the favor. And as we can see, it is going to be a bit of a slow round. Sprout, with the utility they have, they can go for an execute towards A, towards B. They can do pretty much whatever their hearts desire. And in this case, I would love to see Oscar actually come out towards mid again. He's had so much success in the past. Why not, right? Look for a few frags, maybe try and stir up a little bit of chaos in Nago and hope to get something done with that. But it seems like Sprout will go back to their basics for a full-on A execution, smoke CT, smoke stairs, jungle, just the classics, I guess. Although, how much success they'll have, that's a different question. Here, we're about to find out. Excomago, 3 men for the defense. Through jungle, side default, first box, and of course through ticket. MHL has the angle. Oh, good pop flash. Oh, this time he will be able to hit it. The consecutive shot on, or well, more the collateral onto Spiddy as Grubby finds himself one more. It's going to be MHL retaking his spot and being able to find the second as well. Grubby. Okay, jump shot. Fair enough. And that's going to be the third round to Ago, or at least should be. Oscar in a 1-on-5. Surely he can't even survive for longer than a few seconds, and there's the nade to finish him. He gets a kill at least, but that's going to be 3 rounds to Ago.
Yeah, I mean, a small bit of damage. He's taking a gun out of Furlan's hands, but very well held right there by AGO. I was going to say they could have been in a bit of trouble because the smoke's going down. We're able to cut off the player in jungle. Fortunately, MHL able to actually play above the smoke, was able to help Groovy out. So a successful hold coming through. With that, Sprout will actually have to go ahead and take themselves an eco now. So we should see AGO finding 4 rounds. Only Glocks, no upgraded pistols at all. So really in this round, you don't want to be seeing AGO losing any players at all.
Oh, absolutely. You want to keep as much money as possible in the bank. Alongside that, just want to avoid giving any free plants or any free rifles to your opponent. Even if they don't carry them on to the next round, which they never should be in the first place. You don't want to lose anything at all. And good nade, Favin down to 25. Sprout is looking to just get the plant on towards B. The response from Ago is pretty solid. I mean, they're throwing their utilities moderately. They're not, they're not chugging it all at the same time. Furlan. Never mind. For a second there, I thought Furlan might take first contact, but it's actually smarter to leave Sydney to take the fight first, and then allow the players that are jumping out of apps to be cleared by Furlan from short. That way it gives you a better engagement, sort of to say, and certainly more survivability for Excomago. Clean round, 4-5. Sprout, here comes the full buy. No op this time for Oscar, though. I think that's definitely going to impact them a little bit, at least.
Definitely. We could see them maybe playing a little bit quicker off the back of it. Again, just going back towards the mid control, I would imagine, though, to try and play off of the default. Nade-wise, it's okay, but it's not too great. Smoke out. I'm not too sure where exactly that one's going. Maybe towards the bottom of connector, potentially. Actually kind of want to find out now in a moment, but look at this. Oscar straight up short, trying to actually take that early on fight, but of course MHL, he had gotten aggressive himself. I believe he made that window jump, so was able to pick up the opening frag in favor of AGO in quite an important round as well. Sprout again have kept it pretty standard. They've left Diha over towards Palace. They have a player on ramp, and with that then the majority of the Sprout players just trying to get that mid control, which they do now have, as well as some players in towards connector, so they've got the chance to split towards A, but they will also be walking into a 4-man stack round.
Oh, Furlan, nice. That's beautiful. And as you said, they're walking into a 4-man stack. Indeed, that's going to be jumping through the smoke. I think he was, if nothing else, a little bit hurt there, and certainly somebody should be aware of it. And the player I'm most worried about in this case is, of course, in this case, Lehman. And, well, he's going to succeed in finding the frag. So does Grubby in MHL. Spitty in between was able to respond a little bit, but not much you can do in this case. 5-5, tied back up, and Sprout seemingly running out of energy, seemingly running out of options as they're thrown onto another eco. Dean, this is not looking too sweet anymore. And I got to say, XCOM Ago, you know, we gave them... or we did doubt in them for the second map since it is Mirage. But they're showing quite a little bit of prowess. They're showing quite a little bit of strength left in them. And they don't seem to be overly affected by the loss of Inferno. And I'm happy to see that, right? Take each map as its own. Take each map as a best of one and see where it gets you. In any case, another round to XCOM should be on the board soon enough. But Dicha, Jesus, what a reply. The bomb already going to be planted in A as well.
That's great.
Unfortunately. Yeah, that's great, but unfortunately it's a 2 on 4, excuse me.
The extra money, though, being a very nice bonus. I mean, they do have full loss bonus. But still, extra $800 for everyone. Always nice. Diha even gets himself a second kill. So, pretty good work. It didn't look like they were going to find anything with the opening kills all having gone in favor of AGO. But 6-5, I think Sprout are still in an okay spot here. They already had have 5 rounds rather on the T side. If they get 2 more, they're still in the spot where they can be like, yeah, that was a great half. We go on to the CT side feeling comfortable. On the other hand, AGO, they'll be looking to try and come out with 9 here on the CT side, and that's also looking quite doable, despite having a poor start. Once they've gotten the guns into their hands, it definitely does seem like they feel a lot more comfortable. But let's see. I mean, we also said at the start, despite this not being the best map for AGO, we knew they could definitely play it. It is Mirage, after all. It's a map that every team really is able to play.
Indeed it is, and, you know, the most buggy of all maps, besides Dust 2. And Sprout, well, they'll be going for their default again. 2-2-1, kind of classic mid-take, mid-split. And Dennis coming into... Ooh, Dennis, he actually catches on to Sydney. That's going to be a big problem. MHL holding through short, though. Luckily, he's able to connect. And Oscar, he was right behind them, but unfortunately, with smoke already being deployed, he has to pull back. He doesn't want to risk dying, although he still has an angle. MHL going to be caught. And do they realize there's another player close range? That would be Sydney... excuse me, that would be Furlan in that case, as Lehman and Grubby are the 2 men holding on towards CT spot, or CT side, excuse me, and towards kitchen. But Grubby is going to find himself on Oscar, though. The reaction, this guy, Jesus. He is as fast as lightning, and it's going to be a 2-on-3 all of a sudden. Sprout, within a split second, they're able to pick up the round. As easy as that. It looked worrisome at the start, but it seems like, yeah, that's the way it goes.
That's not the first time we've seen them put Oscar out towards B on his own, kind of, initially. I mean, there was one player who rushed out and died, of course, but then Oscar just probing around B. He's been doing that. We've seen in, I think it maybe in the opening gun round, which did go in favor of AGO. Sprout attempted to full execute, and they left the op to actually lurk over towards B, which isn't something you see often. But great entries. I mean, Sprout, that round was not looking too good for them initially. They're able to recover it. There is still a good buy coming in from AGO, but if Sprout do take this one, then, I mean, AGO will just about be scraping one together in the following round. A couple players down onto maybe a pistol. You can see Furlan, of course, lacking. So this is a real opportunity for them to again start running away with the score on this T side. But as I say that, MHL, quick pick towards ramp. No real mid-control, though, and without anyone on short to actually spot this connector push-up, it's free real estate for Speedy.
This is a little bit concerning. Ago, how do you let this happen? And unfortunately for Furlan, he's running through B-House, getting caught in the process by Dennis. And with Speedy being allowed free roam in towards Connector, it's a free double for him that already allows Sprout A control. Or, well, not effectively A control, but definitely the chaos in XCOM Ago could have allowed something of the like. Although, Sydney? Oh, I think he missed Dennis. Yeah, I think he did. Although he's going to see him now this time. And he at least pulls it back. This is... I wouldn't say it's bad, but it's definitely concerning because XCOM Ago, they're about to be flanked. They don't even know it. And yeah, Sydney, good night, goodbye. And now certainly turns from worse to bad. And Grubby in a 1-on-2, he can attempt this. He has the utility and the firepower, but can he actually pull it off is a whole nother question.
I don't know. I mean, it could be worthwhile them saving right now. As we said, Furlan is going to lack the weaponry in this next round, so just having the ability to drop him over a rifle and make sure everyone has the weapons to work with would be nice. Now he's looking to push in. Does spot out that first player towards bench, now being able to move. I mean, if he got the first kill quickly, then definitely, of course, he'd go for it, but now it's just so much more difficult. They're both focused in on short. He gets dinked down straight away, and despite actually trading that damage with Diha, he just doesn't really have the time or the health to work with anymore to make that retake possible, so he runs away. The Craig will be saved over. I don't think anyone's going to be able to hunt them down, so that's a positive. Actually, an op going to be saved over, even better.
Hey, that's actually really good. Now they can properly reinvest. MHL can drop a rifle to Furlan, and they can have a pretty good buy overall. And you know what? Double up. I've always been pointing it out. You know, we are kind of missing that a little bit, and I just would love to see how they can deal with that. You know, how can they manage that? But
I think
it's
we'll
gonna
see
be
it from Sprout
6-7.
on their CT side. I think Diha and Oscar will probably pull it out. From what we've seen so far, I mean, back on Inferno, that's not really a map where you want to double up. So Mirage CT side, definitely we might see it coming in from either it is. I mean, AGO, they've never really had the money to go for it. In this, they could have. Groovy could have got it for himself or dropped it over. But they maybe feel a little bit more comfortable right now just having the one in the hands of MHL. Look at this though. This is a bit of a switch up. Straight up A execute, knowing that maybe utility is lacking a little bit for AGO, and you can see they don't really have too many Molotovs to slow the push down. And with that, Dennis already actually picking up the opening kill. A headshot on the MHL. The op is gone. Groovy though with the flash. It's perfect. Transitions on their palace. She's wasting so much time, but unfortunately can't get more than one.
And the worst part of it all, it's still going to be a 3-on-3 even after Lehman is able to catch the frag on Dika through Palace. And it's Spitty alongside Favin to take the challenge in Sandwich and a tag on Sydney. A trade of HP, if you will. And this 3-on-3 is vital in this case. And let's see how it works off for Sprout. Oh, that nade? Never mind. Nobody was on side. For a second there, it looked like Oscar might be on that angle, but Spitty. Is his goal to go back towards mid and rotate through connector? I think that might actually be his point to make. And Oscar, he's searching heavily towards that connector area. He's a little bit concerned about CT. He's surprised that...
Oh, I think your mic seems to have completely gone, so I'll take over for a moment. Yeah, as you can see, this push through connector rather from the CT is actually able to get one quick kill before the bomb can actually be planted. So that makes it so much more difficult now. Favin and Spitty both being low. I mean, Sydney and Lehman don't look too great themselves either, but they have the man advantage, and then they have Furlan as well to try and follow up with the trades at least.
Yeah, we're about to find out. Spitty holding the line. Damage dealt on Furlan. Yet again, all three players down to critical HP. Spitty and Favin, as you said as well, pretty low, but this is a doable position for Sprout if they are able to get the first, and they do. There's all three. Favin finishes them off easily. Making easy work, short work, and 8 rounds to Sprout they go, and well, that was quite glorious to see. Favin with a saving grace from Sandwich, and it's a bit unfortunate for Excomago, really. This could have been their chance to pull out a potential 8-7 first half. At the very least, they still have a chance for that 7-8, sure, but this is heavily favored for Sprout at this point with the money that Excomago are left with.
Oh, for sure. I mean, 9-6 looking quite likely. It's definitely doable. I like this aggression that's coming in from Groovy. The only thing is the Krieg posted up right now is the perfect counter. Having that scope, the one shot straight towards the head. I mean, a little bit of damage had been dealt out, made the finish possible for MHL in 1. But trying to retrieve the M4, not realizing that underpass was already compromised, rather. It was Dennis who had creeped out. And with that, again, the man advantage, the firepower advantage, and really just every sort of advantage right now going over towards Sprout with that control towards mid also being found.
Well, Dika is also patiently peeking towards jungle. He's going to be holding the corner. Oh, Furlan. That's just unfortunate. It's a bit of a sad sight. And Lehman, nice timing on the peak. Luckily that Molotov is not going into noob corner, but unfortunate for him that Dika is ready on the angle, and Sydney Max 7 in hand. Not sure what he's doing in window, but he is there nonetheless. 9-6, and as expected.
I'd imagine. Hoping to steal a rifle maybe before he worked in for a 1-on-2 from that point, but that didn't happen. Once he got wrapped around on, didn't have the range. Yeah, 9-6, I mean, it looked like AGO were getting a really strong recovery. They had gotten themselves, like, what, 6
4 or
rounds
5
at
rounds
one point.
in a row?
Yeah, and then, unfortunately kind of just crumbled again. Sprout ended up with 9 on that T-side half, and with them already being up on map, this is looking like it could be the end of the road for AGO, unfortunately. If they get the pistol, though, if they can get off to a good start and get the first gun round pretty much to do what Sprout done to them in return, then the game's right back on. So I'm not going to count them out completely. We know they're capable of it.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, we would be doing an injustice to Exomago if we were to say that this is over. Obviously, it's a far cry from that yet, but it is looking a little bit weaker than, you know, we would have hoped to see, and I guess everybody else would have hoped to see, those who are cheering for Exomago or Exomago themselves. You are correct, by the way. It was 5 consecutive rounds that they were able to pick up in a row, and that was from basically round 7 and forward. Unfortunate enough that they can't make it more than 6 in this case, and would have been a nice 7-8 path otherwise. They would have been given somewhat of a comfortable beginning for the T side. But it all comes down to the first pistol, and we'll find out soon enough who takes the cake in this case. I still gotta favor Sprout, no matter, no matter what Ago bring on the table. Simply put, because it is Mirage. Simply put, because I've seen them play just a week ago where they were absolutely monstrous in their own right against Copenhagen Flames. And, well, we'll find out soon enough for that matter.
Yeah, I see people asking what round of the tournament is this. This is the semi-final. This is finding out who's going to be the second team
final
through
one,
this
basically,
qualifier.
right?
It's the final game of the entire qualifier. This is it. Once we're done with this week's one is done. There will be 2 more European qualifiers. There's ones for other regions as well. But this is the game here that decides who qualifies through into that closed qualifier. And right now, Sprout are definitely heavily favoured. But let's see the pistol round going live. Furlan and Sydney buying up a full set of utility each. And then over on the CT side, it's Dennis who sacrifices. He gets rid of the Kevlar, doesn't go for it. Instead, pulls out a smoke and a defuse kit to give them that slightly higher chance, rather, if it does come down to a retake. It looks like they're going to go for a little bit of a B stack. This is fairly standard. Oscar jumps out window to find if anyone gets aggressive on mid early on. They have then Diha back towards the CT spawn, just set up for the A retake. He'll hope to get 1 kill if they do push out and just stay alive. And it looks like it's going to be an A-split that will be set up from the AGO side at the moment. But Oscar getting aggressive up mid. This could be dangerous. Spiddy, though, assisting. Gets one towards the underpass. And with that, the man advantage does go over towards Sprout.
Well, we're about to find out if Sprout can keep cool and keep this control of mid going. Faven gets headshot at Sydney. So far, patience is a virtue, as they say. He's pulling back safely. MHL is going to support Sydney to try and find Oscar there on towards top mid. But it seems like XCOM is caught in a little bit of a loop. They can't really snuff out Oscar unless he peeks out just as I say it. I guess I jinx him live, and well, he's going to be falling to his knees. 9-6 in a 4-on-4 still, with a minute on the clock, a little bit less actually. XCOM look like they'll be turning it back towards A. Where is A control? Where is anybody on towards A? Grubby's already in noob corner. He's kind of spotting towards CT, and D has missed the timing on him. So this is going to be a bit of a surprise to Sprout. There goes the smoke as well. This is actually really good for XCOM. The pistol looking like it might actually be winnable from this position forward. Oh,
ooh,
damn.
Okay. Nice shot by Gruby. I mean, it's understandable that they want to take the risk and stack up B and play the A retake. It's a lot easier than if they were to lose that B bomb site actually trying to retake it. But with that kill from Gruby, with the damage that's being done despite a trade actually coming through from Diha, it's just not looking good for Sprout. AGO quite successful on Indeed, pushing in towards the CT spawn, dropping Dennis, taking themselves a lot of map control. But as I say that, Faven has brought it back into a 1 versus 1. Has the defuse, getting a smoke to work with as well. The only issue is Lehman has the element of surprise. He's up close on default. It's not expected. And he peeks out for a quick headshot just to be sure, despite the low health. 7 for AGO. They get this second pistol round, and they give themselves some life now to try and actually work their way back into this one, despite being down a couple rounds at the moment.
Well, a pat on the back and another round on the board. It's better than nothing. It's definitely a must-needed victory for XCOM, but it is going to be Sprout that's going to be forcing back up. We've got the Scout coming out, the MP9s, the Deagles, the utilities, whatever they can afford, of course, in this case. As the CTs, we've always seen some beautiful stuff out of them. They do tend to have a few cheeky plays here and there. And just to expand on the point, as you said it previously, yeah, the stack on B is classic on pistols. But I guess they should have realized soon enough, as soon as there was no information, as soon as nobody was challenging early on from the B apps position, that they needed to put at least one player on A site. So it's, it's a little bit of a weird position to be in, a Sprout in that case, but sure enough. XCOM 2 kills already, though. This is looking pretty simple for them, and as it should be, right? With the Galils, with the AKs, it is of no issue for them to clean the pistols up and make sure this goes to 8 rounds for them.
I would say they are stacking up towards this A side of the map with 2 around A, 1 in the window then as well, so there was a chance for at least a few kills still to be found, but that's not looking likely anymore. Only Oscar. A couple of seconds there maybe, giving Oscar a slight chance to get a shot off, but he's not able to get his weapon out in time, so MHL going to be able to get that final kill. It does indeed allow for AGO to take themselves quite a clean round. Sprout this
Simple
time
round,
have to take the eco. Yeah, I mean, we're not going to expect much in this one right now. It's just 3 nades so far being bought up. They might get aggressive on mid. They'll probably go towards the top of mid, because when you have those rifles and you know you're up against an eco, mid is a pretty safe place normally to go towards. And yeah, we're seeing quite a few players moving in that direction. This could be dangerous.
Well, this could work Or Sprout,
Not
actually.
quite.
If they're lucky enough.
Oh, there's a dink.
There's the first. That's the nade getting the kill. Spitty finds the second. Furlan is able to control this coming from lower, though, and all three players that were vital to this offense fall within a matter of seconds. And yeah, for a second it was dangerous for Excomago, but it was saved by Furlan in that case.
I mean, 2 kills isn't bad. All they done was buy up 3 nades, so $900 investment. Been able to actually drop a couple of rifles, or a couple of weapons rather, in general, out of the hands of AGO. And Oscar's still here. He only has a USP. He doesn't have anything to lose, so he could definitely try and pick up one more exit, even once AGO begin to leave that B-bomb site, which they inevitably will claim control of right now, as you can see. So the bomb's about to go down. I mean, did they clear out the weapons, or is there maybe something there for Oscar to salvage?
I don't think so. He should be able to find at least, you know, whatever Sydney and Lehman dropped. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even going to acknowledge that, because simply put, that should have been a kill immediately for Grubby.
Yeah, no, Oscar had way too long there to just keep popping off shots on the USB.
Exactly. It's you know, at that point, Oscar should have been dead twice over, but sure enough. 9-9 as we're tied back up. And Excomago, they're bringing up the fire underneath the feet of Sprout, although it doesn't seem to be spreading yet. And Sprout, can they snuff the flame in its bud? We're about to find out. Excomago, they do not have much money saved up, so this is quite the crucial round for them as well. Equally so for the CTs, and we can see it's going to be a bit of a B split through short. And look at how fast they are, actually. Where's the response? Sprout, they don't even have anybody rotating yet. And there's the first Oscar and Dika, though. The reply is imminent. They at least find themselves through. Dennis, fails to get anything done. And that is a 3-on-3 retake of B that is going to be very hard for Sprout. Unless Spitty's able to find at least one, and he does.
Not bad. I mean, both of the final players also being tagged up a little bit. Diha ends up taking quite a lot of damage over towards short. I'm not too sure how that just happened. But, I mean, this is not looking too good. Actually, that was in towards kitchen. My bad. He ends up getting naded by Groovy. It was Oscar who was working in from short with the op, but now he's in the 1-on-2. And the fact that both of those players are slightly tagged up is no longer that big of a factor, because with the op, he needs to be hitting those shots either way. And Oscar realizing that it's probably not a good option for him to go for it anymore. Gonna back away with the AWP, try and save. I think he wants another exit kill just because he knows they've kept the money relatively low here for AGO. If anyone goes through kitchen, he's hoping to just snatch one and instantly fall back off the angle. But that probably... Okay, they actually are coming through kitchen. Never mind. There we go. He gets one, falls back off the angle. Will actually be going back for a little bit more. In towards kitchen, though. Furlan will be safe, so he's all good. The AK gets carried over, but good damage at least. But as I said it as well, it's now been 4 rounds in a row for AGO. And despite the op being saved there for Oscar, there's still not going to be enough for a full buy for Sprout. We'll see maybe pistols, Kevlar, and some SMGs behind it.
Well, I would love to see at least mini Kevlar and, you know, P250, a Deagle here and there, and just try to be a bit of a nuisance in the side of Excomago. But that op could play a monumental difference here for Sprout. If Oscar is going to be at the right place at the right time, we've seen a single weapon save games before, so Oscar, as far as I can tell, he's posted on towards B site, and indeed he's going to be peeking apps, but this time MHL is ready, using the pixel there to get himself a free frag, and will catch on to Dennis trying to transition through kitchen as well. I'm a little bit surprised Dennis actually just runs straight in a straight line with his knife out, even though he knows that there's a high chance there's already somebody spotting from that first window. Well, Excomago, that's 11 rounds to them. Sprout are getting a little bit tagged up, a little bit tagged down, and doesn't look like they have an answer to this yet. 9-11 coming up, and the full buy for Sprout following suit.
Yeah, this is looking good. AGO on this T side showing a much better performance overall. I mean, kind of similar to how Sprout started off their T side, rather. Been able to get up 5 rounds quite early on. I think it was 5-1 at one point for Sprout. And since then, I mean, overall, AGO have been controlling most of the game. Sprout had lost control for quite a while then in the previous half as well. They got the final 3 rounds to actually bring it up to 9. Up until then, it was looking like we could have seen AGO actually pull them back to a pretty decent CT side. So overall, the momentum definitely in favor of the Polish side right now. And as you can see, the buy at least able to come through from Sprout. But if this doesn't work out at that point, I think it's beginning to run away from them a little bit, and it'll be very likely that we might see Train coming in. And if we get to that point, as I said, I think that's a very comfortable map for AGO. Not bad for Sprout, kind of similar to the way Mirage is here, but it being comfortable for Sprout and a decent enough map for AGO, but not a great one. But I mean, it's still working out for AGO in this one. Oh, Oscar had a great opportunity. Furlan was slightly blind, I think.
Yeah, it looked like it, but he did get the shot off better and more accurately, and unfortunate enough for Sprout, that is going to be quite the loss. As Spitty has been able to retrieve the AWP. Looks like he's going to be posting into CT. This is a smart call, also carrying over his M4. So he's able to switch out immediately in case of issues around him. Diha, though, going to take that. Makes sense. And oh, yeah, Faven trying to get into into ladder room. Immediately denied as none other than MHL is ready on that corner. A bit of a tough position to be in a Sprout. They seem to have lost all hope almost in this position. Getting so quickly shut down as soon as Oscar died. Everybody's kind of just bundled up into a bit of a shell and not really being able to do much. Do you have refracts? But he's lost Spitty, a vital player in CT that has helped him hold that A site. And Dennis, though, wait a second, Dennis, if he posts this well, if he sets this well, this could work magnificently for him, and he does find the fuzz. He's a little bit unaware, a little bit oblivious to the fact there's a second player next to him, although now he spots that. 2v2, finds the first, sprays down, can't finish Sydney, though, and that will be 12-9. Axcomago saved by Sydney.
It got close, but I mean, that's not good enough for Sprout in this case. Oscar doesn't have enough to buy. The rest of them could scrape together the investment if they want to, but just so far, Sprout yet to really show us anything on this CT side. It's certainly getting worrying at this point. The up does come true. Diha able to drop it over to Oscar, who'll give an M4 in return. He was able to get that, and will just leave himself glass cannon on the up. So it's not a terrible buy, but I mean, look at the nades they're lacking. They have the one defuse kit, at least on Spitty. But AGO are just looking too good, too difficult for them to handle at the moment. And again, AGO just able to run out and get that mid-control immediately. MHL actually on a Mach 10 at the moment. Maybe expecting it to be a weaker buy. Maybe just expecting pistols and Kevlar in this one from Sprout. He knows that's not the case now, seeing the M4 as he got the kill.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. As Sprout seems to be oblivious to that mid control. I'm kind of surprised there's nobody even paying attention to connector or otherwise mid. That's the second time this has happened to Sprout. It might even be the third, actually. So they definitely need to do something about that. But they still have Oscar alive, so that's the vital part for them. With the glass cannon in his hands, he might be a bit hard to get to a proper challenge, but it's going to be 1-5, and Dennis gets the second, although it's not nearly enough, as Axcomago had been able to clear both defenders on B side. Surely this is a save for Diha and Oscar, right? Although they have a kit, so maybe, just maybe.
Nah, it has to be the save. Unless someone peeked and gave them a kill within like the first couple of seconds or on short or something, then they were just not going to leave the A-bomb site. They were going to go ahead and just save these weapons. And that is the call. They've still got full loss bonus, so they can drop over a couple of rifles, but this game is just running away from them now. It seems like we very likely are going to be seeing Train as the decider.
Well, I mean, that's going to be pretty big. Hexcomago able to win Mirage against Sprout is quite the surprise, quite the weird one. But Train, I guess, if it does come down to it, it's pretty much 50-50 almost, I would dare say. Coming down to how fatigued the players are, how ready the teams are for that map. And for Sprout, I think it might actually be a bit of a struggle. They've been having trouble on their CT side. Even on Inferno, they've been kind of struggling to keep a few rounds cool and around, and stable. And for Train, we both know that the CT side might be easier in a way, but also in other hands, quite hard to effectively play it, or to play it effectively and well in that case. Ooh la la, this could work actually.
I do like this from Oscar. Yeah, we'll be able to find one. I'm happy that he's also willing to fall straight back off and doesn't try and stick around to get more kills off the back of it. Oh, hang on, Spitty though, getting caught off guard, not expecting anyone else to follow it up. That's certainly something they should be cautious of. I mean, Oscar didn't really remain around long enough to find if there was anyone else in Palace, so it's always a possibility. And now it's back to the 4v4. I mean, the up and the M4 still in play. Diha trying to push around bench right now. Just gets wrecked through the smoke. Okay.
That's a bit harsh. It's going to be Fav and Dennis and Oscar. This 3-on-4 could succeed if Sprout get a little bit lucky. Dennis the first. There it is. Oscar the second. It's connecting together. It's all coming together as a puzzle piece. And Sydney, unfortunately, will be able to get the refrag, at least unfortunately for Sprout. But Furlan, he's ready for the peak as Favan comes out to play. And it's back to Oscar again, a 1-on-2. And Oscar is smarter than to peek in the angle there. He knows that if he tries to take the fight, there's a high chance he might be immediately refragged in this 1-on-2 challenge. Let's see how it works off.
Oh, he's not going to spot Furlan immediately. Furlan obviously not seeing him either. So with that, Oscar thinks he gets the info that they've fallen back from the A-bomb site, which isn't the case. Furlan's still on ramp. The bomb is just wrapped around in towards Palace. And this just makes it so much more difficult for him now. I don't believe there's a defuse kit anywhere to be retrieved, unfortunately. So once that bomb goes down, I think he could be just left considering saving the op again. I mean, with the full loss bonus, he could go for it if he wanted, because they'll still have plenty of money to buy here in the next round. But when it's beginning to slip away from them the game, I think every single bit of money that they can save is worthwhile. But here we go. Let's see. He's looking for a quick open and seeing if anyone's going to maybe make a little bit of a mistake, peek out, and allow for him to have the 1 versus 1. But right now, it's being played really safe. Yeah, both players in the back corner. Even if he gets 1 kill, he probably won't expect the second player to actually be up close as well. But let's see. Did he see the movement of Sydney? There is a tiny bit of a gap in the box you can sometimes see through, but I don't believe so. I think at this point he runs away.
Yeah. Yeah, you realize there's no kit.
Oh, there was a kit there, actually, a triple. I can see that right now.
Yeah. I mean, sure enough there is, but effectively, by the time he can clear the site and by the time he can pick it up, it would have been too much time already wasted, and he would have just lost the op. So it's smarter to save up. They have a little bit of money they can reinvest. Well, a little bit. I think they have plenty enough money to reinvest. Yet this is Excomago, 14-9, on the verge of picking up map point and pulling us onto train, the third and final map of the night and of the second qualifier for the Rio de Janeiro close qualifier, basically from the open to the close qualifier. And of course, one of these two teams will be joining the likes of Nordawind. I'll be joining the likes of Big and Dignitas. And, well, look at this. A simple, yet very clear, and straight up A execution. I like this team. I really do. It's an easy execute if you go about well enough, but there's the double up. Diha finds the first.
Yeah, I mean, the exact same thing that Oscar done in the previous round that manages to work out for Sprout again. This time, though, all 4 players are ready to actually follow up with the execute despite having the man disadvantage. The only issue is Sprout beginning to rotate over already. A couple of the players, though, have been just locked off by the smokes, or rather, pretty much all of them have. But with the mollies going down as well in return, it's actually slowed this AGO push down massively. It's going to isolate in the fights, and with a bit of a gap in that stairs smoke, it does give Oscar a free frag on towards Lehman. MHL eventually returns 1, and it doesn't look like Oscar's going to expect Furlan to have already jumped onto the stairs. So with that, suddenly it's dropped back to the 3 versus 3. A couple of flashes, though, is all the utility that actually remains for AGO.
This 3-on-3 can still succeed. Excomago, if they're going to be getting themselves the kill into Palace, if they're able to shut down Spitty, then having to deal with only Diha and Faven in CT will make their life twice as easy. Although MHL, there's the kill. Although Diha replies immediately afterwards. Spitty comes out of Palace to play, and he finds himself a free frag. Down to Sydney it goes. And the man named after the Australian city has to now pull out some amazing bushfires. And, well, we'll see. Never mind. Spitty gets him easily. And that's going to be 10 rounds to Sprout. Well, not easily, but he gets him. That's what matters. And Excomago denied the 15th. Denied the chance to pull into map point. And it is going to be 14-10.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully they are able to save that one, but still being extremely close, so only 1 surviving, it really doesn't give them a great buy. I mean, you can see a couple of weaknesses, the MP9 and the FAMAS right now. A pause comes in. I'm going to check who this is by, but it really could be by either of the teams at this point, because I think they both could do it a little bit of downtime. AGO want to try and put a stop to this before Sprout can start building their way back in on the CT side, and on the other hand, Sprout can't afford to lose anymore. And I'm just double checking right now. The pause actually has come in from AGO. So yeah, as I said, they just want to make sure with the buy coming back in now that they will actually be able to go ahead and close this out before Sprout have any opportunity to open it back up and start building up a few rounds.
Well, this is their opportunity, right? This is where they'll be able to pull it off if they can. If they have still some energy left in them. At least the opportunity presented itself or given to them. Oscar on the up is always a good sign. He's been an amazing opper so far. Really been able to shut down some vital plays for Excomago. And as you can see, a classic 2-3 split. I love the fact they're not always going for that mid control, but they are at least paying attention to it now. They have themselves a chance to Quickly reply to any sort of early attention. And Oscar already rotating to B. Seems like they are reading well into what is happening here. As Excomago is going for the B execution. Here we begin. Furlan's already down on site. He's not even getting spotted immediately. Oscar and Dennis, though, the reply is coming through. And a 3-on-4. This B hold might be enough for Sprout to actually pick up another round. And we'll find out soon enough.
Ooh, I was gonna say this MP9 up close from Dennis could do so much damage, but he's actually the only one who's gone ahead and fell for the side of Sprout so far, apart from that initial frag. It's Oscar who just cleans up on the up, taking 3 for himself. The rotation had come in, and by the time AGO got on the bomb site, they were pretty much completely surrounded. So a little bit unfortunate for them, as that round for Sprout actually does put AGO down onto the pistols in this. A few Deagles going to be coming out, Kevlar onto a couple of the players as well. I don't think they'll really be able to pull out much utility. Maybe MHL could get a smoke or a flash or something, but even then he needs to make sure he has enough money for the op in the next round, which he will, because they will get 2,400. So he actually gets a deagle for himself in the end. He'll still have enough to buy up, just won't really have a utility behind the op if he does pick it up. Look at this though, Ruby very aggressive. We've seen him on this deagle already in this map, picking up a quad kill to actually steal away one of these weaker buys, so it's definitely possible again. Spitty very aggressive towards middle though, able to pull off 3 quick kills, make that 4. And with that, also the bomb. A nice little gift-wrapped parcel. Unfortunately, it's not gift-wrapped in the game anymore, but it may as well be. Spitty just taking control of it for his team. 12-14. Sprout are slowly climbing back into this, but they still don't have the room to make any mistakes.
Most definitely. Excomago seem to be on to them. Yet, so far, Sprout keeping a clear head, and they are making it work. Double up coming out, as Sprout is fearless in their own regards. And Excomago, this is one of their last buys. Without a plant following this round, or without a plant in this round itself, they'll be in dire trouble. As we can see, MHL coming on mid to play, and Oscar will be ready for the fight, takes the challenge, wins it. And that's a vital kill, because Excomago are sitting for an A execution, with Oscar already denying that mid play. It is a full-on A execute, although this time no smokes, no utility besides a few Molotov flying out. Fadika gets the kill, Furlan falling, and it's back to 5-on-3, and this is looking like Sprout might be on the verge of picking up from 13. And as I've said, without the plant, Excomago is in dire trouble, dire problematic trouble. And Sydney, at least he should be able to plant the bomb here.
Unless that spam gets him.
Oh, that was a close call. Luckily, he still gets it. But it's going to be a 5-on-3, and, well, make it a 5-on-2 then.
Yeah, I mean, just don't bother saying the numbers anymore. They're changing so quickly. Lehman at least has pulled a couple of those in favor of AGO, but he is still left alone, looking for the ace clutch. Actually brings it down to the 1 versus 2 before eventually falling, so a valiant effort for sure, but it's not quite enough. Good damage. They're able to keep the economy relatively low for Sprout, especially after they buy back up. But overall, right now, Sprout have begun to really claw this back, and it wasn't looking like they were going to be able to. I was, at that point, as we said, calling pretty much that train was going to happen. I mean, even AGO are getting a little bit worried at this point. They've called in for another pause. They're having the discussion, and I mean, if they want to buy here, they're going to be so limited on utility, unless a few of the players are willing to sacrifice down onto maybe Galils or pistols or SMGs.
Well, I mean, do they want to do that, right? Do they want to actually go into this investment?
See it. Pistols, Kevlar, maybe give themselves a proper gun round, I think, is the main goal, and that's what they've decided as well.
Yeah, it's a smart call. I mean, it's much better than what would be the alternative. In this case, going for those AKs and what, a flash or two, a smoke or two that they would be able to afford, it would give them the weaponry to fight against Sprout, but without utility, that's kind of useless, especially against the double up. You need a reply. With MHL having an up of his own, you need smokes to deny the early angles for Dika and for Oscar. And as we can see right now, it's going to be an A take. I love the fact they still pick up a little bit of utility, and this execution for the A side might just succeed even with a bomb plant. And if they're lucky enough, maybe they can isolate Dika, get the another kill, and things could work out better. But it looks like that's not going to be the case. It is going to be 14-14 without a single player lost yet for Sprout. Although, as I say that, I jinx it. Sydney finds Dika. But that is going to be 14-14, tied back up, and well, Excomago, they've come a long way. This is it. This is the real deal now. They either win or they are out of this one.
I mean, if they were to get the bomb down, they do have money left on a few players also, so 3 of them would still be able to buy with the loss bonus in the next round. But at that point, they're fighting for an overtime, and after having such a massive lead as well, that's just not a spot you want to be in. It'll be very demoralizing. And at that point, I would say Sprout would definitely be favored to close it out. But let's see. I mean, this is a full gun round right now from AGO. They can still get themselves onto map point. And there it is from MHL, able to get that opening pick with the boost in towards the ramp. One-man advantage being found for AGO, and that's the first time in quite a while that they're able to actually get an opening kill uncontested. Nice wallbang though from Oscar. Okay, a little bit of damage at least being brought back. It's certainly still recoverable here for Sprout.
Well, that was pretty crazy.
On that he hits the headshot. Overkill a little bit, but sometimes you have to be sure.
Yeah, I definitely want to be sure in that case, but I mean, he gets the refrag, that's what matters, and he was able to attack Sydney beforehand, giving a hefty advantage to Sprout all of a sudden, because Excomago, they'll be feeling the fear out of this one now. They know they're still up against the double up, and when you have to face off Oscar, who's already on fire, and then Diha as well, who you know is just a monster, especially since Excomago, you know, Polish players know everybody on the scene and know each other most likely quite well. But look at this, Furlan finds one, Furlan the second, the refrag vital. It's going to be a 3-on-2, and Dennis the
bomb.
Oh, that's the bomb, yeah, oh no, Dennis! 46 seconds, 45 and counting. Now Excomago have to go onto the offensive as Dennis is holding a tight corner, a tight position, and Dennis...
Oh, D-Hatcher under. They're perfectly timed as well to come in and help out. What a steal back there by Dennis. I mean, that boost on short almost cost Sprout the round. I mean, they went for it. Unfortunately, the timing, they couldn't quite predict that there was already 2 players just coming around the corner at that moment. Being able to even find 1 kill was an okay result at that point because it did look quite dire. But Dennis is the one who gets that kill in the apartments, forces them to have to try and work their way back in. And once he got the bomb as well, D-Ha rotating through under was the perfect call.
Well, and not just that, the fact that they leave the bomb alone through B-House, not even clearing it beforehand, that's just a mistake from Excomago that never should have happened in the first place. And that's... well, that's going to come back to bite them in the buttocks, as we say, as Excomago is now left with bare bones economy. They don't even have more than 2 or 3 smokes, a single Molotov, a few flashbangs, and a nade. This is looking very poor for Excomago, and... well, series point on the verge of being taken by Sprout. The German organization looking like, well, the German squad looking like they'll be going into the close qualifier. We're about to find out how this goes. Faven goes aggressive towards mid as he posts himself on towards that short fence. A very hard jump to make if you're not proficient in KZ. So that's nice to see. Always a pleasure to watch players jumping on top of that. But Dean, this is not looking too sweet. Excomago seems like they're a little bit flabbergasted as to what just happened the previous.
Dennis is alone on B right now, though. So, yeah, I mean, if he's not able to get at least a couple of kills out of this, AGO should be able to overrun the bomb site. As I say that, though, lines 2 up. Actually, transfers over then to take down Lehman as the second. And the mid-aggression as well, I was going to say, should work out for them. And actually, it is going to be Furlan coming out on top of that fight, despite being taken down low. But now it's the 3v3, the op posted on the apartments cross as well, making things a little bit more difficult for these AGO players to actually get into the bomb site. We've gone into third person for a moment, apparently. We do see Faven taking down 1 the second and looking to finish it off with a dink already. There it is, Sprout with the comeback. They make it happen, 16-14. And AGO, what did they have? A 14-9 lead, I believe, at one point right there. And Sprout just steal it away. There were so many close rounds as well, but they just kept clutching them out. And with that, Sprout, of course, making it to the closed qualifier. AGO, they're going to have to come back and give it another shot in the next 2 qualifiers for the EU region.
Well, they had a valiant effort at least, and now they know they're capable of at least coming down to the last best of 3 or to the last series, and they were close enough, but unfortunately no cigar. And as you said, they'll have 2 more chances to qualify the next time. And well, for Sprout, that's it. They're going to be joining Big, Dignitas, and of course Norderwind that qualified today just before this best of 3 series began. And congratulations to both of the teams, I guess we can say. And thank you, Dean, for having me, for hosting me. And I hope, you know, everybody enjoyed our commentary together, and maybe in the future we'll be able to do more of it.
Definitely. As you said, thank you everyone for joining us, of course. We had a great time bringing you through the games yesterday and, of course, today. Once we got into the best of threes as well, it got really, really spicy. And I'm looking forward to seeing who else is actually going to make it to that closed qualifier, because the lineups right now looking really good with Dignitas, Big, with Nordavind, and, of course, now Sprout also making it through. I think that it's really looking like it's going to be a great qualifier. But that's it from us for today, guys. I don't believe there's any other games going on. I think the NA one might be starting at the moment over on the B stream, I believe.
Yeah, starting soon enough, aren't they?
Yeah, so definitely do make sure you go ahead and check that out, guys. I'm sure we'll go ahead and raid them in a moment as well off of this channel. So even if you just stay here for the extra few minutes, it will bring you over. But that's it from us, guys. We're going to go ahead and end the stream here. If you enjoyed, make sure you put !caster in the chat and check out myself and Overseard. We would appreciate any follows, any support at all. And as always, also make sure you follow the ESL channel so you know when we go live with those qualifiers in the future as well.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go. Brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
No matter what your passion is, soccer, rugby, racing, or esports, become a part of the experience with the moments we deliver.
The signs and I say we're there, and I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever hold, no matter if we cast away, a fire in the dark. I know that you will be where again.
I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So take me to a place I know, somewhere where I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight and wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just singing that we should go back to when we would hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So take me to a place I know, somewhere where I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on, even if